Good Morning San Antonio starts right now.
An elementary school in the Northeast side, Northeast ISD, seeing a rise in COVID cases with students and faculty. What the superintendent now saying about the positive cases and what could possibly happen if they don't go away.
Taking a look outside with live cam. Sun is up, 77 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning. Sarah Spivey calling the forecast a mixed bag of weather. She'll explain in just a bit.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock this side. I'm throwing papers around. We're having a good start to the morning. It is August 14th. Thank you so much for starting your morning and your weekend with us. How the last couple days off?
Made a lot of salsa. I brought Max salsa.
When you say you made a lot of salsa,
well,
what describes a lot?
I mean big pickle jars full of salsa.
I appreciate the recyclability of those.
Yeah, and I have a lot of peppers because Sarah, my plants have really appreciated all the rain we got in the last month or so, and now the result of that is a plethora of peppers.
I like
and
that.
Salsa.
I think you just found out the name for your salsa, plethora of peppers.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, we're starting off fun and chipper this morning, aren't we? We are seeing plenty of sunshine out there right now through some morning clouds. But yeah, we have had a decent amount of rain in July and August, and this weekend we've got a shot at rain too. Now, not necessarily today, but let's take a look outside with the live cam, and you can see the beautiful sun shining through those clouds this morning. It's 79 degrees. We've got south winds at about 5 miles per hour, so not too breezy, in fact, out there. And we already have a heat index. It already feels like 82. Now, outside, actually kind of comfortable in comfort. Pun intended. 68 degrees in comfort right now. Bernie Stage at 70, 77 in Castroville, 78 Simpson and Pleasanton, 72 in Seguin, and 76 in New Braunfels. Today's forecast calls for sun, mostly sunny skies. Right around noon, we'll be at 88 degrees. In the afternoon, 95 for the high temperature, but that 95 is going to feel more like 100 to 105. And there is a 10% chance for a stray shower today. A lot like the last couple of days, we've seen a couple of very widely isolated showers out there in the afternoon hours. That's going to be the case today as well, but tomorrow, much better chance for rain. 40% chance for scattered afternoon showers and storms coming up in the forecast. I'll detail that for you. And of course, we'll talk about the tropics. We've got Fred and Grace out in the Atlantic. More on that coming up in just a bit. Next, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. New this morning, an overnight crash ends with one woman dead and the suspected driver now with custody. So take a look. This all happened in the 200 block of a Deerwood Drive just after 10 last night. Police tell us a 69-year-old man was driving in the parking lot of the apartment complex. That's when he hit the 70-year-old woman who was walking by the entrance to that complex. That woman who was hit, pronounced dead on the scene. The driver taken into custody for DWI, now facing intoxication manslaughter charges.
Well, cases of the coronavirus continue to rise here in Bexar County. The 7-day average is at almost 1,400 cases. That's a 5% increase since Thursday. City health officials say hospitalizations also continue to rise. Nearly 1,300 COVID-19 patients are in local hospitals. 333 are in the ICU, and 214 patients are in ventilators. 64% of our community is fully vaccinated.
And speaking of the pandemic, Castle Hills Elementary in Northeast ISD reporting a big rise in COVID cases. The school now has 18 confirmed student cases and 4 cases among their staff members. Northeast ISD Superintendent Dr. Sean Micah says many of those cases are because of close contact at the school. In a video to parents yesterday, the superintendent strongly recommended the use of face masks in order to reduce the number of COVID infections on campus. And he says if this spread continues, any ISD may be forced to close their schools.
Well, the Fourth Court of Appeals is upholding the mask mandate through Monday morning. This comes after Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton tried to reverse Bexar County judge's temporary restraining order. In a statement, Governor Abbott said mask mandates, quote, shatters the ability for Texas to carry out a uniform response to the COVID-19 pandemic, end quote. The governor and attorney general will now likely appeal to the Texas Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Mayor Ron Nirenberg reacted to the ruling on social media, saying, part and quote, there are still some long days ahead, but I'm encouraged that the law continues to be on the side of students, teachers, and public health, end quote. On Monday, a judge will decide if that mask mandate will be allowed to extend past the deadline.
And the recent surge in COVID cases not only putting a stress on our local hospitals, but also that hospital staff. Now, some of the stress comes from families and patients frustrated about limited visitation, longer wait times, and the mask policies in our hospitals. Some are even taking it out on healthcare workers, making threats. Jane McCurley, the chief nursing executive at Methodist Healthcare, well, she shared their experience, saying the staff emotionally, physically, and spiritually drained.
Our staff have been cursed at, screamed at, threatened with bodily harm, and even had knives pulled on them. We've had to increase our security and actually called on our SAPD for very disruptive cases.
Now, one big issue staff members are dealing with throughout local hospitals, visitors not wanting to wear masks.
Well, happening today, a silver rose will make a pilgrimage through San Antonio. Silver roses honor Our Lady of Guadalupe and are brought along routes across Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. The pilgrimage will arrive at San Juan de los Lagos Catholic Church this morning, and tomorrow parishioners will be able to view the silver rose during masses. The bouquet of silver roses is housed at the Basilica of the Guadalupe in Mexico City. The trip is to remember the legend or miracle of Our Lady of Guadalupe appearing to Juan Diego in the 1500s and Mary's promise of aid.
Time now, 8:06, 77 degrees out.
Well, it makes more than good grades to be a leader still ahead. We'll tell you about some skills that can turn your child's potential into performance.
And it's one of the best weeks of the year. Do you go to restaurants a lot?
I get takeout a lot.
Oh, okay. There you go. So if you enjoy going to restaurants, we have a special week to tell you about. When does it start? We're going to break it all down for you next.
And will the weather play nice if you want to go
beautiful.
out and about? It is beautiful out there, 77 degrees at 8:06 this morning. Sarah Spivey will have our Saturday forecast when we come back.
Good morning, welcome back, and a happy Saturday. Dozens of San Antonio restaurants participating in this year's Culinaria Restaurant Weeks.
So if you love to eat out, make sure you make reservations because Restaurant Weeks
with an S, remember the S.
Start today. Restaurant Weeks is a 14-day celebration of local dining scene. Participating restaurants offer multi-course menus for lunch and dinner at much lower prices.
That's right, but if you do want to dine in, well, the reservations are encouraged. Restaurant Weeks runs through August 28th. For a full list of participating restaurants and their menu options, visit culinariasa.org. We took part last year. I remember it was a big push because obviously a lot of our local restaurants and small businesses were hurting. So this time of year, Restaurant Weeks, Culinaria Restaurant Weeks, it really helps out.
And shout out to a lot of our local restaurants. They have done a lot to make people feel safe. Making outdoor spaces,
Right.
which I love seeing that evolve, and I love sitting outside. Usually you can bring your dog with you.
That's true. Well, speaking of sitting outside today, Sarah Spivey, good day to do that?
Well, find some shade if you decide to sit
Some
outside.
misters.
Or get those misters because, it is going to be a very hot one for us. Even though technically we're not going to be at 100 degrees, it's going to feel like 100 outside because of the high humidity. So let's take a look out there with live cam, a beautiful shot that we've been admiring this morning of the sun rising off in the distance there. We do have some clouds outside right now. It's 79 degrees and winds are generally on the calmer side from the south at about 5 miles per hour. Now, meanwhile, it's 73 in Kerrville, 72 in Rock Springs, already 80 degrees in Del Rio. It's going to be a hot day when you start off at 80, and that's the case in Del Rio and Valverde County. 78 in Pleasanton, 76 in Gonzales, and 76 in New Braunfels. Now, in the future cast, these morning clouds that are out there are going to give way to mostly sunny skies, much like the last couple of days. We could see one or two stray showers peppering the radar all across south central Texas. So the chance for rain, while it's there today, it's not a good chance, only 10% for your backyard. But this afternoon is going to be hot, 100% chance for the heat. 95 degrees in San Antonio for the high, 95 in New Braunfels, 95 in Hondo, 94 in Kerrville, up to 102 in Del Rio and 100 in Laredo. Again, we still have yet to technically hit 100 degrees at the airport, but this is what it's going to feel like outside today. 100 to 105, feeling like 105 in Del Rio, 102 in New Braunfels, 103 in Gonzales, 100 in Hondo, and 102 in San Antonio. So find a way to stay cool, maybe dip into the pool or make sure to find some shade. So today, 80 at 10, 88 at noon, mostly sunny at noon, and then 95 for that afternoon high. That's when in the afternoon between about 3 to 8, we're going to have only a 10% chance for a stray shower. That heat index, though, 100 to 105, east-southeast winds only at 5 miles per hour. Now, in the weather pattern, there are some showers and storms in North Texas, right from areas in Lubbock all the way to the Red River. And these are going to strengthen a bit today, and they're going to produce some outflow boundaries or rain-cooled air. And so further downstream, we're going to see some thunderstorms develop. By tomorrow, well, tonight into the overnight hours, that outflow boundary will be in the hill country. So overnight, there is a small chance for rain for Rock Springs, Kerrville, and Austin area. But here in San Antonio, we're going to have to wait until tomorrow afternoon to see a decent rain chance. Starting off the day tomorrow for your Sunday at 76 degrees with mostly cloudy. But then watch what happens as we head into the afternoon hours. Scattered showers and storms will develop. Now, it is not going to rain everywhere. The afternoon rain chance is about 40%. But where it does rain, there could be some healthy downpours in spots from parts in Edwards County all the way out to the east, and those will come with some lightning strikes as well. We are not expecting severe weather, but even if you don't receive the rain, temperatures tomorrow in the afternoon should be a little cooler than they have been the last couple of days. Still toasty with highs in the low 90s. And then we'll see a chance for rain as well on Monday, just not as great of a chance by tomorrow afternoon. And then we'll be back to a pretty usual August forecast for next week. Now, the tropics are starting to heat up. We've got Tropical Depression Fred in Cuba, or just to the north of Cuba, and Tropical Storm Grace developed overnight just to the east of the Lesser Antilles. Tropical Depression Fred is expected to bring rain to Florida, but no direct impacts to a lot of Florida, except for the Florida Panhandle by Monday and into Wednesday. That's going to be moving over the Appalachian Mountains. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Grace is expected to have more of an impact likely for southern Florida by the middle of this upcoming week, middle to end of this upcoming week. No direct effects in San Antonio from Fred or Grace. However, we're going to keep on monitoring the tropics. All Atlantic hurricane season lasts all the way through the end of November. Our temperatures, though, this week are going to be nice and toasty. Keep your fingers crossed for that rain tomorrow afternoon if you'd like to add some more August rain to the rain bucket. Sarah and Max.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 8:15, 78 degrees now.
Well, a new climate report reveals the Earth is warming rapidly and humans are the cause due to the release of greenhouse gases. In our next half hour, Sarah Spivey joining us to talk about this report and what it means for us.
And one woman is changing the classroom, adding success skills to the curriculum. Just ahead, what your child needs to learn in the 21st century.
Take a look at these lotto numbers. Pick 3, 7, 8, 9, Fireball 3, Daily 4, 7, 8, 4, 1, Fireball 0.
And your cash 5, 4, 11, 14, 18, 19. Here we go. The big one, Mega Millions, 17, 21, 35, 40, 53, 11. Mega Plier 2. Good luck. We'll be right back.
Well, it takes more than good grades to make a good leader. In fact, budget cuts and rigorous testing prohibits most schools from developing what some say are soft skills like communication and negotiation.
That's right. But now one woman is changing their curriculum and changing lives, making sure children today learn success skills. Now, these are the skills that can turn your child's potential into performance. Stephanie Serna explains.
Get her body. I got her.
Teamwork, trust, problem solving, and a dose of healthy competition. It looks like fun, but these kids are learning some important skills.
We are providing our young people with the skills that they really need to be successful in that 21st century.
Flo Brett spent decades teaching leadership skills in the corporate world. She says that she saw a desperate need to teach these skills even earlier.
We're providing skill sets to students that, unfortunately, they're not getting these skill sets in traditional education.
Flo started the Effective Leadership Academy, teaching students starting in the 5th grade.
You need to be an effective communicator. You need to be an effective collaborator. You need to critically think.
being able to negotiate, being able to see both sides of a situation and understand how you can work with someone.
I learned that you need to be able to make sure that you have a voice, and to have confidence in that voice, you need to be an active listener and learner.
Flo says these skills are especially important for young women. Across the U.S., women hold just 21% of senior leadership positions.
In society today, we don't necessarily get all of the recognition we deserve, so taking a leadership program will be definitely helpful in the future.
Imagine in 10, 15, 20 years' time, how many strong leaders we're going to have out there with the right skills. Everyone has the potential. They just have to want it, and they have to learn it, and they have to develop as an individual.
Stephanie Cerna, KSAT 12 News.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah. All right, 821, 78 degrees out.
Well, next on GMSA, we're talking barbecue.
Ooh.
David Elder has a preview. Well, there's also crawfish in there. It all looks good. We have a preview of Texas Eats coming up.
Good morning, welcome back, and happy Saturday. Saturday, what does that mean?
What does it mean, Max?
It means we have a brand new episode of Texas Eats.
So today, David Elder takes us inside BB's. It's Tex Orleans it's Tex Orleans.
Sure.
In Houston. Yeah.
Take a look.
This is what everybody wants.
That's it.
That's the crawfish boiled.
Yeah.
Now, is this a recipe that you grew up with, or how did you get going into all this food?
I grew up eating crawfish on Good Fridays in Central Texas, and then in Louisiana during the season. But my dad had an annual Good Friday crawfish bowl. We're the only people that were doing crawfish back in the days.
Everybody was cooking it up.
That's it, man.
So you got some of these recipes from your family. Have you evolved any of this into what it is today?
Yeah, you know, this recipe here is from my chef and I, just kind of playing around in the lab, and we developed it about 10 years ago. Our crawfish is a 3-step process. We get a lot of seasoning from the boil water. We have a dry spice we hit it with, and then we have a really nice wet sauce we hit it with, and we just mix it all in really good together. We're really big on our add-ons. We have like 20 different add-ons.
They got a little twist action on there. Now you got to go for the head.
You got to.
Thoughts? Yeah or nay?
I love crawfish.
There you go. We got to get Texas Eats on your new salsa. We named it Plethora of Peppers.
There you go.
I like it. I get 10% branding rights. 826, 78 degrees out.
Well, a new Department of Homeland Security terror bulletin warns of the possibility for violence surrounding upcoming religious holidays. We'll explain next.
Good morning, welcome back, and happy weekend. Just about 8:30 this morning, Saturday, August 14th. Thank you so much for joining us. I can't believe so many of the kiddos headed back to school in just 2 days.
I know. NEISD is a big one starting on Monday as well.
Same thing with Southside as well. We got a bunch of districts starting.
And we'll be covering all of that, following this week on GMSA. But Sarah, the weather for some students' final weekend of summer, is it going to be a traditional summer weekend?
You know, in some ways it is. The heat and humidity, right? We're going to be stuck with that pretty much today. Tomorrow's going to be hot too, but tomorrow we are going to have a chance for scattered showers and storms in the afternoon. And hey, you won't ever see me complaining about a chance for rain in August, but we've got a lot to talk about in the forecast. First, I want to set you up and show you outside. You can see very clearly the puffy cumulus clouds out there and the sun shining through. It is 79 degrees at the airport right now. That's up from our morning low, about 76, 77 degrees. 80 already in Stinson. It's 75 at Port SA, 78 in New Braunfels, 74 in Kerrville, 74 in Bandera. Cool spot on the map is Kerrville, Comfort right now, where it's 70 degrees. It's 79 in Pleasanton and 71 in Los Maples. So again, as Sarah was mentioning, some kids, it's their last weekend of summer. If you want to head to the pool today, it'll be a good pool day. Mostly sunny at noon and 88 degrees. Heat index in the afternoon 100 to 105. So definitely hot. There is a 10% chance for a stray shower today. A lot like the last couple of days, there's been 1 or 2 very isolated showers on the radar in the afternoon. So that's something to know about today. Hot and humid, but tomorrow afternoon, a good chance for some scattered showers and storms. We'll talk about that in the forecast and, of course, check in on the tropics. We have both Tropical Depression Fred and Tropical Storm Grace in the Atlantic to chat about. Max, Sarah?
Thank you, Sarah. If you are about to Head out and about, head out the door. There are some big road closures that you need to be aware of. So road crews will be hard to miss actually on Highway 281 throughout the weekend. There's actually going to be alternating main lane closures, both the north and southbound lanes between Loop 1604 and Stone Oak/TPC Parkway. The closure in effect from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. tomorrow. Now on 281 at Bassey Road, only one northbound lane will be open from 9:30 p.m. Sunday night until 5 a.m. on Thursday. Also starting Sunday night, there will be closures on I-10 between UTSA Boulevard and 1604 because of stripping operations. For a complete list of lane closures, you can visit TxDOT San Antonio District's blog.
Well, new this morning, police are trying to figure out who shot a man on the city's north side overnight. It happened at 2 a.m. in Pearl Court and Blanco Road. Police tell us the man told officers he was driving on I-10 when a vehicle drove up beside him and started shooting at him, striking him in the leg. Officers say the man drove to his home and called police. He was taken to University Hospital and is expected to be okay. At this moment, police say they do not have a description of the suspect.
Your morning headlines, the first U.S. Marines arriving in Kabul to evacuate the embassy as the Taliban, well, they close in on the capital.
ABC's Alex Brachet with reaction to the Taliban's gains.
President Biden was briefed on what's being called a drawdown of the civilian footprint in Afghanistan before leaving the White House on Friday. His administration is insisting that this is not abandonment, that this is not an evacuation. But you juxtapose that with these 3,000 troops, the bulk of which the Pentagon says will be in place by the end of the weekend. And then here at home, the Department of Homeland Security issued a new bulletin warning the 20th anniversary of 9/11 could inspire terrorists. The bulletin also warns that domestic violent extremists have targeted religious holidays. Responses on Capitol Hill to Biden's actions in Afghanistan split along party lines. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is urging the administration to reconsider its strategy and use airstrikes to keep Kabul from falling. Democrats like Senator Chris Murphy have called Biden's actions a necessary decision. What is bipartisan? Concerns for Afghan partners who've risked their lives helping U.S. efforts. A group of 15 senators urging the Secretary of State to expand the special immigrant visa program to include certain government contractors, judges, journalists, scholars, and human rights advocates, because right now it's only for Afghan interpreters, guides, and their families. And also, we're hearing from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's asking for an all-members briefing on Afghanistan when her chamber returns from recess the week of August 23rd.
And that was Alex Brachet reporting. And according to an internal notice obtained by ABC News, U.S. Embassy personnel have been instructed to use special burn bins and incinerators to destroy documents and electronic devices, including items with embassy logos and American flags in case of emergency.
The latest on the pandemic and the vaccine, CVS pharmacies will start giving a third dose of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to immunocompromised people starting today. The drugstore chain said people will be able to schedule vaccination appointments. Just head to CVS.com starting this morning. A spokesperson says people will be required to show eligibility during the scheduling process and when they get that third dose.
Well, Live Nation announcing it will require proof of COVID-19 vaccination or a negative test for all performers and concert goers beginning next month. Live Nation president and CEO says vaccines are going to be your ticket to shows starting October 4th. He says they're following the model they developed for Lollapalooza for all venues and festivals possible. This comes after AEG Presents' decision to require proof of vaccination for all concert goers and staff members.
Well, as we've been talking about through the morning, a lot of kids in our area starting school on Monday. So if you're still in need of school supplies or you want to look cool before the first day of school, don't worry. Still a chance to get your school supplies today. Mix Fit SA hosting a free Cool for School event on the south side. They're going to be giving away around 250 stuffed backpacks and free haircuts for kids. Now, vaccinations and COVID testing also available at the site. If you have some extra supplies you'd like to donate, there will be a donation and collection site. This is all happening today, starting at 1 p.m. It goes until 4 p.m. Mix Fit SA, located 2655 Flight Nurse. That is right off Dave Irwin Drive. So to all those families, all those kids out there, good luck. Have a great school year.
That's exciting.
That is exciting. All right, time now, 8:36, 79 degrees out.
Well, first responders can be at the scene for sometimes hours with no break in sight. Still ahead on GMSA at 9, we introduce you to a local nonprofit that wants to help them in those situations.
And the Texas State Fair announcing the top 10 dishes that'll be competing at the fair's 17th annual Big Tex Choice Awards. We're going to explain some of them next. Have you gone through the list?
No.
We went through it on the 9 a.m. when they first got released. They're like really extensive foods.
I mean, you have to be. One year it was fried butter.
Yes, that's just impressive.
Impressive. Will the weekend weather be impressive? Sarah Spivey will let you know when we come back.
All right, good morning and welcome back. Texas State Fair announcing Big Tex Choice Award finalists this week.
Well, so 10 finalists will be competing in 3 taste categories. They're Best Taste Savory, Best Taste Sweet, and Most Creative. So the State Fair is well known for its creative and crazy food creations. In the savory category, there is crispy, crazy corn, deep fried I-35, which Max will explain in just a bit.
I got it in a second. I'm ready.
And deep fried seafood gumbo balls, lucky duck dumpling, and pork shots.
All right, so wow, that's a lot. Before we get to anything, the deep fried I-35, fried kolache dough topped with smoked brisket and drizzled with peach juice combined with Dr. Pepper.
That was just it. We just had it on the
There
screen.
you go. Does that not sound appetizing? So there we go. The armadillo brisket brittle, deep fried Halloween. We looked this one up too.
Yeah, that's right there.
There it is. Fernie's fried toffee coffee crunch cake. Say that 10 times fast. And Texas pumpkin pokey cake. There you go. Texas pumpkin pokey cake. There we go. They can all be found in the sweet category. The winner of each category set to be announced August 29th. We have the entire list right now on KSAT.com. So Sarah Spivey, what caught your eye?
You know, that I-35, deep fried I-35 sounds pretty good. And it makes sense, right? Because you get the kolaches, because you go up and down I-35. West Texas has great kolaches.
West is the best.
Yep. And then you get the peach stands there along 35.
Oh, yeah.
And the brisket from barbecue joints.
Just dump it all in and fry it.
That looks great. I love the Texas State Fair. I haven't been for a few years, but one year I did a lot of fried food. And I did not regret it.
No regrets.
All right, let's talk about the tropics first because those are starting to really heat up. You know, we do have Tropical Depression Fred just to the north of Cuba and Tropical Storm Grace just to the east of the Lesser Antilles. Both have sustained winds of 35 miles per hour right now. It's just that Grace is a little bit more organized than Fred. But Tropical Depression Fred is expected to actually strengthen in the Gulf of Mexico, bringing rainfall to parts of Florida and making landfall potentially along the Florida Panhandle by Monday morning before falling apart over the Appalachian Mountains. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Grace is expected to move across a very similar path that Fred moved through in terms of Hispaniola, but eventually making its way to parts of southern Florida by the end of this upcoming week. So both Fred and Grace are not going to impact our weather directly in San Antonio, but we are still going to be monitoring them. And of course, we're just starting to see tropical storm season ramp up here and hurricane season ramp up here. It lasts until the end of November. Meanwhile, today is going to be a hot day. We've got morning clouds out there, but even by noon, we'll be at 88. In the afternoon, we'll be in the low to mid 90s for the high temperature, but that 95 is going to feel more like 100 to 105. And yes, there is a very small 10% chance for a stray shower today. I'll take you through the futurecast and you can see what I mean. Odds are it is not going to rain at your house, right? But there is a 10% chance for a stray shower, a lot like the last couple of days during the afternoon hours. And again, it's just mainly going to be a hot and humid day, up to 102 for the high in Del Rio. Low to mid 90s in the hill country, mid to upper 90s along 35. Out toward New Braunfels, it should be 95 degrees, 95 in Pleasanton, 100 though in Cotulla, and 100 in Laredo. The heat index though is what's going to get you today. It's going to feel like 100 to 105 out there, up to 102 in New Braunfels, 103 in Pleasanton, 106 potentially in Cotulla and Laredo. Pardon me. Right now outside, you can see that we do have those morning clouds. It's mostly cloudy and 79 degrees, but the sun is shining through and we're quickly going to see those skies clear. 80 already in Del Rio to start the day, 73 in Rock Springs, 78 in Cotulla, 80 in Beeville. and 78 in Gonzales. A wider view here, and it's actually comfortable in the Panhandle. It's in the low to mid 60s in the Panhandle this morning. There are some showers across parts of the Panhandle and up to the Red River, and these are going to strengthen throughout the day and become thunderstorms. These thunderstorms will then in turn release outflow boundaries, which will allow for showers and thunderstorms to develop across central Texas, and eventually we're going to see the outflow boundary in the hill country in the overnight hours tonight. So there is a small chance in the overnight hours for some showers in the hill country. But here in San Antonio, we're going to start off the day tomorrow at 76 degrees without much rain in the area. But in the afternoon, scattered showers and thunderstorms will develop. The chance for rain is about 40%. Now, it's not going to rain everywhere, but where it does rain, we could see heavy downpours, gusty winds, and even some lightning. However, no severe weather is expected. So here's tomorrow's forecast. Even if you don't get the rain in the afternoon, that 93 is going to be a lot cooler because of the rain-cooled air in the area, and we'll have east-northeast winds at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Again, if you're going to be on the lookout for rain, look out in the afternoon for rainfall tomorrow. Let's hope we get that rain. There is a chance for rain on Monday as well, just not as great of a chance. And then only isolated rain Tuesday and Wednesday, but it'll generally be a hot and humid week next week. Sarah and Max.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 846, 79 degrees out.
Well, a new climate report reveals the Earth is warming faster. Next on GMSA, our Sarah Spivey is back to break it all down and talk about what this means for our future.
All right, before we go to break, though, a quick look at the roadways. All right, it is 846 this morning. People out and about, enjoying the weekend, trying to get out, trying to beat the heat. If you do have a weekend plans for this Saturday morning, make sure to drive safe, be smart, and because of the hot weather, bring some water. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back. We've been talking about a big report that was released earlier this week. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change releasing its 6th assessment report since the group's founding back in the 1980s.
So the 3,500-page document made public on Monday is the first report since 2014 by the IPCC, United Nations. This is a massive report packed with so much information. It's why our meteorologist Sarah Spivey is joining us this morning to help us break down this report. Now, Sarah, you did a great job earlier this week kind of watering it down and making it very easy to understand. So what have we been hearing about climate change for years? One of the things is that what kind of scientific authority does the IPCC have?
Yeah, so the IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, like what Max just said. It's a part of the United Nations. It is made up of 230 plus scientists from over 60 different countries, one of those countries being the United States. Now, the IPCC's 6th report on climate change, this is its first one since 2014, and its 6th assessment since the late 80s.
All right, now, as Sarah was saying, thousands of pages long. There's so much to go through, so much to break down. So what was your biggest takeaway?
Well, one of the biggest takeaways that we've seen is that in this report, scientists are taking a more serious tone. Their findings state that the globe will likely be above a 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold before 2040. That's earlier than was earlier anticipated. The 1.5 degrees is the tipping point to see more serious impacts from a warming climate. That's what these scientists state. The impacts include rising sea level, more intense hurricanes, and longer periods of drought. Also in this report, these scientists unequivocally state that the Earth is warming because of mankind's release of greenhouse gases. They also state for the first time that single weather events such as drought can be directly linked to climate change. This means that even though these events may have occurred regardless of climate change, the intensity of the events can be directly attributed to climate change.
This is a lot to take in. It can be a lot of doom and gloom. So lastly, is there any hope that comes from this report, Sarah?
Well, again, as I mentioned, the scientists are very serious in this report, but there is a little good news. These scientists say that it is not too late to stop major impacts from climate change, But, and this is a big one, it is almost too late. They say that unless every nation, including the top 3 greenhouse gas emitters, that's China, the US, and India, unless every nation reduces carbon emissions significantly in the next 2 decades, the Earth will see major impacts from climate change. Now, of course, guys, this is easier said than done, because in Texas, we need solutions that benefit us economically, and we largely depend on our oil and gas producers. By the way, the scientists don't make any policy change suggestions. They just present the science and potential impacts if we don't regulate those greenhouse gas emissions.
And quickly before we go, Sarah, have you seen any weather impacts locally?
Yeah, so we actually have had the new climate normals released for the past, in just the past 10 years, our average high temperature has gone up a little bit. And it's actually drier too. We don't receive as much precipitation in a year, but that comes with a caveat. We do see longer periods of drought and heavier rainfall events, all right? So that means that potentially we could be looking at more flooding impacts, and on top of that, having a larger drought as well. And that's just within the last 10 years, we've seen that trend. So again, interesting information coming out from the IPCC, and it's interesting to see how science locally reflects that here in San Antonio.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. And of course, Sarah did a great job breaking this down. It's also online on KSAT.com.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 8:53, 79 degrees out.
Well, a hairstylist's recent work has brought her viral fame. And here's the thing, it's turning heads on the head of a dog. That's the story next. Well, a dreadlock rockin' dog in Michigan is doing more than just donning a dope do. You like that?
Not really. She's bringing her talented stylist along for the ride to viral fame. So take a look. There we go. Miss Eva's twisted top is hand twisted. Whew, look at that. Miss Johnson, a Detroit area. What is this?
Loctician.
Loctician, okay. So she's been twisting up clients with quality and care for years.
But since her stellar work on Miss Eva went viral, her business has boomed. Johnson hopes to one day open her own salon to service clients and canines side by side. But for now, she says she's just happy her work is bringing people and pets together.
Just impressive.
It's cool.
Absolutely. All right, 8:57, 79 degrees out.
Well, it's like having deja vu after several people on a cruise ship test positive for COVID-19. Still ahead on GMSA at 9. What comes next for those passengers on board?
Plus, time is running out to sign up for Obamacare. We're going to tell you what you need to do next. New this morning, a woman dead after San Antonio police say she was hit and killed by a vehicle overnight. We now know the charges that the driver could be facing.
Plus, COVID-19 cases on board a Carnival cruise ship. What we know about the people who tested positive so far.
And taking a live look out at the Alamo City. The sun is out and the temperature is rising. We're going to check in with Sarah Spivey for your full forecast in just a few moments. Until then, good morning. 9 o'clock this Saturday, August 14th. We started the original weekend at like 75 degrees, already up 4 degrees throughout the morning.
Yeah, Sarah, I liked how you called it earlier a mixed bag of weather.
Yeah, this weekend we're going to have a little bit of everything for everyone. All right, we're going to have heat and humidity today with plenty of sunshine. So nice for those folks who are celebrating the last weekend of summer break for the kids heading back. And then we're going to have a chance for some rain tomorrow. So taking a look outside, you can see those the sun shining through those cumulus clouds this morning. And then outside right now, you can see on the satellite imagery where the clouds are. We've got cloudy skies in Hondo, Sabinal, Uvalde, cloudy skies in New Braunfels this morning. But it's also totally clear both south and west of I-10 and I-37 there in Bexar County. So plenty of sunshine for some folks. We're going to see these clouds break up today, and it's going to be a toasty, toasty day. All right. Wider view here, we can look at temperatures. Totally sunny in Del Rio, where it's already 83 degrees. We just crossed the 80-degree mark here in San Antonio. 82 in Pleasanton, 76 in Kerrville, and 75 in Rock Springs. Here's that mixed bag of weather that Sarah was talking about. Hot and humid today with only a 10% chance for a stray shower. A lot like the last couple of days we've seen couple of very isolated showers on the radar in the afternoon. That's going to be the case today, but the good news is most of us are not going to see any rain, and so you should be able to enjoy some time outdoors. 95 for the high, but that 95 is going to feel more like 100 to 105. Meanwhile, tomorrow, as you can see clearly, there's a much better chance for rain, but it comes in the afternoon. Scattered showers and storms will be around tomorrow afternoon, and temperatures tomorrow as a result of that will be a little bit on the cooler side. Still warm, though, with highs in the low 90s. Now, if you do get some rain tomorrow, you could see heavy downpours and gusty winds. And again, it's only a 40% chance, but there's plenty to talk about in the forecast, including that chance for rain, and we'll talk about the tropics as well. Max and Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. We're following late breaking news this morning. San Antonio police tell us one man shot on the city's southeast side.
Jonathan Cotto joins us live with the latest details. Jonathan, what have police told you so far?
Good morning. I'm located on the 2000 block of Dollar Heights, specifically at the Riviera Apartments. That's near I-37, not too far off Pecan Valley Drive, where police reported to the scene of this shooting around 7:30 this morning. The scene is still very much active. Police responding to reports of that shooting around 7:32. Two reports of one man shot. The man is believed to be 32 years old. Police say he was shot in the lower back and was being uncooperative. They say he was taken to a nearby hospital by a friend and is expected to be okay. Of course, as we can see here, the police just taped off this area of the crime scene. Everything is still under investigation. That man shot is expected to be okay. Of course, all this is under investigation. We'll keep you updated as more information is made available. Max, Sarah.
Thank you, Jonathan. We're going to check in with you in just a little bit. Also new this morning, an overnight crash ends with one woman dead and the suspected driver now in custody. So take a look. This is what we know right now. This all happened in the 200 block of Deerwood Drive at just after 10 last night. Police tell us a 69-year-old man was driving in the parking lot of the apartment complex. That's when he hit a 7-year-old woman who was walking by the entrance of that complex. The woman who was hit pronounced dead at the scene. The driver taken into custody for a DWI now could be facing intoxication manslaughter charges.
Well, new this morning, police are trying to figure out who shot a man on the city's north side overnight. It happened at 2 a.m. in Pearl Court and Blanco Road. Police tell us the man told officers he was driving on I-10 when a vehicle drove up beside him and started shooting at him, striking him in the leg. Officers say the man drove to his house and called police. He was taken to University Hospital and is expected to be okay. At this moment, police say they do not have a description of a suspect.
There was a good amount. It was like pop, 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 pop. And then there was a delay. And then the second time it was maybe like 4 or 5.
That's what one man says he heard when an SAPD officer and 40-year-old suspect shot at each other yesterday afternoon. The officer injured is, quote, doing okay, recovering in the hospital. However, the suspect accused of shooting the officer was shot and killed. Now, San Antonio police tell us this all started when they received a call for a disturbance with a gun involving 4 men. All of this happening in the 4500 block of Lakewood Drive. That's just west of Loop 410 and north of Highway 87.
We received a call for a disturbance with a gun. There were 4 males who were described as being there. One male threatened another with a gun.
Chief McManus says the first officer to arrive spotted this suspect with a gun. That suspect took off in a bike after seeing the responding officer. Now, we're also told as the officer chased the suspect, a second officer responded to the call, found the suspect near Odessa Drive. That's when the second officer encountered the suspect with a gun. The suspect shot that officer 2 times. That suspect was sequentially shot and killed. Now, we are told that officer who has been shot has 1 year on the force. The other officer involved has been with the department for 19 years. No other injuries reported. Police not looking at any other suspects.
Well, in your morning headlines, midnight on Sunday is the deadline for consumers to take advantage of a special Obamacare sign-up period. Not only did President Joe Biden reopen the marketplace because of the pandemic, but his COVID-19 relief law is providing bigger subsidies that can reduce the cost of coverage. The government says more than 2.5 million people have signed up so far. Officials are hoping for a strong close this weekend.
Now, the breakthrough COVID cases on board that Carnival cruise ship, all those affected had reportedly been vaccinated.
ABC's transportation correspondent Gio Benitez has more from New York City Cruise Terminal on how it may affect the fight in Florida over vaccine passports.
This morning, more than 24 positive breakthrough cases aboard the Carnival Vista as it sailed through the Caribbean and Gulf. The Belize government telling ABC News 26 crew members and 1 passenger tested positive. With mild to no symptoms, all had been vaccinated. The ship left Galveston, Texas for Belize last Saturday, those positive results coming in before the Vista reached Belize. Carnival says contact tracing started immediately, including notifying passengers on the previous sailing too. So far, no other positive cases.
A cruise is a place where you're going to be in close proximity with others for extended periods of time. And so you have to think about the actual layout, what the policy is on this cruise line.
On this ship, 99% of the crew members were vaccinated and 96% of the passengers. All unvaccinated passengers, mostly children, will be tested again before returning to the U.S. The cruise line telling ABC News the CDC's conditional sail order and our own protocols anticipate the potential for COVID on board, and our procedures are designed to manage and mitigate any situation. This month, with the Delta variant raging, Carnival, Princess, and Holland America announced they would now require masks indoors regardless of vaccination.
Vaccinated or not, you have to think about your risk. You have to think about where you are, who you're around, and mask accordingly.
The outbreak is sure to get more attention as Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis argues against vaccine mandates on cruise ships. The governor facing off against Norwegian in court. A federal judge ruling for now Norwegian can require vaccinations from passengers in Florida.
And that was Gio Benitez reporting. Time now 9:08, 80 degrees out.
How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? A lot of questions for that man right there with his throwing shoulder, but we are already 2 preseason games in for the Dallas Cowboys. I'll tell you what, the backup quarterbacks don't look that great. We're going to explain.
Today on Texas Eats, David Elder takes us inside Butter My Biscuit in Waco.
Well, back here at home, already 80 degrees. We have seen the temp rise throughout the morning. How hot will it get today? Sarah Spivey is back. She's going to break it all down.
With a restaurant with a little bit of a game store in it.
If you're hungry, this is a spot to go to. You're looking for somewhere with sports memorabilia, this is a spot to come to. Games, all kinds of stuff. I don't know if we're gonna leave. I really don't. Right in front of me, this thing is like steaming, gooey hot. Biscuits, eggs, a little bit of salsa on there, pimento cheese, potatoes, gravy. What is this one called?
This one's called the What Brent Had. It was named after my husband. It was, again, another accident. We just are a conglomeration of happy accidents.
Oh, jalapeno cheese biscuit, breakfast sausage, pimento cheese, salsa, potatoes, gravy. This is the bite. Here we go. That is amazing.
It's a filling. We are responsible for lots of carb comas.
I absolutely love this. This is the ultimate definition of comfort food. Texas comfort food at that.
I am in. If you heard me over the Texas Eats thing, I said the enthusiasm because that looked good, but also we had Michael Jordan's sports memorabilia in there.
Did you see the binder full of Pokemon cards?
Of course, there was a Mewtwo on there.
Did you have the binder?
Of course.
Yep.
All right. Well, we know that, Sarah, you've been tracking a big thing happening right now.
Well, and it's an unfortunate thing, actually. There was a major earthquake in Haiti this morning, reported south near in the western part of Haiti, rather. It is a 7.2 magnitude earthquake. Here you can see Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and then Jamaica down there. No tsunami warnings, but unfortunately fatalities reported. Again, that earthquake right there on the southwestern portion of Haiti. This is pretty devastating for them. You know, again, unfortunately fatalities reported early this morning, but there's also the entire country in Hispaniola is going to be on the lookout for Tropical Storm Grace. Tropical Depression Fred has already moved out of the area, but Tropical Storm Grace is expected to move over Hispaniola sometime on Monday as well. So not a great situation out there. Of course, this is a breaking news story with this earthquake in Haiti, so be on the lookout for more stories on KSAT.com for that more information as that becomes available. Outside right now here in San Antonio, we are looking at a beautiful start to the day. It's definitely humid out there. It's 80 degrees, partly cloudy, and we already have a heat index where it feels like 85. So a warm start to what is going to be a very hot day. 76 in Kerrville, 75 in Rock Springs though, and it's 83 in Del Rio. So very warm in Del Rio to start the day, 82 in Pleasanton and 78 in Kennedy. Showing you the futurecast here, these morning clouds are already clearing out. We're going to have plenty of sunshine today and an off chance, only a 10% for a stray shower this afternoon. Much better rain chances tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a bit, but for now just know that it's going to be a hot day. 95 degrees for the high in San Antonio, 95 in New Braunfels and in Hondo, 94 in Kerrville, 95 in Gonzales, and 95 in Pleasanton, but up to 102 in Del Rio. Speaking of the triple digits, that's what it's going to feel like outside today. Even though the thermometer is going to read into the mid-90s, it's going to feel anywhere from 100 to 105 degrees. 102 in New Braunfels, 103 the feel like temperature in Pleasanton, potentially more than 105 for Cotulla and Laredo this afternoon. We'll be at 88 degrees around noon, mostly sunny skies. In the afternoon, again, there's that 10% chance for a stray shower between the hours of 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. East-southeast winds not going to help us out all that much. We're really only going to see a breeze from the east-southeast at only 5 miles per hour. So not going to really help you out in the shade too much. Now, on the weather pattern, you can see very clearly there are some showers from West Texas up into the Panhandle and across the Red River. Now, throughout the day today, these are going to strengthen and eventually become thunderstorms, and the thunderstorms are going to produce those outflow boundaries, and later on down the line we'll see those outflow boundaries reach the hill country. After midnight, shortly after midnight, we're going to see a couple of isolated showers from Rock Springs to Kerrville to Blanco to Austin. But here in San Antonio, we'll be waiting until the afternoon tomorrow to see our shot at rain, and in the metro area as well. Tomorrow morning, 76 degrees, and then watch what happens in the afternoon. Scattered showers and storms will develop. The chance for rain in your backyard is 40%, but if you do get some rain, you should expect gusty winds, heavy downpours, and even some frequent lightning. As we lose the daytime heating, our rain chance will come to an end for the day, but by Monday, we're also going to see a chance for isolated to scattered showers and storms. Chance for rain's a little bit less on Monday, about 30%, but it's still there, and we'll really only see an isolated shower or two on Tuesday and Wednesday. Other than that, it's going to be a warm and toasty week. Again, a lot of kids starting back at school on Monday, so if you want to enjoy a little bit of that summertime outdoors, you could still do it tomorrow, but I would pick today over tomorrow just because chance for rain is better tomorrow.
All right, good pool day.
Yeah, good pool day today.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 9:17, 80 degrees out.
Those Spurs go.
That's right. So still ahead, the Spurs Summer League picking up the first win of the season. We got some good highlights. We have a star in the making. We're going to break it all down.
How about them Cowboys?
There we go. How about them Cowboys? A second preseason game. Remember, we had the Hall of Fame game taking on the Steelers, and then last night taking on the Cardinals. We're going to break it down, what you need to know, especially when it comes to these guys. Next.
Pro football coverage powered by Davis Law Firm.
Woo! Good morning and welcome back. Football is back. So the Cowboys already in the second game of the preseason. They lost to the Steelers in the Hall of Fame game 16-3, but it's just preseason. Plus, they played again last night, taking on the Arizona Cardinals in Arizona. Second game. Let's take a look. Important to mention, though, they still don't have that star quarterback, Dak Prescott. There he is right there. Number 4, he is recovering from that strained muscle in his throwing shoulder that he picked up back on July 28th. Got to imagine it's very frustrating for him. Remember, he took 9 months off to get back on the field. He had that terrible ankle injury that was pretty much dislocated. Here's the thing, though. Still haven't really figured out who the best backup's going to be for him. Last night, not great numbers. Cooper Rush, 7-13, 89 yards. Garrett Gilbert, 7-16, 80 yards. And then Ben DiNucci, who replaced Dak last year, 6-14, 1 touchdown. So here's the final from last night. Lost again, just preseason, so we're not too worried about that. 16-19, but time will tell when we'll see Dak back in a live action game, not just a practice. And time will also tell who the number 1 backup will be. All right, so from the field to the court, the Spurs only have 1 more game left in the Summer League schedule after picking up the first win of the season in Utah and Vegas, a 106-105 victory over the Charlotte Hornets. So One of the big upsides, rookie Joe Wieskamp, Iowa. Remember the name? He's had his best game since he was selected. Second round of the NBA draft, former Hawkeye, shout out to Big Ten, played 28 minutes, able to produce 17 points, 7 boards, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and a steal. First big step in the NBA. And remember, this guy's, he's 6'7", so he's like, what, 1.5 feet taller than Sarah Costa. He does tell us there's a big difference. Am I not wrong?
More
He does tell us there is a big difference between college and the NBA. So, important to know, 5 o'clock, taking on the Brooklyn Nets. But the real star of the game, Trey Jones.
Okay.
He had the game winner. He was electric. If you're watching the game, this dude had the ball in his hands the whole time, and he should have. More than 30 points. And he's a young guy. He could have a bigger role in this new look Spurs team this coming year.
Sounds good to me.
There you go. All right, 9:23, 81 degrees out.
Well, Tony Bennett is finally retiring from the stage. After the break, why his team canceled his last tour. Well, Tony Bennett will no longer be touring. The 95-year-old Grammy winner recently canceled his upcoming 2021 tour date due to restrictions on live performance as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The announcement made by Bennett's team will mark the end of his concert touring. Bennett's fall schedule included concerts on the East Coast, including New York, Maryland, and Connecticut, as well as Oklahoma and Canada. Bennett was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in 2016. Well, actor Sean Penn appeared in Los Angeles alongside his daughter Dylan Penn at a screening for their new movie Flag Day. Based on a true story and directed by Sean Penn, Flag Day stars Penn and his real-life daughter Dylan. It's a family portrait about a young woman who struggles to rise above her dysfunctional past while reconciling with her father.
All right, time now, 9:27, 81 degrees out.
Well, still ahead on GMSA, helping area firefighters to stay cool and what they need at the scenes and how you can help.
Well, it's later when it comes to the mask mandate here in Bexar County, how parents are not responding to it. We're going to break it down. Good morning, welcome back, and happy Saturday, 9:31 this morning, Saturday, August 14th. We know throughout the summer, we've been lucky. We've gotten a lot of rain. The garden, your garden, thriving. Salsa.
Where's the salsa I brought you?
We're going to bring it out at the end of the show. We call that a deep tease. We've named it Plethora of Peppers, Sarah Costa Salsa.
Have you even tried it yet?
No.
Okay.
We're going to try it on air. There you go.
But Sarah, I understand you have some breaking news out of Haiti.
Yeah, we're continuing to get more information on this major earthquake that has occurred in Haiti. I want to go ahead and show you some more information here. Again, this earthquake was reported this morning, a 7.2 magnitude earthquake. Now, unfortunately, fatalities have been reported, and the United States Geological Survey suggests that high casualties are probable. Now, unfortunately, this has also prompted tsunami concerns. There could be waves of up to 10 feet. And as you know, this area hit by another earthquake about 11 years ago with hundreds of thousands of casualties. And that earthquake was a 7.0 magnitude earthquake. So there is going to continue to be breaking news out of Haiti throughout the day. We'll keep you informed on KSAT.com. Now, here in San Antonio, we are going to be having a warm, toasty day. Outside right now, we're looking at partly cloudy skies as we're seeing some puffy cumulus clouds develop out there. It's also a little toasty already this morning. It's warm at 80 degrees at the airport, 82 in Pleasanton, 83 in Cotulla, and 83 in Del Rio. Today's forecast, if you want to enjoy some time by the pool, it's going to be a good day to do that. We'll be looking at mostly sunny skies with a heat index of 100 to 105. Now, there is a small 10% chance for a stray shower this afternoon, but the better rain chances really arrive tomorrow afternoon. So coming up in the forecast, we're going to be talking about tomorrow's better rain chance, and of course, we'll take a check of the tropics. Sarah and Max.
Thank you, Sarah. Late breaking news this morning. San Antonio police say one man was shot on the city's southeast side.
Our Jonathan Cotto joins us live with the latest details. Jonathan, what have police told you?
Good morning. I'm located at the Riviera Apartments where the scene is still very much active and still under investigation. I did have the opportunity to speak with some of the neighbors here who tell us they did hear about 2 gunshots this morning, and it's exactly 2 markers that we can see. We can take a look at the markers right here. on scene. 2 of those shell casings being identified right now by those numberings right there. But here's what we know so far. 1 man has been shot. That man is believed to be around 32 years old. Police say he was shot in the lower back and was being uncooperative. They say he was taken to a nearby hospital by a friend and is expected to be okay. Of course, Max, Sarah, this scene continues to be under investigation. But I can tell you right now, not only is this area right here taped off, but also this building right here to my left, the entire front part of this apartment building is taped off and under investigation. Right now, they're trying to find a motive, trying to find a suspect. Neighbors here tell me they saw a car drive off. They didn't give me a description, and they saw a man run off. But of course, this case continues under investigation. We'll provide you more information as that is made available to us. Reporting for GMSA, Jonathan Cotto, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now to the latest in the pandemic here at home. Taking a look at the latest numbers, the 7-day average, nearly 1,400 new cases. That is up 5% since Thursday. Meanwhile, almost 1,300 COVID patients hospitalized in our local hospitals, 333 people in the ICU, 214 people on ventilators. Now, when it comes to wearing masks, some parents have actually started pushing back against a possible mask mandate for schools, arguing that those parents should have a choice for their children. Now, local leaders argue this safety measure is needed to help stop the spread of COVID that's sending children and adults to the hospital. The Fourth Court of Appeals deciding to uphold the mask mandate through at least Monday morning. Attorney General Ken Paxton now taking the appeal to the Texas Supreme Court on Monday. A judge will decide if that mask mandate will be allowed to extend past the Monday deadline.
Well, speaking of coronavirus in schools, a year-round Northeast Side ISD campus is reporting an alarming rise in COVID-19 cases. Dr. Sean Micah says Castle Hills Elementary opened on July 19th with cases being initially low. However, the school now has 18 confirmed student cases and 4 cases among its staff. Many of those student cases due to close contact while they were at school. Dr. Micah expressing the importance of mask wearing.
At this point, the data is showing us that mitigation strategies are necessary. School staff will continue to promote hand hygiene, classroom sanitation, and social distancing when possible. But it has been clear recently that those strategies are not enough.
Well, Dr. Micah says if the trend spreads to other campuses in the school district, they may have to close some campuses. The rest of any ISD schools start on Monday.
Switching gears, the proposed San Antonio city budget is in and it reaches $3.1 billion. It is the first time in San Antonio's history that the budget has exceeded that $3 billion mark. So there are a lot of questions like what went into the planning for the budget? What did it look like? How big an impact did COVID have in those shutdowns? So tomorrow on Leading SA at 8 a.m., we are joined by San Antonio City Manager Eric Walsh. We know you probably have a lot of questions, so you can submit them right now. Just head to the Leading SA section of KSAT.com. Then join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. See what the city manager has to say.
Well, happening today, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center is hosting 2 community blood drives. The first one is happening at HEB on Petrenko at 1604 from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. This blood drive is in honor of Francisco Perida, Jr., who passed away after battling leukemia. And the second one is at the HEB on Bulverde at 1604 from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The blood center says the blood supply is critically low and it needs at least 600 donors a day to rebuild that supply. Donors are urged to make appointments by calling that number. It's on the top of your screen there, 210-731-5590, or visiting southtexasblood.org.
All right, we've been talking about it throughout the morning. Monday is the first day of school for so many kids in and around our area. So if you're still in the need of school supplies and you want to look cool for the first day of school, don't worry, still a chance to get some cool supplies later today. Mixed Fit SA hosting a free Cool for School event on the south side. They're going to be giving away around 250 stuffed backpacks and free haircuts for kids. Now, vaccinations and COVID testing also available at the site. If you have some extra supplies that you want to donate, there will be a donation and collection station on site. Now, this is happening today, 1 p.m. until 4 p.m. Mixed Fit SA, located 2655 Flight Nurse.
Well, if you're looking for your forever friend, San Antonio Pets Alive is hosting 2 on-site adoption events today. It is happening at their Petco Love Adoption Center and PetSmart at the Rim. They will also have, I love this, a $5 foot-long adoption special that applies to all dogs and cats over a foot long. Times are from noon to 4 p.m.
All right, and if you haven't taken your child for a haircut for the first day of school, the 619 Barbershop doing it for free. Community event actually happening tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. This is 1429 West Hildebrand, Suite 103. In addition to haircuts, they're actually going to be giving away backpacks and free barbecue plates as well, while supplies last. So there are so many awesome free events going on in and around the city for all those parents or those families who are still, gearing up to return to the class.
Nothing like a fresh haircut makes you feel so good and confident, especially for your first day of school.
Exactly. New backpack, new haircut, you got all the swag.
Who dis? Had to.
Yeah, okay. 9:39, 81 degrees out.
Well, risking everything, even their lives for Texas independence, coming up in our next half hour. We are continuing our Tejano Moment series about Colonel Francisco Ruiz.
Plus, San Antonio firefighters and other first responders can be at the scene for sometimes hours at a time with no break in sight. So, up next, we're going to tell you about a local nonprofit organization who wants to help out.
Let's take a look at live cam. Already 81 degrees at 9:40 this morning. Sarah Spivey says today will be a hot one, but you can expect some rain this weekend. She'll tell you when we come back.
Good morning and welcome back. When there's a two-alarm fire, a standoff, or a hazmat investigation, San Antonio Fire and police or first responders, they can be on the scene for hours.
Yeah, we've seen them out there usually when we're out there covering some of these events, but that means no access to restrooms or food or shelter. It's why a local nonprofit was created to help assist our first responders. Well, I spoke to that nonprofit called Fire Scene Rehab. They talk about their mission, and they also introduce us to their four-legged friend who tags along for the ride. When there's an emergency in San Antonio, our first responders are on it, and sometimes they can be there for hours in the South Texas heat with no water, food, or access to restrooms. That's where the nonprofit Fire Scene Rehab comes in.
And a lot of times, being at a scene, they can't leave, they can't go to the store, they can't, to go use a restroom.
In 2000, Bobby Briggs founded the nonprofit. It started out with just a van. Now the 24/7 all-volunteer ran service group has an air-conditioned bus and a trailer that totes a portable potty. The bus is stocked with ice chests full of water, Gatorades, and snacks. They custom built the benches for first responders to be able to sit and cool off during a rotation on scene.
The rotation on the rehab part of those fire crews is essential for their health. If they don't have that opportunity to do that, of course they can get either dehydrated. The risks are there for a lot of bad things to happen.
And star of the nonprofit is rescue emotional dog Titan. He's been with the organization for about a year now, and anytime they ride to scenes, he sits right here in the front row. When the engine starts, he knows it's go time and hops onto his front seat ready to work.
Titan comes into play because, especially with the kids, they can come in, maybe console by petting him a little bit. He's kind of an icebreaker, as y'all seen him, and so he helps out a lot with that. And not only for the occupants, but also for our first responders.
He takes his job seriously as long as he gets lots of belly rubs and treats. But most importantly, Titan and the Fire Scene Rehab volunteers rely solely on donations to keep the nonprofit serving our local first responders. The most expensive item, keeping their vintage bus and trucks up to date and running.
Preventive maintenance is always an issue, and we do our best with the upkeep and the funding that we do receive, but we always appreciate monetary donations to help us with that.
Sarah. So those trucks you saw, one is the bus is from the early 90s that has been completely redone. Another one other truck that totes the porta potty is from the early 80s. So maintenance is very expensive. If there's any mechanics out there that want to donate their services, they say they take that. But look at your screen. That's a QR code. Go ahead and, put your phone up there, and that will link you directly to help for their donations, and they've already received $585 since we aired the story yesterday. So thanks to our community to keep helping out our first responders.
For those who don't know how to use a QR code, I feel like over the last year we've all learned a little bit. You go to your camera on your phone and you point it in there, and then something should pop up at the top. You click the link, and that'll help out. And I love that you put the QR code in the story so that people can literally just pull out the phone. We've all known how to use the phone at this point and go help directly. I saw Sarah has her phone out there.
Yeah, I'm going to donate now. Thanks, Sarah. That's really awesome. Well, I'll donate after I do the weather.
You got the pollen count?
Yeah, we just got the pollen count in, and it's actually good news today. Molds are low, only at 370, so that is some very, very good news there. Now, something to keep in mind, though, is that we do have a chance for rain tomorrow in the afternoon, and that could make our mold numbers fluctuate as well. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the tropics. Now, Tropical Depression Fred is just in the northern part of Cuba. It's expected to re-strengthen into a tropical storm, eventually making landfall somewhere along the Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida panhandle by about Monday in the morning hours into the afternoon. The other thing to consider is Tropical Storm Grace. Tropical Storm Grace is, unfortunately, Haiti is in the cone of uncertainty there when it comes to Tropical Storm Grace, sometime Monday or Tuesday impacting Haiti. Why is that important? Unfortunately, Haiti is just reported a 7.2 magnitude earthquake, and high fatalities are unfortunately expected from the damage. If Grace happens to go over Haiti, it could really impact rescue efforts there. So we'll be keeping you updated. Tropical Storm Grace could also impact Cuba and southern Florida by the later part of next week. Meanwhile, here in San Antonio, we're going to have fairly quiet weather today. 88 degrees around noon, 92 in the afternoon, 95 for the afternoon high temperature. That 95 will feel more like 100 to 105, and we don't have much of a wind today to help us out. East-southeast winds maybe at about 5 miles per hour. Only a 10% chance for a stray shower this afternoon, and you can see that in the futurecast. A couple of spots could see brief pop-up shower that falls apart really quickly. Again, the chance for rain is only 10% today. If you get rain, you're very lucky, but most of us are going to miss out on the rainfall, and it's going to be a hot one. High temperatures today in the mid to upper 90s. It'll be in the low 90s, though, up in the hill country. 92 in Rock Springs, 94 in Kerrville, 102 for Del Rio. But as I mentioned earlier, that heat index is going to be very high today, feeling like 105 in Del Rio, feeling like 102 in San Antonio. The 95 high temperature will feel 7 degrees warmer outside. 102 in New Braunfels and 103 in Gonzales. We're seeing these morning clouds start to break up. It's 80 degrees. It already feels like 85. It's 79 in Uvalde, 84 in Pleasanton, and 83 in Cotulla. A wider view here, temperatures comfortable in the 60s in the Panhandle. There are some areas of rain in the Panhandle and across the Red River. This is going to be our source of the chance for rain tomorrow. Outflow boundaries are going to develop from this, making it to the hill country potentially in the overnight hours. Just some isolated rain in the overnight hours for the hill country. Here in San Antonio, though, we'll start the day tomorrow quiet. 76 degrees. It's the afternoon hours that we'll see scattered showers and storms around the area. Now, it is not going to rain in every location tomorrow, but there is a chance for rain, about 40% chance. If you do get rain, heavy downpours, gusty winds, and lightning are possible, but we're not anticipating severe weather. High temperatures, though, will be a couple of degrees cooler because of the rain cool air in the area. That's why the high tomorrow should only be in the low 90s. And again, if you want some rain in the rain gauge, keep your fingers crossed because it'll be scattered in nature. There will be those who have and those who have not. We'll be seeing a chance for rain again on Monday and then gradually seeing our rain chances end early next week. By the way, it's going to be hot and humid every day. Feel like temperatures in the triple digits.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 950, 81 degrees out.
We're learning about Tejano's first attempt at Texas freedom. After the break, we have the second part of our Tejano Moment series.
Although Tejanos had their own capital, Spain still ruled over them with an absolute monarchy. But in 1810, after Father Hidalgo's cry for independence, Tejanos joined the first attempts at freedom, including Colonel Francisco Ruiz.
He gathers his family, his immediate family and extended family, and they start to head east. The Redondo forces are hot pursuit. They're going to kill him.
Local historian Rudy Rodriguez says Tejano stopped supporting the royalist cause and supported local government instead.
Colonel Ruiz receives his first commission as a first lieutenant in the Compañías Volantes that are here in San Antonio.
Ruiz would later become second in command. Then in 1813, an army known as the Army of the North attacked at Nacogdoches. This inspired other Tejanos to fight back, succeeding in Victoria, Gonzales, and then San Antonio. After their victory, the first constitutional government was created, and Texas became independent and free. But in August of the same year, a Spanish army began attacking San Antonio too.
There's leading officers who are lost in battle. There's a conflict among military leaders. He fills a vacuum, and he receives a commission of lieutenant colonel. So he's actually in charge at the Battle of Medina and the retreat from there as well.
Sadly, over 1,000 lives were lost in the army made up of American filibusters, Tejanos, and natives. And with a free Texas came other consequences. The Ruiz family, along with many other families, were forced to flee for their lives.
They do succeed in capturing some of them, and they are executed. Many of them are successful in crossing into the Louisiana border, and they, literally save their lives because of that.
Several years later, in 1821, the Republic of Mexico was finally created, and Ruiz and other Tejanos were able to return to their homes. Roslyn Jimenez, KSAT 12 News.
Well, tomorrow on GMSA, we're wrapping up this segment with the difficult choices Ruiz was forced to make and what led him to becoming part of an execution list in Mexico.
Time now, 9:56, 82 degrees out.
Well, if you're in the market for a used car, it may be more difficult due to the global computer chip shortage. Tomorrow on GMSA, we have some key suggestions on how you can still find a good used vehicle at a reasonable price.
One man is shot after reports of a shooting this morning. Good morning. I'm Jonathan Cotto. I'm located on the 2000 block of Dollar Height at the Riviera Apartments, where police are actively investigating the scene. And now here's what we know so far. One man has been shot. That man is believed to be around 32 years old. Police say he was shot in the lower back and was being uncooperative. They say he was taken to a nearby hospital by a friend and is expected to be okay. Detectives are at the hospital right now and waiting to get more information from that man. Of course, this case continues to be under investigation. We will keep you updated as more information is made available. Reporting, Jonathan Cotto, KSAT 12 News.
Okay, so I brought salsa for Max, but now he just gifted it to Sarah. So there you go, Sarah Spivey.
I'm going to make me, Gus. I'm excited.
On that note, we are done here.
Good weekend.
Right now. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Hey, it's David Elder, and today on Texas Eats, we're traveling all around Texas looking for great restaurants you won't want to miss.
Get ready for a wild Waco brunch spot that puts all their cards on the table.
If you're hungry, this is a spot to go to. You're looking for somewhere with sports memorabilia, this is a spot to come to.
Plus, we check out a roast beef debris and fried shrimp po' boy in Houston.
If I could pick my last meal, I'm pretty sure this would be it.
And we go inside a new ice house in San Antonio serving up barbecue, desserts, and a good time.
It don't get much better than that. Come on.
All that and more right now on Texas Eats. Our first stop on today's foodie adventure is in Fredericksburg, Texas.
Now we're here on the edge of Fredericksburg, Texas to go inside of a cafe that's serving up authentic Mexican food and traditional brunch dishes. And whether you're coming in or you're leaving Fredericksburg, this is the spot to stop. Let's go inside Neary's International Cuisine. Joining me now is the owner out here at Neary's. This is Luis Lopez. Thank you so much for having us out here. Your wife has cooked up quite a spread for us. Got a burger, a crazy breakfast platter, and I love what's going on right in front of me. This is a little more traditional, kind of like Texas, a little bit more Mexican vibe to it, right? But chilaquiles. You have a special name for this dish. When you get the two different sauces, what do you call it?
It's called Christmas.
And look at that. Eggs cooked perfectly. It creates like that little bit of a second sauce on top. That's the bite right there. Oh man. The chilaquiles out here are special because they're using homemade corn tortilla chips.
Absolutely delicious, super crunchy, and when you get them Christmas style with both sauces, it adds a lot more flavor and depth to the dish. Overall, you're gonna be very satisfied with this dish. If you love chilaquiles, I definitely recommend trying this one. This is good. This is just, I'm happy with it. I'm already excited right now. I just tried the first dish. Now, cochinita pibil is a very authentic dish. But talk to me a little bit about the history of what it means to your family.
We came from Mexico about 17 years ago. We worked in restaurants here in town until we opened our own place. And one of the dishes that we always had was the cochinita pibil. You know, in Mexico they used to do it under, they cooked it underground. And obviously here we have to put it in the oven.
Luis and his family grew up eating cochinita pibil in Mexico. His kids grew up eating it, and his wife still makes it today here at the restaurant. But you have your own preparation that's very similar to that same kind of Dutch oven in the ground kind of cooking process. Long overnight. So it gets super tender. Cochinita pibil out here at Neary's. That's the bite.
Woo! Glad you enjoy.
That is really good. And it's super delicious. Takes a lot of time to make. That pork sits overnight, just becoming super tender, pull apart, shreddable, and they wrap it inside of those corn tortillas, and then they're serving it up with the refried beans on the side, those fresh chips. I mean, this is for the hungry. If you love cochinita pibil, if you've never tried it before, I highly recommend coming out here and trying it. If this is your first time, you're gonna be blown away. You're gonna wanna order it everywhere you see it after you try it. Very good. You also have some playful, fun variations of brunch items like the Eggs Benedict, but it's not served on an English muffin. You got a little toasted croissant action on the bottom. Oh yeah, cooked perfectly. Look at the poach on that. That's a big bite. Eggs Benedict, traditionally made on an English muffin, you can get here at Neary's, made on a French croissant. This one's super buttery, it's melt in your mouth tender, and then you get it with the hollandaise on top as well, the poached egg. I mean, this thing is just a killer bite. Now, if you're feeling extra hungry, we're gonna dump this one, either the Elder or the Countryman. We don't know yet. This is really just showing off what they got. You also have French toast out here. Big pancakes, that's a pancake. Nachos as well, and the burger. I mean, this guy, that is a tower of a burger. Fried egg on top, that one's, which one's that called? That's the Big Boss? Yeah, it is. That's a big boss of a burger right there. You can't go wrong. All the food out here is just creamy, it's delicious. It has the perfect level of spices and seasonings that you want. If you're out here in Fredericksburg, even if you're around the area and you're looking for a good brunch spot, this is the place to check out.
Family run. I got my son, my daughter, my wife working here. And we take pride in what we do. We really like what we do.
And you could tell, I mean, from the moment we walked in, we were greeted. The hospitality in here is just over the top as well. And you guys really make somebody feel welcome as soon as they come in here.
Thank you.
And I mean, and above all else, the food is just top notch. You guys are killing it. Give me one more one. There we go.
Thank you.
Bam! Great food. I'm gonna keep eating this right here. Now, we're cruising to the Alamo City for a new ice house serving up barbecue and a good time. If you're looking for a great spot in San Antonio to bring the entire family this summer to sit outside, enjoy yourself, eat great barbecue, and listen to live music, look no further than the Windmill Ice House, a brand new spot that we're gonna go check out. Joining me now is Tinsley. She's one of the managing partners out here at Windmill Ice House. And right in front of us, it's like pretty much everything you got on the menu and more. I mean, this is an incredible spot. It's right here basically in a spot of San Antonio that's so unassuming. You wouldn't expect a property size like this to be out here where people can come and enjoy themselves outside, especially with barbecue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like in the heart of a neighborhood.
That's right. And our goal here, we got really lucky finding this 1 acre property out here so close to the loop. And we just want everybody to feel like they can come out and enjoy a backyard barbecue, feel like they're in the country without really having to leave the city.
Right in front of me, this is a specialty menu item, not always on the menu, but
Special.
You'll be lucky. Yeah, when you come out here, you gotta ask, are the dino beef ribs out there on special? But check this out. I mean, you guys are low and slow out here, right? So everything that comes off is a lot of love, but look at that.
Yeah.
And this thing is just rocking. So juicy. I mean, the tray right here, it's just covered in all that goodness. Yeah. Seasoning on the outside, the bark looks incredible. And you can tell, look at that, just super tender. And that's how you know that this is ready to rock and roll. I gotta take a bite out of this.
Absolutely, I've been waiting.
I'm going in for the real deal, y'all. Dino beef ribs out here at the Windmill Ice House. It don't get much better than that. Come on! The rich flavors of that beef, I mean, when you get that bite, you're gonna mix it up a little pico de gallo, a little pickle and onion on there, and you can't beat it. The bark is killer. I love the seasoning. Can you give me the secret on the seasoning, or is that like you gotta take it to the grave?
No, I might get thrown in the pit.
Yeah. You'll be on special at one point. Yeah. Look at that, little burnt ends. And there's something sweet going on them too. I love that flavor that's on there. And you can either have them by themselves, you can dunk it in something, maybe even the pinto beans, right? It's kind of a popular thing to do.
Add whatever you want. I mean, I like to put them in the mac and cheese. They're delicious in there. For the cream corn.
Wow. Adam's on the pit. Who's in the kitchen cooking up all these delicious items?
So that would be Gary, our kitchen manager, who is fabulous.
Greens, mac and cheese,
I know,
green beans.
the green, yeah. We wanted to add some just, you know, other than the typical just barbecue sides, the collard greens. Should we do it? And we should.
That's a shut your mouth bite right there. Woo! Check this out, y'all. You can already tell. Holds up on its own weight, you pull on it, falls apart. That's good brisket, okay? Nice little bark on there, smoke ring as well. Trimmed nicely so you got some fat. And you have two sauces as well, which is kind of like blasphemy in Texas.
Yeah,
but if you got it, why not? I mean, that's kind of where it's all transforming.
See, and you went for the mustard.
I did go for the mustard sauce.
You went for the mustard.
This is the brisket with their mustard sauce that they're making in-house in case you're a sauce person. Here we go. Give them some love. Woo! Now, if you have enough time to try everything on the menu, I highly recommend trying just a little bit of everything, right? You got turkey, you have the chicken, sausages, brisket. You also have the white bread tortilla option, which is, you know, dealer's choice. Pickles, onions, all the side items. The collard greens are outstanding. So are the green beans, the pinto beans, the cream corn. I mean, honestly, this is a really cool spot that just opened up here in San Antonio, and we're super lucky to have something like this. You have that little piece of ice cream over there just been kind of floating away as we've been talking, but what's that dessert item you got over there?
So we have, you can get a cookie or you can get peach cobbler with a scoop of ice cream. You can also just get ice cream if you want, but if you get the cobbler, you automatically get the ice cream.
You just get the cobbler.
Yeah, so just get the cobbler.
You get the ice cream,
yeah.
Too. Now, you got to get all the savory items when you come out here to the Windmill Ice House, but if you're going to get dessert, this is the one to get. Peach cobbler, ice cream on top. You can see, man, on a hot day, this poor ice cream, it only can stand so long, especially on top of a nice bed of hot peach cobbler. I want to get some of the crust, a little bit of the ice cream on there. Here we go. That's the bite. Now, that's peach cobbler, man. This place is awesome. But you guys come out here, the Windmill Ice House. I mean, just right down the road, right off 410 in Nacogdoches. This is a spot to come to. So many options. I got to keep going in, though. You know, this Dino beef ribs where it's at. Follow them on social media to know when they got it. All right, I got them for more mac and cheese. Here we go.
Yeah.
Coming up later on Texas Eats, we check out a roast beef debris and fried shrimp po' boy in Houston.
If I could pick my last meal, I'm pretty sure this would be it.
And next, get ready for a wild Waco brunch spot that puts all their cards on the table.
If you're hungry, this is a spot to go to. You're looking for somewhere with sports memorabilia, this is a spot to come to.
So don't go anywhere. Texas Eats will be right back.
Welcome back to Texas Eats. Now we're here in Waco, Texas to go inside of a card store and memorabilia shop plus a restaurant. Or it's a restaurant and a card store and a memorabilia shop. Either way, they're serving up a lot of fun and great food. Let's go inside, butter my biscuit. Joining me now is Lee Bankston, the owner out here at Butter My Biscuit. And right in front of us, biscuits in all different forms covered in gooey, cheesy, eggy goodness. I mean, there's gravy on stuff, sour cream, it's over the top. But first off, I mean, what an unassuming location for a brunch spot.
It has cards, memorabilia, all kinds of collectibles. There's a predator on the wall. He's just looking at us.
I know.
How did this happen?
It was really all by accident. I mean, my husband and I, he's had this business since he was a kid over here, and he just looked at this place to start a little game shop. And I'd been catering for people at church and different things. He's like, hey, I got a kitchen for you. So I'm like, okay, sure. And then just people kept coming and started coming. We used to just be open on the weekends. Now we're open for brunch all the time. So we ended up with a restaurant with a little bit of a game store in it.
If you're hungry, this is a spot to go to. You're looking for somewhere with sports memorabilia, this is a spot to come to. Games, all kinds of stuff. I don't know if we're gonna leave. I really don't. Right in front of me, this thing is like steaming, gooey hot. Biscuits, eggs, a little bit of salsa on there, pimento cheese, potatoes, gravy. What is this one called?
This one's called the What Bryn Had. It was named after my husband. It was, again, another accident. We just are a conglomeration of happy accidents.
Oh, jalapeno cheese biscuit, breakfast sausage, pimento cheese, salsa, potatoes, gravy. This is the bite. Here we go. That is amazing.
It's a filling. We are responsible for lots of carb comas.
I absolutely love this. This is the ultimate definition of comfort food. Texas comfort food at that. I mean, the biscuits over the top, flaky on the outside, tender on the inside, packed with flavor. The pimento cheese is so good with the salsa on there. It adds a little bit of acidity because you're gonna need it. There's a lot of cream on here. There's a lot going on. Look at this monster. What is going on here?
All right, that's our cheesy grits bowl. So we took our biscuit, we baked it into a bowl shape, kind of like you get, you know, soup in a bread bowl. I thought, well, we can do that with a biscuit. So here we go. We filled it with, once again, cheesy grits. Then we've got our cheesy scrambled eggs, some bacon, pimento, all the yummy stuff right on there.
I will grab a fork. You're going in with me on this one.
I'm going in on this guy.
I'm gonna get some grits.
Yeah,
I want
the grits.
A little bit of the
so
biscuit.
good.
Look at that.
Bacon.
Cheers.
Yep, cheers.
Oh, wow. Those cheesy grits are so good.
They're so good.
The cheese grits are like the best smooth grit texture that you want. Because I bet you they're like 30% grits. That's 70% cheese.
Cheese and milk.
Yeah. Oh, man. Right in front of us, this one right here, it got a little bit of bacon action going on in that one as well.
That's the Boss Boy right there. So that is, it's on the menu as like the way my granny used to do it, because when she used to make me biscuits and gravy, she would tear the biscuit up for me and put the gravy on it, so I didn't even have to just do anything but just grab a bite and eat it. So that was,
Here, get a little bit of this action with me too.
One.
Let's get a little.
So you got gravy and potatoes, because everything's better with potatoes fried in bacon fat. That's what makes it yummy.
That's the bite right there. Oh, wow. This right here is called a bonut. It is fried shortcake biscuit dough. This one has strawberries in it. On the menu, they're gonna be rotating seasonally out with different fruits. I'm gonna get a bite of it, get some of this whipped cream, a little bit of fruit action on the side, and some of this fried goodness as well. I love that they're reinventing biscuits in so many different ways out here. That's a bite. That's insane. So happy that people react so positively to your food. It's over the top. I love all the flavors here. There's even nachos that are on the menu. These things are massive, over the top. And then you have French toast made out of the biscuit, but it's like a bread pudding in French toast form.
It is. We just take all our leftover biscuits, which are hard to come by some days, and I'll just mix them with eggs and cream, just kind of like you do a normal bread pudding. And then I change the flavor depending on what sounds good or what's in season. And then, so today's is peach cobbler, you can tell. So it's got like a good fresh peach topping on top.
All right, I know it's in front of you. I'm gonna steal this one right here.
I will allow that.
You also have great drinks out here, lattes, beer, Bloody Marys, all the things, mimosas. But I'm gonna take a bite out of this. You guys, butter my biscuit up here in Waco, Texas. If you wanna come get collectibles, memorabilia, sports things, I mean, this is a spot to come to, but come up here for the food. You're gonna be pleasantly surprised. Everything is over the top. This is comfort food all the way down to the desserts. I gotta take a bite out of this guy though.
Yeah, you gotta try that guy.
Thank you so much for having us out here.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
That's the bite.
I do love that.
No, it's all good.
Coming up later on Texas Eats, we cruise to Blanco for a cafe offering outrageous brunch food and baked goods.
Chess Club Cafe. Why that name?
I
Is there
know.
chess happening here?
I have none. Absolutely zero.
And next, we check out a roast beef debris and fried shrimp po' boy in Houston.
If I could pick my last meal, I'm pretty sure this would be it.
So don't go anywhere. Texas Eats will be right back.
Welcome back to Texas Eats. Now we're here in Houston, Texas to try some Cajun Texas fusion. Let's go inside BB's Tex Orleans Cookin'. Joining me now is Brooks Bossler. He is the founder and CEO out here at the restaurant. And man, this is it. This is the spread you want when you come out here. A little bit of Texas, a little bit of New Orleans. This is like the fusion that you've been craving, and it's right here in Houston, Texas. Right in front of us, though, this is what everybody wants.
That's it.
That's the crawfish boiled.
Yeah.
Now, is this a recipe that you grew up with, or how did you get going into all this food?
I grew up eating crawfish on Good Fridays in Central Texas. And then in Louisiana during the season, but my dad had an annual Good Friday crawfish bowl. We're the only people that were doing crawfish back in the days.
Everybody was cooking it up.
That's it, man.
So you got some of these recipes from your family. Have you evolved any of this into what it is today?
Yeah, you know, this recipe here is from my chef and I, just kind of playing around in the lab, and we developed it about 10 years ago. Our crawfish is a 3-step process. We get a lot of seasoning from the boil water. We have a dry spice we hit it with. Then we have a really nice wet sauce we hit it with, and we just mix it all in really good together. We're really big on our add-ons. We have like 20 different add-ons.
You got a little twist action on there. Now you got to go for the head.
You got to.
The seasoning that's on here, it's got a little kick to it, which is nice. And you offer like a spicy and a non-spicy version, right?
We do, yeah. This is our spicy version. We call this our Tex Orleans style. It's kind of what we say.
Give me some elbow, man.
Made us famous, baby.
BB's is known for their Cajun cuisine, and the seafood boil out here is top notch. There's all different kinds. There's even a regular or spicy version, but you get some with the green monster that's in there, over the top. Brussels sprouts, edamame, and all the seasoning that's in there. It's just so good, all the way down to the middle of that little crawfish. These two in front of us are probably some of the largest po' boys I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, there's almost a pound of protein on this one, the surf and turf. It's off the chain.
All right, surf and turf. I see the shrimp. What else is going on?
We got shrimp, roast beef, and then our roast beef debris and a lot of gravy mixed in.
The surf and turf. Here we go. Oh.
Killer, huh?
Give me some more.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, killer, bro. We bring the bread in from New Orleans. It's the best French bread in the world. Leidenheimer Bakery. It's absolutely amazing.
It's so light, crunchy, but tender on the inside.
Yeah.
But the shrimp, y'all are treating that shrimp with like the most delicate hands. The breading on the outside is nice and crispy, but on the inside, the shrimp is nice and tender. That debris is like money though. The surf and turf out here on the menu on the po' boy sandwich is not your typical surf and turf. It's actually fried shrimp and a little bit of debris. Now that debris is just like shredded roasted beef, right? And it just falls apart, super tender, and the bread is actually shipped in from New Orleans. It is out of control. The French bread on there is super crispy on the outside, nice and tender on the inside. And then you don't even need a sauce. It has its own sauce in there. It's one of the best bites that I've had. The Tex Cajun fries out here at BB's, baby. That's the bite right there. Oh,
good, huh? Yeah.
Bro, that's beyond good.
Yeah, it's killer. Yeah.
That has to be one of the most popular dishes on the entire menu, man.
Absolutely. It's one of our most popular appetizers. We invented that dish to help all the late night party goers kind of soak it up. Got to soak up the party, man. And
right.
And they would come in and tear that up, and I can't tell you how many people said, dude, your Tex Cajun fries saved me. I'm a new man this morning.
You got to save room for dessert. You got a sweet tooth. You got a bread pudding that's unlike anything else. Talk to me about what's going on.
That's my mama's recipe, another one of hers. And she does a little different, as you can see. It's a meringue topping and a rum sauce.
Meringue on top, bread pudding on the bottom.
And yeah, it's been on the menu since day one.
Oh my God. Cheers.
Brother, absolutely.
You guys, all the way from the boil to the po' boys. I mean, the Tex Cajun fries. out of this world delicious. I'm so glad that you were introduced to this at a young age and you brought it along with you. You have evolved it. It's here in Houston, Texas. BB's is a spot to come to, multiple locations. Yep. And I mean, it's just killer. This is such a great fun spot. And as you can see, everybody else knows it is too. So this is a spot to come to when you're here. Thank you so much for having us out here. Don't forget to grab some classic New Orleans inspired cocktails as well. Here you go. Cheers, sir.
Cheers, brother. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, this is great.
Coming up later on Texas Eats, we travel to Hondo for our perfectly named pizza joint.
I'm gonna go back to the angry. I'm not mad at it, I'll tell you that.
Right. And next, we cruise to Blanco for a cafe offering outrageous brunch food and baked goods. So don't go anywhere. Texas Eats will be right back.
Welcome back to Texas Eats. Now we're here in Blanco, Texas to go inside of a little diner that's serving up big portions of delicious comfort food. Let's go inside Chess Club Cafe. Joining me now is Emily Becker. She is the co-owner out here at the Chess Club Cafe. Lots of delicious food in front of us. I have to know though, Chess Club Cafe. Why that name? Is there chess happening here?
None. Absolutely zero. We are the namesake of a group of guys that used to play here when the place was vacant. So we've held on to it, run them off, but we've held on to the name.
This one right in front of me grabbed my attention instantly when I saw it. This is a big plate of food.
That is our cowboy breakfast. It is probably our most popular breakfast on our menu, and it is our hand-breaded chicken fried steak topped with our homemade cream gravy. It's served with a side of homemade toast, some home fries, and 2 eggs any style. Today we have sunny side up eggs for you.
Check that out. Chicken fried steak, egg, potato, all in one bite, made from scratch. Yep. Love it. That's the bite. If you can eat this whole thing, you won't be eating for the rest of the day. Now, if you're looking for something a little more approachable, right? This is the one to get. Talk to me about this Benedict dish.
This is our Queen's Choice. It is a toasted English muffin topped with slices of fresh green avocado, some smoked turkey, poached eggs, poached perfectly, and our homemade hollandaise.
We got to check the poached egg. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Look at that. Oh, man.
Beautiful.
That hollandaise and that egg yolk together, that's like the ultimate bite. Here we go.
Primo. Primo.
Did you say primo? That's
Primo.
my word. Primo. Once again, give me the nuts.
Again.
Great job, Steve. Steve is a classically trained chef who's been in the restaurant industry for decades. And when you see the food when it comes out to your table, you can tell there's a lot of passion and a lot of knowledge. Yeah, I would have to say I've had a lot of Benedicts in my day. This is definitely top 3. This has to be up there. I love everything about this. This sandwich, I mean, this looks loaded.
Okay, that is our soprano sandwich, and it has ham, smoked turkey, salami, lettuce, tomato, red onion, pesto mayo on our homemade bread, and the Swiss cheese. I almost forgot the cheese.
Okay, so Swiss cheese.
Oh, and Parmesan cheese.
So Swiss cheese, Parmesan cheese. I mean, you're making the bread in-house. You got the salami, tomatoes. Now this one looks a little bit bigger than his friend over here, so I'm gonna give this a bite. Look at that. That's a sandwich. Look at the bread on this thing. Here we go. Oh, no. That's a 5-napkin sandwich right there. The bread, though, what a great vehicle for all that flavor. The Parmesan cheese and the Swiss cheese together, just add that slight bit of little cheese funk that you want in that bite.
And Parmesan is just not something you find on sandwiches all the time.
Right.
But
do us a favor, Texas. Let's put some more Parmesan on the sandwiches. All right, we're moving on over. This is more like Sunday dinner at Grandma's house. You got the meatloaf.
And not only are we gonna top it with that like traditional like ketchup topping, but we're also gonna throw some homemade brown gravy right on top of it. So you're gonna get a double whammy there.
I want to get a little bit of everything all together. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's the bite.
That's dinner.
That's dinner right
That's
here.
dinner. Let's think. You like it? Okay, fantastic.
It's the salty, it's the fatty, it's the sweet. It's like the perfect bite. And it's again, big portion, man. You can make a sandwich out of this later. You eat half, save half for later. But if you love meatloaf, this is where you need to come to. This is probably one of the best meatloafs.
Thank you. I agree.
This is top notch.
Thank you.
I agree. I hope so.
I agree. It's fantastic.
Yes. Chef's Club Cafe, y'all. Thank you so much. Blanco, Texas. This is where it's at. You come out here, you can get your sweets, you can get your savory, you can get a little bit of everything all mixed together. This is awesome, Emily. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay.
Wave, Steve, wave!
And next, we travel to Hondo for a perfectly named pizza joint.
I'm gonna go back, the Angry. I'm not mad at it, I'll tell you that.
Right. So don't go anywhere. Texas Eats will be right back.
Welcome back to Texas Eats. Now we're in Hondo, Texas to check out a pizza spot that's making some incredible za. Let's go inside Hondo Pizza Company. Joining me now is Justin Myers. He's the co-owner out here, and I'm super excited because you guys got all different kinds of pizzas and sandwiches and calzones on the menu. But what got you started in pizzas?
Food has always been a passion of mine. I mean, clearly, it's something that has been part of my life. There was nothing else that I could cook with the passion that I could cook pizza with. I was drawn to it. You know, years later, we're still doing it. We're just rolling it out.
This one's special because it's got a little kick to it, right? So talk to me about this pizza here.
It does. We lovingly call this the Angry. So the Angry sauce is our Serrano-infused sauce. We call it the Angry because sometimes it's only a little angry. Sometimes it's very angry.
It all depends on the day, right?
It depends on the day, and depends on how angry I was when I made it.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Angry, we'll give it a try.
A little bit, little.
That's really nice though.
It works.
Nice and spicy. I love the dough, good body to it.
Thank you.
It's an appropriate amount of spice. It's not over the top, and I like that.
Yeah, it's not a tough guy challenge by any stretch, David.
Wow. I had to go in for 2 bites. That was good. Great job, man. The calzone.
Sure.
Sometimes people make fun of it. They're like, just get a pizza.
Right.
I like a good calzone, though.
Right.
You know?
So we'll put whatever you want in it.
Oh,
but today, I made you my favorite. We got meatball, we've got red onion, we got pepperoni, we got black olive, and we had a ricotta garlic sauce that we made. The secret, too, is we finish it off with Sicilian oregano. Don't be fooled by other oreganos, dude.
Right. I'm going in for the real thing. Look at that bite. That's a bite. Wow. The calzone is loaded out here. You can put whatever you want inside, and it's huge. So you have enough for lunch and for dinner.
So this is the focaccia bread we make here, and that's also, we get the brisket made right down the street at the maze, the corn maze.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they make our brisket year-round over there, the Graph 7A.
This is the brisket grilled cheese going in for the bite. That's a phenomenal bite.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
love that. It's homemade focaccia bread. So you load that up, you put some jalapenos on there, you put some more flavor on it, you take a bite out of it, it's over the top. You're gonna need at least 5 napkins to finish this thing. The focaccia bread is outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
Do you ever just eat that by itself?
All the time. All the time. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. I swore I would never have a chocolate pizza on my menu. You have the Hershey's chocolate, you have to go with the Jiffy Puff marshmallows.
Okay.
No substitutions.
Right.
And then graham crackers, and you're good to go.
All right, so grab a slice with me here.
Yeah.
Oh. It's getting stuck to my mouth. That's how you know it's real. That's good. You're doing a dance over there. You
can't help it. You can't help it.
You get a glass of wine, you get a cold beer, you get some really great slices of pizza, a calzone, a sweet pizza, or a salad. This is great for the whole family. You even got a little spot in the back to play a little bit of cornhole, a little putt-putt.
Little putt-putt? Absolutely. Yeah. Cold beer and a putt-putt, never hurt.
Thank you so much for having us out here, you guys. When you're visiting Hondo and you want a slice of pizza, look no further. I mean, it's in the name. You guys got to visit this spot. I'm going to go back to the angry. I'm not mad at it. I'll tell you that. Welcome back to Texas Eats. Now we're here in San Antonio, Texas, on a mission to pair Shiner Bock beer with delicious food. And that's why we're out here at Frollo's. Let's go inside. Joining me now is Chef Sarah Lanero out here at Frollo's. Thank you so much for having us out here. We have 3 different pizzas right here in front of us, plus we have 3 different Shiner beers, the Sea Salt and Lime, the Shiner Bock, and the Blonde. The first one that we have right here is the Sea Salt and Lime. Which pizza do you recommend to pair with this beer?
The Little Hottie, basically it's like a Southwestern pizza. It's got chicken, jalapeno, cilantro, corn, tomato, and it's got a spicy sauce, so I think it would go really well with the lime.
Grab your beer with me. We're gonna go in for its slice here. How long has Frollo's been here?
We've been here since 2004.
Cheers to you. The Little Hottie Pizza, Sea Salt Lime Shiner. Here we go. Look at that. The spice really complements the lime flavor that you're getting, the acidity from the beer, and vice versa. It really is just a really nice bite. The tomatoes on there are really bright as well. Overall, it's a very complimentary bite. And the beer in there, I mean, plus you get to enjoy a little bit of the saltiness coming from there, and it kind of adds that extra little saltiness that you want on the pizza. All right, so the Sea Salt Lime, the Little Hottie Pizza, a great complimentary bite. But now we're gonna go on to the Shiner Bock. This is the original. This is like the fan favorite. You actually have it on draft here at the restaurant as well. And which one do you recommend pairing with this beer?
The Game Time. It's gonna have spinach, Italian sausage, mushrooms, red onions, and garlic. And then it's called the Game Time because it has venison, pepperoni.
And that's the game.
That's
you guys
the
are
game.
clever.
Yeah.
You guys are clever. All right, I'm gonna go for this slice right here. And this one, a little bit more delicate, a lot lighter than the other one, but it looks like it has a lot of bold flavor on there. Look at the garlic chunks on there. You guys aren't playing around with the garlic. And this one goes with the Shiner Bock beer, Game Time Pizza here at Frollo's. Here's the bite. Where do you source the venison from?
From Broken Arrow Ranch in Bandera.
Oh, so it's local.
Yeah.
Very cool. I love the bite that's on here. The spinach, the venison, I mean, the mushrooms on there. It's a little earthy. Nice crunch on the outside, again on the dough. And also that tender inside. Shiner Bock beer, I mean, it's just such a bold Bock. It's really gonna go well with these bold flavors that are on here as well. But the cool thing is, once again, they marry well. And they're not, one's not overpowering the other.
No.
So if you're out here, you're enjoying a game, you're eating your Game Time pizza, you got your Shiner Bock, that's gonna be a great bite. That's really good. Shiner Bock beer is such a classic flavor. I mean, one of the first beers I really fell in love with. This one is really good, but they also have a lighter version, the Shiner Light Blonde. And which one do you recommend pairing with this?
The Grant's pair for sure. It's a lighter pizza. It's an olive oil base. It's got gorgonzola, pears, and it has prosciutto and arugula.
This actually has a little bit more of like kind of a modern Italian kind of vibe to it, because you see that prosciutto and you have some of the greens on there as well. It's gonna give you that nice bite. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, this is Grant's pear with the Shiner Light Blonde. Here we go. Oh, wow. That's the best one. That is amazing. I would order this for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is sweet, it's salty, it's delicious.
I love the greens on there as well. It has that nice little bite to it. The prosciutto's nice as well. I'm gonna take the sip here of the Shiner Light Blonde. And see that one? It has similar notes from the Shiner Bock, but it's a little more crisp. So it's almost like a refreshing, crisp bite that you're getting with this. It almost kind of has like a champagne-esque vibe to it. So if you're gonna be brunching with it, you get the Shiner Light Blonde. It's a really good pairing with this, and no pun intended. Look at that. Hey, Shiner Light Blonde, Grant's Pear Pizza. That's my ticket to go. That's the one I would come back for every day of the week. Thank you so much for having us out here.
Absolutely.
You guys, Shiner Bock, you can get 3 different flavors right now during the summer that you can pair with all different kinds of food here in San Antonio. We're gonna keep traveling around, find some other places that are also serving up really good food that you can enjoy with it. And I'm gonna go back to the Shiner Bock here, because that's my jam.
I will buy.
To go to all the delicious restaurants that you see here on Texas Eats, you have to have a reliable vehicle, and that's why we're out here today at Vic Vaughn Toyota Bernie. And with me right now is Nelly Pantanini. Now, Nelly, you do something a little bit different out here. We always deal with Chris, but he's the deal maker currently doing the deal. So what do you do out here?
I do all the modifications and accessories for us here at Toyota Bernie to make it just for you.
And that means like the aftermarket stuff, right? Like if you want to customize and personalize your vehicle, they come to you.
Absolutely, if you want leather or just heat rejection, you know, that you can put on your sunroof, your windshield, because it's so hot here in Texas.
It is hot in Texas. Now, when you're not at work, what do you like to do for fun?
Definitely keep my tan, so I play lots of tennis.
You guys can come out here, you can get all different modifications done to your vehicles. Nelly's the one to come talk to. So when you come out here, be like, where's Nelly? Because that's where I need to go. I want to get the tint, I want to get the cool leather in my vehicle. But you know, Chris is, like we said, he's busy right now, but you can actually do the deal maker dance, right? Can you give us an example?
I'm not sure. He's got it down pat like this.
You hit him with it. Thank you so much for joining us here on Texas Eats. And to get more information on all the restaurants that you've seen on today's show, plus a map, just go to our website, ksat.com/Texas Eats. And to get more information on all the vehicles you see out here at Vic Vaughn Toyota Bernie, just go to their website, toyotabernie.com. And follow us on social media at KSAT Texas Eats on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And don't forget to join us every Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning right here on KSAT 12, because this is how Texas eats.
Live from KSAT 12, the news at 5 starts right now.
A woman run over by a car, killed just feet away from her own home. It is our top story this evening. That incident happening in the parking lot of an apartment complex on the north side. Jonathan Cotto has the details.
SAPD units lined up and crime scene tape rolled out at a small north side apartment community. That's off of 200 Deerwood Drive, located between Austin Highway and Eisenhower. Police found a woman dead and a man suspected of running her over. Investigators say 65-year-old Kyle McWilliams had parked his vehicle and dropped off a 7-year-old woman, identified by the medical examiner as Caroline Bullard, at her apartment complex. They say they both had met up for drinks. Police responded to the scene at around 10:15 p.m. to find Bullard lying dead on the ground. Investigators on scene say it appears McWilliams was backing out of the parking space when he struck Bullard with his vehicle. EMS arrived shortly after and declared Bullard dead at the scene. Police took 65-year-old McWilliams into custody for DWI and intoxication manslaughter. Reporting Jonathan Cotto, KSAT 12 News.
New at 5, a 10-year-old girl is in critical condition right now after being inside a vehicle that was T-boned over on the far south side today. That crash happening just after 2 p.m. on Highway 281 near Del Lago Parkway. San Antonio police say a vehicle was turning onto the parkway when it was T-boned by a pickup truck. 4 people were inside that vehicle that was hit, including the 10-year-old. She suffered a severe injury to her leg and was transported to the hospital. Meanwhile, 3 people that were inside the pickup truck, only one was taken to the hospital. We have new information now on a crash and shooting on Hazel Street back on Wednesday. The Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office has now identified the two people who died in that incident. 28-year-old Mercedes Perez and 49-year-old Hector Garza. San Antonio police say a vehicle crashed into a parked car outside of a home on Hazel Street. Police then say Perez got out of the vehicle and started shooting. 3 people inside the home were hit as a result of that gunfire. The Bexar County Medical Examiner says Perez died from a gunshot wound to the neck, but it's unclear right now if it was self-inflicted. As for the other person identified, Hector Garza, he was in the parked car that was initially hit. Officials say he died from a gunshot wound to the head. His death now being investigated as a homicide. 2 people who were shot inside that home were taken to the hospital. Their conditions tonight are unknown. We are still waiting for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office to release the identity of a suspect who was killed by SAPD after shooting one of their officers. That shooting happened yesterday on Lakewood Drive, just west of Loop 410 and Highway 87. Police responded to a disturbance call with a gun there. And when officers were arriving on the scene, one of them encountered the suspect on a bike. He was armed with a gun. Police say that suspect then fired 2 shots at the officer. Eventually, other officers able to catch up with that suspect and shot him in a nearby parking lot. As for the officer who was hit, he is expected to be okay and is now recovering at BAMC. He has 1 year with SAPD. New today, a local family hosting a back-to-school drive in honor of their 6-year-old who was killed earlier this year. She was gunned down during a car meetup on Mother's Day. That back-to-school event happening right now at a church on South Hamilton Street. That is where we find our Japhanie Gray. And Japhanie, how are they using this event to honor that young life that was lost?
Yes, Tim, they're doing so many good things in this community. And what makes this special is that this is actually the first event put on by the Soraya Liana's Blessings nonprofit organization. It's an organization put on by her family in honor to keep her name alive and to raise awareness against gun violence against children. Now, the family has received many donations to where there are at least 600 different backpacks out here. A bouncy house is here for the kids, music, snacks to enjoy. We got a mechanical bull out here. We're hearing they're doing free haircuts as well. All of which are things that the family says Soraya would have wanted. Again, she was shot and killed during a car meet after San Antonio police say it was a dispute that happened. The family now hoping her organization leaves a major impact on the community.
We're mainly here to make a difference for the children so the gun violence can stop. So this won't happen to another family because it's hurtful. It's very hurtful. But with this, it gives us energy, it gives us spirit, it gives us hope.
Now, Andrew Elizondo, who is the man arrested for this murder, is still in the Bexar County Jail facing a felony murder charge. He's facing up to 99 years to life in prison. Now, Soraya's family says that they want her life to be remembered for the good things in this community, which is why this event is going to take place until 8 p.m. this evening. If you still want to come out, you have a chance to come on out, enjoy some fun, but do it in honor of Soraya Perez. Japhanie Gray, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Japhanie. Happening overnight, a man is in critical condition after he was stabbed multiple times and robbed on the north side. This incident happened just before 3 o'clock this morning on McIlvain, not far from West Woodlawn Avenue and I-10. San Antonio police say the suspect pulled the man out of his car and then took it. A witness who went to check on the man discovered that he had also been stabbed. The victim was taken to University Hospital. The debate over masks here in Texas continues. Late last night, Attorney General Ken Paxton sending a tweet saying that he has taken the fight to the state Supreme Court, saying, quote, "The rule of law will decide," end quote. This coming after Governor Greg Abbott's bid to overturn local mask mandates failed. The Fourth Court of Appeals here in San Antonio tossed out Abbott's appeal to nix an order by the local health authority to mandate mask wearing in public schools. The Schertz-Cibolo Universal City District announced earlier this week they will not require masks at their schools, including the ones located here in Bexar County. To see how other districts are reacting to the mask debate, just head over to our website and look for the story at KSAT.com. CVS pharmacies will start giving a third dose of the Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines to immunocompromised people. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration and the CDC gave the green light to do that this week. People will be able to schedule vaccination appointments on CVS.com starting today. A spokesperson says people will be required to attest to their eligibility during the scheduling process and again when they get that third dose. Meanwhile, the U.S. is among the nations with the highest rate of new COVID cases, and the number of new U.S. cases this month is more than 3 times the numbers for Iran and India. And health officials are concerned the upward trend will continue. John Lawrence reports.
COVID-19 still has a tight grip on the United States.
This Delta variant really has been a game changer.
More than 1.5 million new COVID-19 cases so far this month in the U.S., according to Johns Hopkins University.
Some of us thought that we might see a surge come the winter time, but now we're having a surge in the summer when this was supposed to be the quiet period.
8 states, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Nevada, and Texas, account for around 24% of the nation's population, but about 51% of COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S., according to a CNN analysis of Health and Human Services data.
This is not staying in the South, where this force of infection is so strong that we're now seeing it move up into the Midwest.
Officials in Dallas County, Texas said Friday there were no ICU beds for children left in the county.
If your child has a congenital heart defect or something, needs an ICU bed, or more likely if they have COVID, need an ICU bed, we don't have one. Your child will wait for another child to die.
This as the country waits for an authorized vaccine for those 12 years and younger.
Children have become the collateral damage of adults who've made a personal choice not to be vaccinated. These children who are falling ill have been infected by unvaccinated adults who are in their environment.
I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Still ahead on the news at 5 this Saturday, Haiti rocked by a 7.2 magnitude earthquake. We have the latest video from the ground and more on the rising death toll there. Welcome back. A federal judge in Texas is ordering the Biden administration to reinstate a Trump-era border policy that required migrants to stay in Mexico until their U.S. immigration court dates. President Joe Biden ended the policy known as Remain in Mexico when he took office earlier this year. Back in April, Texas and Missouri sued the federal government, stating it led to a surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border that has inflicted costs on the states. A judge ruled late Friday that the Biden administration, quote, failed to consider several critical factors, end quote. The judge put his ruling on hold for 7 days to allow the administration to appeal. And parts of Haiti tonight destroyed after a 7.2 magnitude earthquake rocked that country earlier today. The U.S. Geological Survey says high casualties are probable and the disaster is likely widespread. At least 227 people are dead so far. The earthquake initially prompted a tsunami warning, but not long after that warning, the U.S. tsunami system canceled that alert. Aftershocks are now a big concern for Haiti as emergency crews continue to work to find survivors and to assess all of that damage.
Very sad scenes there. Meanwhile, here at home, we've got a great amount of blue sky. We've had some fair weather cumulus clouds around for the most part, and that sunshine has allowed our temperatures to skyrocket back into the mid to upper 90s this afternoon. We have a much higher chance of rain tomorrow. We'll talk about that coming up shortly. But first, the aquifer today is down almost half a foot, and in your pollen count looking really good here. Molds have been elevated all week. Today they are finally low with a count of 370. More on tomorrow's thunderstorm chances coming up next.
It is a hot Saturday out there, Katie.
It is, and really not much rain this afternoon to cool a few folks off. That will change tomorrow. We expect a higher chance of afternoon and evening thunderstorms as we wrap up the weekend on Sunday. Before we look ahead, let's see what we've got going out there currently. The air temperature is the number in white. The heat index, or what it feels like to our bodies when you factor in the humidity, that is the number in yellow. And we do have some heat indices out there near or several degrees above 100. So plenty toasty. Unfortunately, and not much of a breeze out there today. Our winds have generally been about 5 to 10 miles per hour. This evening, it is for all of us going to be warm and muggy. We will, though, carry a chance of a spotty shower or non-severe storm, essentially through about 9-10 o'clock this evening. Once we get past sunset, we'll really start to see our rain chances dwindle. But we do have some activity trying to skirt in from the north, so that's why I'm going to leave in about a 20% chance for some spotty thunder showers through about 9-10 o'clock this evening. evening and even overnight, I can't rule out a stray shower here or there. At first glance, looking at satellite and radar, things do appear pretty quiet, but we've had a decent amount of some coastal thunder showers pop up this afternoon, and they've been trying to move to the west. So places from DeWitt County down to Goliad, Beeville, even there just north of Three Rivers around 281, we've got some heavy downpours and a few lightning strikes as well. But off to the north, this is the activity that's going to keep our evening rain chances lingering for several more hours. We've got a couple of spotty showers popping up even as far south as Bryan there, closer to the Austin area. As you look at the big picture here across Texas, a lot more shower and thunderstorm activity across the northern tier of the state, generally right along the I-20 corridor. It's been a pretty rainy day up near that part of the state. This activity is going to slowly drop south tonight and into the day tomorrow. And as we heat up tomorrow afternoon, it's going to kind of reinvigorate this activity. Essentially, we've just got a weak boundary here that's producing these showers and storms, and that energy will drift south into tomorrow, and that'll give us our higher chance of some storms as we get into Sunday afternoon. So let's take a look at Futurecast. I'm going to take you slowly here through the rest of the day today and then through the day tomorrow. So I'll keep a very close eye this evening on that activity off to our north. I do think a lot of it will fizzle out once we get past sunset and as we lose the heat of the day. But several of our forecast models do want to keep some showers and storms around after sunset through about midnight. And then after that, things do continue to fizzle out. So if you're north of Highway 90, you really have the better chance to see one of those isolated showers or storms this evening. Overnight, fairly quiet. And a fairly quiet start to the day tomorrow, mainly just humid. As we approach lunchtime, that's when we could start to see the beginnings of some showers and storms popping up in the hill country once they begin to blossom. They'll likely move pretty slow, but begin a gradual southward trek toward the Highway 90 corridor by about this time tomorrow afternoon. So once these thunder showers start to pop up tomorrow, they'll essentially be possible for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Very similar to what I'm expecting today. Activity tomorrow should gradually fizzle after sunset, but even into late tomorrow night, we'll hold on to a chance of some isolated rain. So our highest rain chance tomorrow will come in the afternoon and evening hours, and I chose this for our background. This is a cumulonimbus cloud. I do think you have a good shot at seeing clouds like this tomorrow as those thunderstorms develop. So here's your Sunday forecast by lunchtime. Activity starting to develop, and then it will fill in through the afternoon and evening. One thing to note, not expecting really anything in the way of severe weather tomorrow, but you certainly could have some heavy rain, and you certainly could have some flashes of lightning, gusty winds as well. I was going to give you a quick update on the tropics. We ran out of time. I'll have a full rundown for you on Tropical Storm Grace and Fred tonight on the Nightbeat at 10. We'll also talk more about tomorrow's storm chances. Tim?
Now we've got even more of a reason to tune in at 10. Thank you, Katie. All right, Andrew, it's nice to see NFL football back, even though it's preseason, but the big problem with that is injuries.
Yeah, everyone wants to stay healthy through the preseason just so they can get to week one. Cowboys not really doing that at this point. When we come back, we'll recap a pretty busy injury report card for the Cowboys from last night's preseason game. Plus, single-digit jerseys up for grabs for UTSA. Who's going to get them? Got those details next.
Pro football coverage, powered by Davis Law Firm.
The primary goal of the NFL's preseason is to avoid injuries and get everyone ready for week one with everyone healthy. Even with Dak Prescott on the sidelines, the Cowboys didn't really do that last night in their second preseason game against the Cardinals. Defensive tackle Neville Gallimore was one of 5 Cowboys who left the game with an injury. The second-year starter was forced to exit midway through the first quarter. MRIs today revealed that it was a dislocated elbow, thankfully with minimal structural damage. So he's out 4 to 6 weeks, and that's the best-case scenario. Meanwhile, questions still remain for the backup quarterback position. Garrett Gilbert and Cooper Rush each completed 7 passes for 80 yards, but Ben DiNucci got significant playing time late in this one. He found Brandon Smith for the go-ahead touchdown early in the fourth quarter to give Dallas a 16-13 lead. That was DiNucci's first TD in a Cowboys uniform. But that lead also didn't last, and DiNucci wasn't able to piece together a game-winning drive in the closing minutes as the Cowboys lost 19-16. Despite the offensive struggles, DiNucci isn't losing confidence.
I think I'm a pretty confident guy just in general. I think the quarterback's got to be, one of the most confident guys on the team just because of the position that he's in, just natural position of leadership. So, anytime I'm out there, I'm going to be the most confident guy on the field and trust my abilities to, the full extent, the guys around me. So it was fun to get out there and just play some ball tonight.
For as much time we spent on the end of game situations, and this is our first opportunity to win the game in a stretch. This is a great illustration of what the regular season is going to be like. So I'm looking for some ROI as what we've invested in the end of the game. So we'll definitely learn from this opportunity.
All right, next up, Dallas will host the Texans next Saturday at 7 p.m. Speaking of the Texans, Houston kicks off their preseason slate tonight against the Packers, and there are still a lot of question marks surrounding this team, namely who will start at quarterback and who will develop into the team's primary offensive threats. With so much room for everyone on the roster to prove, what does running back David Johnson hope to see out of the first-team offense tonight?
Efficiency. I think the best thing is go out and be productive. The limited snaps, like you said, and just showcase, what we can do, especially with a lot of us being together for the first time. And now the bullets are flying, so just to see what we can do with live tackling.
Kickoff tonight at Lambeau Field is at 7 p.m. UTSA is still hard at work on the practice field, and there's one reason everyone's keeping their nose to the grindstone. Single-digit jersey numbers have yet to be awarded. The tradition was started last year. Their first-year head coach, Jeff Traylor, at the tail end of camp, players will vote on who earned the right to wear single-digit jerseys with their leadership and work ethic. The top 3 members of that selection all earned the digits 210 in honor of San Antonio's area code. Every jersey number is still up for grabs right now. The 5 returners who earned that honor last year are currently training in different jersey numbers, which admittedly can make things a little difficult to keep track of.
It's a pain in the butt, let's be honest. For y'all, for me, for the professional scouts, they're like, what? Is he number 39 or is he number 0? I'm like, well, we'll find out after the 21st. I said, I imagine he'll be in 0. But those kids really love it. They love competing for those numbers. And when they leave, they want to know they left something. They want to know when they're sitting in those bleachers and they look out there at those kids in those single digits, they know what that's about. Now, if I lose 4 kids in the portal because they didn't get the right jersey number, we might change the policy.
All right, the Roadrunners will make their official selections for those jerseys after their next scrimmage on the 21st. The Southland Conference wasn't able to hold a full slate of college football last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but UIW still managed to schedule 6 games against quality opponents. They finished that stretch with a 3-3 record. But the cool part is that those 6 games didn't count as a season in the eyes of the NCAA, meaning the seniors can come back for one more round and the freshmen earned invaluable live game reps. Head coach Eric Morris views that as a huge positive for this year's group.
I think those 6 games allowed those kids to grow up, and then they're still going to be freshmen on the field. So I think that'll be good. And then also having these super seniors back. I mean, to have a group that's played so much football that are older, mature. So we've been trying to find ways to get some of these super seniors some breaks here and there, just rest their bodies. We've practiced a ton over the course of the last year and a half. So we need to get these guys to the game that have played a lot of football.
The Cardinals will play their first game against Youngstown State on September 2nd. Time for some high school volleyball. McCollum hosting an 8-team tournament this afternoon. Cowboys taking on Holmes in the second round, and the visiting squad is keeping pace early. India Gant spikes one right down the middle. That ties things up, but the Cowboys answer right back. On the very next possession, the ball here is kept alive. It heads right to Jessa Palmer, and she smokes one down the line. McCollum rolls on to the championship match with a win 2-0. Earlier in the day, great matchup between Harlandale and East Central. Indians up by a set in this one, but the Hornets in control of the second set. Kylie Bennett gets up for the huge block on set point. East Central ties the match up at a 25-set, 19-set win, so we head to the decisive third, and Harlandale pulls away late. Avery Green with the shot right over the block and down. Indians take the set 15-11 and the match 2-1. And finally, early round action between Stevens and Marshall. Rams battling back from a deficit in the second set here. Maya Moreno gets it over to Pamela Lopez for the hammer. Marshall rallies to take a 4-point lead in this set, but the Falcons respond. Isaiah Turner blasts one off the blocker and down to the far corner. Stevens wins this match 2-1, and they actually go on to win the entire tournament. As just in, the USL announced that today's match between SAFC and the New York Red Bulls 2 has been postponed due to positive COVID-19 tests among multiple individuals associated with the San Antonio squad. No further information, specific details on players or staff, or even a makeup date has been released at this time. Tim?
All right. Thank you, Andrew. We'll be right back.
Storm chances Sunday begin to pick up around lunchtime. They'll be highest through the afternoon and evening. Heavy rain, gusty winds, frequent lightning possible. Tim?
We'll look forward to it. That's all of our time. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you back here for the Nightbeat tonight at 10.
Live from KSAT 12, the Nightbeat starts right now.
We begin tonight with the latest out of Haiti as we continue to keep an eye on rescue efforts there following a severe earthquake. Tonight we can report at least 304 people are dead and a number of those injured is in the thousands. This is Tropical Storm Grace now threatens recovery efforts. We'll have a full report coming up in just a bit, but first.
It's been more than a month and San Antonio police are still searching for the person who stabbed a young street pastor on the northwest side.
Yeah, police were originally called to the scene after someone reported 22-year-old Troy Demetrius Lee had been shot, but soon learned it was not a shooting.
Now, I spoke with his mother for the first time during a tribute ceremony this afternoon. She tells me how she's been able to make peace with her son's death.
He said he wanted to master love and forgiveness. And I told him, well, if that's what you wanted to do, you've already did all that.
Nyla Roberts is the mother of 22-year-old Troy Demetrius Lee. She's sad that her son is no longer on this earth, but she has peace knowing the many lives he impacted as a street pastor.
It's perfectly fine to be optimistic and to have high hopes, but we have to be prepared for both outcomes.
The people that he was out there reaching, Troy, you know, we were those ones that were lost, gang banging, in and out of prison, selling drugs.
Lee's mother says because he had insomnia, he would get up in the late hours of the night to preach the gospel.
He would go downtown and would be there until the buses start running because he wanted to reach people and tell them about Jesus.
And it was downtown where Lee was killed on June 28th. San Antonio police found him with multiple stab wounds around 2 a.m. in the 6100 block of Ingram Road, right in front of the Hilltop Oaks apartments where he lived. Lee later died at the hospital.
I lost, a best friend to me. It really crushed me.
That we need to love one another, Father. Yes, that we need to learn to forgive one another, Father.
Joined in prayer this afternoon, Lee's family and friends gathered at his apartment for a special tribute ceremony.
Very smart, really kind, peaceful.
He and his girlfriend, Lindell Batiste, have a 6-year-old together and a baby that is due any day now. As for his mom, Robert says she forgives the suspect still at large.
I will see my child again, regardless if this person turns herself in, if they're caught, the Lord will deal with them.
A Crime Stoppers reward is still up for the arrest of the person responsible for Lee's death. If you have any information, you're urged to call Crime Stoppers at 210-224-STOP. And remember, you can remain anonymous.
1 week ago today, a suspected drunk driver going the wrong way cut the lives of 2 young women short when he crashed into them head on. Tonight, with heavy hearts, their loved ones gathered to celebrate their lives. The Night Team's John Paul Barajas reports.
Family, friends, and former classmates of Daniela Lute and Diana Rubio filled the entire pavilion at Friedrich Park to remember the lives that were taken from them way too soon.
I hear a voice say, "Hi, I'm Daniela." Met with the kind brown eyes, filled with excitement, a wide smile with a gap between her 2 front teeth that just filled your heart with joy.
Courtney, who's known Daniela since she was 4, has 21 years of memories and had plans to make many more.
Like having her as my maid of honor or godmother to my children.
With that no longer a possibility, loved ones shared their favorite moments of the girls. New memories no longer possible, but old unheard stories hopefully adding to a list of cherished moments.
Both girls hugged you and loved you like they've known you forever. And that's an amazing feeling to run into.
Cassandra Martinez, a former classmate, made shirts for tonight's celebration of life with hopes of any profits being donated to the Mothers Against Drunk Driving organization. And as the mic made its way to Daniela's dad, he opened up about how difficult it was to discipline his little girl.
I mean, she's terrified. You can see her eyes. She's terrified because she thinks she's going to get a spanking. And she says, 33. And I said, get out of my sight. Get away from me.
But through all the tears, laughter, and countless stories, the families wanted one thing to stick with everyone more than anything.
No way would I ask anyone to stop drinking. I just beg you to make a plan.
John Paul Barajas, KSAT 12 News.
Other top stories today. She was run over and died just feet away from her north side apartment overnight. It happened in the parking lot of the Montecito Apartments off Deerwood Drive near Austin Highway. Police say 68-year-old Kyle McWilliams had parked his vehicle and dropped off 70-year-old Carolyn Bullard after meeting up for drinks. When officers arrived around 10:15, they say they found Bullard lying dead on the ground. Officers tell us it appears McWilliams was backing out of the parking space when he struck Bullard. He was taken into custody for DWI and is facing a charge of intoxication manslaughter.
At last check, a 10-year-old girl was in critical condition following a T-bone crash on the far south side this afternoon. It all happened just after 2 p.m. on Highway 281 near Del Lago Parkway. Police tell us a vehicle was turning when it was hit by a pickup. 4 people were inside that vehicle that was hit, including the 10-year-old. We're told she suffered a severe injury to her leg. 3 people were inside the pickup, but only 1 was taken to the hospital. So far, no word on any charges in this case.
A back-to-school event was held in honor of 6-year-old who was gunned down on Mother's Day during a car meet. Soraya Pettis' organization, Soraya Liana's Blessings nonprofit, held the back-to-school event at the People's House Church on Hamilton Street. There, families enjoyed food, music, a bounce house, and even a mechanical bull. Volunteers also gave out free haircuts. There were also at least 600 backpacks filled with supplies and a little note made out to the other kids as they entered this school year.
I love each and every one of y'all. Sincerely, your guardian angel, Soraya.
And these words are words that will hit anybody. As you can tell, it always hits me, always hits me.
Soraya's grandmother hopes her organization raises awareness against gun violence against children. Andrew Elizondo, the man arrested in this case, is still in the Bexar County Jail. He's facing a felony murder charge and is facing up to 99 years to life in prison.
Turning now to coronavirus and the latest numbers for Bexar County. As of yesterday, the 7-day average of COVID-19 infections was at 1,391. And in our hospitals, 1,299 with 333 in the ICU and 214 on ventilators. Meanwhile, a third shot of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine has now been authorized for patients who are immunocompromised.
The decision by the CDC coming as cases of COVID-19 continues to surge across the country, and hospitals are feeling the strain. Meanwhile, as children return to school, the debate over masks continues.
Here's ABC's Zareen Shaw with the details.
Amid the growing concern over breakthrough infections as the Delta variant spreads across the country, the CDC is recommending a third dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine for a small group of immunocompromised Americans to help them better fight the virus.
The ACIP is continuing to discuss and deliberate the emerging issues with regard to duration of immunity as different variants emerge.
CVS and Walgreens now ready to begin administering these third shots with proof, but boosters are not yet recommended for the general population.
As soon as we find out that we will need to have to booster people, we're going to be ready to do it right away.
The CDC's decision comes as hospitals are struggling to keep up with the growing number of patients. Louisiana seeing its highest number of hospitalizations since the beginning of the pandemic.
We're in a bad place, and that's why we have to slow transmission and increase vaccinations.
A similar situation in Texas.
Wake up, get a clue. It is not like the flu. It is devastating our healthcare system.
Alabama's Governor Kay Ivey has issued a limited state of emergency to help support frontline workers.
It's very frustrating. Many of us feel, myself included, that this didn't have to happen with the vaccine available. And so that makes it hard.
In Mississippi, officials say a majority of those hospitalized are unvaccinated.
We've lost 4 healthy people in their 20s, 2 of whom were pregnant, 0 vaccinated.
Meanwhile, as children return to school, the debate over masks rages on.
Parents should have the right to govern their own children.
I'd much rather my child breathe through a mask than through a ventilator.
Despite bans on mask mandates by the governors of Florida and Texas, several school districts are defying those orders, requiring masks for students and teachers. Zoreen Shah, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Outside with Live Cam, hope your weekend got off to a great start today. A pretty view of downtown San Antonio. We've got a few lingering clouds out there and even a couple of showers and storms up in the hill country, but we will see a higher chance of rain as we get into your Sunday afternoon. First, today's almanac, 75 our morning low, a nice 20-degree jump up to our afternoon high of 95, and we should actually be a few degrees cooler than that tomorrow, and that'll come because of a higher chance of rain. We're looking at scattered afternoon and evening thunderstorms on Sunday. I'll walk you through Futurecast, let you know what to expect for the rest of the weekend coming up in just a bit. Tim.
Thank you, Katie. Rescue efforts continuing tonight in Haiti after that 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck the island nation early this morning, and now a new threat is on the horizon there. The latest on all of it when the Nightbeat continues. At least 304 people are dead tonight and approximately 1,800 injured after a powerful earthquake rocked Haiti this morning, the epicenter in the southwestern portion of the island. Numerous buildings have collapsed and residents are buried under the rubble. Here's ABC's Faith Abube with the details.
Haiti in a state of emergency after a powerful earthquake rocked the country Saturday morning. The 7.2 magnitude quake was followed by a series of aftershocks. The tremors felt as far away as Cuba and Jamaica. A tsunami warning was issued initially, but was lifted a short time later. The U.S. Geological Survey reporting the epicenter was 78 miles west of Port-au-Prince. Images from the town of Le Caille, a coastal town in the south, showed a church badly damaged, a crack running through the center. Major devastation also reported in the town of Jérémie, not far from the epicenter. This disaster coming on the heels of last month's assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. The country's Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, already declaring a state of emergency. Government officials, relief agencies, and representatives from the United Nations are assessing the damage. President Biden has authorized an immediate U.S. response, naming Samantha Power, the U.S. aid administrator, to coordinate the effort. And now Haiti is facing the threat of yet another natural disaster as Tropical Storm Grace heads towards the island. There are concerns Haiti could be facing the same level of devastation seen after an earthquake shattered the country 11 years ago, killing more than 200,000. Faith Abube, ABC News, Washington.
Turning to weather right now. Of course, it is hot outside, but we got some activity going on in our atmosphere right now, huh, Katie?
Yes, we're going to have a better chance of rain, especially tomorrow afternoon and evening. So if you do have outdoor plans on Sunday, you'll want to keep a close eye on the weather. And we're going to talk all about our local forecast. But I do want to start giving you a quick view of what we've got going on with the tropics. That does include Tropical Storm Grace. Don't forget about Fred, though. Fred is very disorganized. In fact, it's fallen apart so much near South Florida that it's technically just a remnant low right now, but it could intensify back to tropical storm status tomorrow into Monday here in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and could make landfall somewhere along the Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast as a tropical storm as we get into Monday. Hot on its heels, Tropical Storm Grace working into the Caribbean now, and unfortunately this could hinder the cleanup efforts there in Haiti. We do hate to see that for those folks. It is expected to continue as we get into Tuesday, riding along Cuba there, eventually working into the eastern Gulf of Mexico Wednesday, Thursday of next week. So still several days to watch Tropical Storm Grace as it gets into the Gulf. Where does it go from there? Still too soon to tell. So this is a system that we'll be keeping a close eye on for you. And of course, we'll be updating you in all of our weathercasts here on KSAT 12. Back here at home, 85, reading mostly cloudy. I do think we have mainly just some high level clouds out there for the most part. Dew point is in the low 70s here. So it feels like 89. Winds are on the light side. It's 82 in Kerrville, 79 in Fredericksburg, and 77 in Rock Springs. That's where we've had a little bit of rain activity late this evening. A view of satellite and radar does show some additional cloud cover generally north of San Antonio and Highway 90. But a feature here that I want to point out is this green line that's between Austin and San Marcos, south of Blanco, south of Kerrville. This is an outflow boundary that originated from storms earlier in the day in central and north Texas. It's made it all the way down to our part of the state here, and it's mainly helping to kickstart some additional shower and non-severe thunderstorm activity across portions of the hill country. So in western Kerr County, even into Edwards County, we've got just a few spotty showers and a few non-severe storms. We've got a few lightning strikes showing up here, but this is definitely not a big deal at all, just producing some rumbles of thunder and some spotty rain in spots. We'll have to see what that outflow boundary can do over the next several hours. It should really continue to fizzle out here as we get past midnight tonight. Just want to show the big picture. There's been a lot more rain in Central and North Texas today. Complex of storms there brought that outflow boundary down to us, and it's that energy that's going to kind of kickstart or regenerate storms by tomorrow afternoon. Futurecast doing a pretty good job of things at this hour. Not quite as much activity on radar right now as it paints east of 35, but for the next couple of hours, especially in the hill country, a spotty shower or non-severe storm will be possible, but for the most part, weather will be very quiet overnight through early on Sunday morning, mainly just warm and muggy. As we get closer to lunchtime tomorrow, that's when across portions of the hill country north of Highway 90, that's where we could see the beginnings of tomorrow's shower and thunderstorm activity. As anything develops tomorrow afternoon, it is expected to slowly drop south. So by late tomorrow afternoon along the Highway 90 corridor here in San Antonio, that's where we could see some scattered showers and storms, with activity continuing to push south into late Sunday evening. And then we'll have another scattering of some rain as we get into the heat of the day on Monday. Overall, severe weather threat tomorrow is really, really low, but I certainly can't rule out some flashes of lightning, some gusty winds, and maybe a few spotty flooding issues because any rain that falls could be quite heavy. So keep an eye out for some clouds like this tomorrow afternoon, some cumulonimbus, aka thunderstorm clouds, scattering of rain tomorrow during the afternoon and evening hours, and then another chance at some hit or miss downpours into Monday.
Definitely need to keep that Weather Authority app handy, huh,
yes,
Haiti?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right, Andrew, with the Cowboys having 2 preseason games under their belt, they definitely know where they need to make some tweaks.
Yeah, the biggest thing being the defense right now. Aside from the injuries, we need to obviously get healthy. But at this point, Dallas needs to focus on defense. It was one of the biggest places of need, heading into this season. And there were some signs of progress, but obviously a long way to go. When we come back, more on the state of the Cowboys D. Plus, UTSA's first scrimmage is in the books. Got that for you next.
Pro football coverage, powered by Davis Law Firm.
Head coach Mike McCarthy was not pleased with the way the Cowboys practiced this week, and in some ways that showed up in last night's 19-16 loss to the Arizona Cardinals. Dallas's 3 quarterbacks combined to complete only 20 passes for 215 yards, while the defense allowed Arizona to rack up 168 rushing yards. To make matters worse, the injury bug did strike. Starting defensive tackle Neville Gallimore left the game with a dislocated elbow and will reportedly be out 4 to 6 weeks. But even with all of that in mind, there were plenty of positive signs. Rome wasn't built in a day, and Dallas's new-look defense certainly won't be either.
So far, it's going well. We're starting to get a feel for everything, get a feel for the defense, the scheme. We call it system expertise, and we're working on it, and we're building on that.
We're maturing, I think I would say. We have a lot of new faces in there, so, I mean, this is what we need. We need training camp. We need just to continue to work. This wasn't our best week, leading into this game, so we need to come out of this. We just got to rally, get healthy, and we need to have a better week of practice going into Houston.
Cowboys will host the Texans next Saturday at 7 p.m. Houston is in Green Bay tonight, opening their preseason slate against the Packers. The Texans won in convincing fashion, 26-7. We'll have those highlights coming up later this hour. San Antonio native Kellen Mond saw his first action this preseason as the second quarterback on the Vikings depth chart against the Broncos. Mond completed 6 passes for 53 yards and a little over 1/2 of work. He also rushed for 25 yards, but Minnesota was kept out of the end zone in a 33-6 loss. There's still plenty for UTSA to sort out as they inch closer to the start of the regular season. Specifically, who's going to wear those single-digit jerseys? That tradition began last year in Jeff Traylor's first season as head coach. Players vote to determine who will wear numbers 0 through 9, and the top 3 vote getters earn the 210 numbers representing San Antonio's area code. It's a big step in earning respect as performing well at the team's scrimmages. The Roadrunners held their first scrimmage this afternoon. What did Traylor think was the most important thing he wanted to see?
I'm looking forward to some live tackling. I'll be throwing up over there, so nervous somebody's going to get injured. But we need to do it. We need to go to the ground, and my receivers need to, get used to take care of the football to the ground and running backs and all that. But just the live tackling piece of it.
Roadrunners will hold one more scrimmage next Saturday, August 21st, before voting on who wears which jerseys. It has only been 4 months since the last time UIW was on a football field against live competition. They played a 6-game slate in the spring instead of a full season last fall. Still, freshman quarterback Cameron Ward lit up the stat sheet, throwing for 24 touchdowns and just 4 interceptions. And now, even as still a freshman, he can't wait to get this season underway.
I'm excited for this year. Last year I had a lot of mistakes that I made. I learned from them. Me and my quarterback coach, Coach Leftwich, were working every day in the film room, watching the practice film from last year and after this practice. So just working every day to get to our try to win the conference championship and make a deep run in the playoffs.
UIW opens their season on September 2nd against Youngstown State. Tough news for soccer fans today. The USL announced that today's match between SAFC and the New York Red Bulls 2 has been postponed due to positive COVID-19 tests among multiple individuals associated with the San Antonio squad. No further information or even a makeup date has been released at this time. Special weekend, though, on the racetrack. IndyCar hosting the first of 3 races alongside NASCAR in Indianapolis this afternoon. It's the Big Machine Spiked Coolers Grand Prix. San Antonio resident Pato O'Ward earned the pole position. He led for 16 laps before finishing 5th, but Will Power was just too good. He led for 56 laps and gets the checkered flag. Coming up later in sports, it's preseason tournament time for high school volleyball. I got highlights from McCollum and a lot more. Tim?
We'll look forward to that. When you were mentioning the NASCAR and the Indy cars, I thought they were racing together. Video did not indicate that.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit more entertaining if that was the case.
It would. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Coming up on the Nightbeat, President Biden authorizing the deployment of thousands of U.S. troops to Afghanistan to help with the military withdrawal as the Taliban move to further control the nation. The Taliban now controls more than half of the provinces in Afghanistan. The country's president refusing to resign even as the nation crumbles.
Yeah, President Biden now announcing more U.S. troops are being sent in to help with the evacuation of Americans still in Afghanistan and Afghan citizens who helped the West and are desperate to get out. Here's ABC's Christine Sloan with all the details.
As the Taliban draw closer to Kabul, President Biden saying there will now be 5,000 troops there. That's an additional 1,000 troops to help with the extraction of Americans and Afghan visa applicants. The Afghan military is patrolling the streets in Kabul as the State Department begins moving personnel to the airport to help with the evacuation. Thousands of Afghans who risked their lives to help the West, now desperate for a way out.
We serve for the U.S. and ISAF forces, for the coalition forces. They have to take care about us. It is our turn to be helped.
President Biden warning the Taliban that any action taken against U.S. personnel during the evacuation will be met with a swift and strong response. Afghan President Ashraf Ghani resisting calls to resign. His government posting this video overnight, which it claims show airstrikes on militants in Balkh province. One of the cities there, Mazar-e-Sharif, falling to the Taliban on Saturday. It's the country's 4th largest city. The Taliban now control more than half of the country's provinces, posting this video that appears to show Afghan military aircraft now in their possession. The Pentagon hopes to keep the country from once again becoming a haven for terrorists as it was before 9/11.
We're going to make sure that a terrorist threat can't emanate from Afghanistan again by maintaining robust over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities in the region.
President Biden doubling down on his decision to draw down the U.S. presence, saying he is the 4th U.S. president to preside over American troops in Afghanistan, and he will not pass the war on to a 5th. Christine Sloan, ABC News, New York.
Meanwhile, a federal judge here in Texas has ordered the Biden administration to reinstate a Trump-era border policy requiring migrants to stay in Mexico until their U.S. immigration court dates. President Biden ended the policy known as Remain in Mexico when he took office. In April, Texas, along with the state of Missouri, sued the federal government. Both states claiming reversing the policy led to a surge of migrants at the border, which inflicted costs on their states. A judge ruled late Friday the Biden administration failed to consider several critical factors, including the benefits of the Remain in Mexico policy before ending the program. The judge put his ruling on hold for 7 days to allow the administration to appeal.
Also happening around America, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers have seized thousands of counterfeit COVID-19 vaccination cards in Memphis, Tennessee. Officers say the low-quality counterfeit vaccine cards were blank and featured the CDC logo. They came in packets of 20, 50, and 100 and had numerous typos, unfinished words, and misspelled Spanish words on the back. Authorities say the cards were sent from an area of China north of Hong Kong, but the Chinese address was likely bogus. The CDC warns fake vaccine cards are on the rise, with more employees in colleges requiring people to get the vaccine, and the FBI warns buying or selling counterfeit cards is against the law.
Former Saturday Night Live cast member Horatio Sanz is being sued and is accused of sexually assaulting a minor back in 2002. The plaintiff, who was 17 at the time, referred to only as Jane Doe, is also suing NBC and SNL Studios for allegedly enabling the comedian. The lawsuit alleges Sanz began grooming the victim when she was just 14. The sexual assault is alleged to have happened at an SNL party. Sanz's attorney has called the claims, quote, categorically false. NBC and Lorne Michaels, the curator of SNL, have so far not responded to requests for comment.
A state of emergency in Arizona declared in Gila Bend, southwest of the Phoenix today after flash flooding ravaged the valley overnight. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says several helicopter rescues and evacuations are still underway. Parts of the area measured more than 1.5 inches of rain in the past 24 hours, with the Arizona Department of Transportation saying some roads have been destroyed as a result.
And in Las Vegas, 4 people were hurt there yesterday after a supermarket partially collapsed. You see the video there. The president of the La Bonita supermarket company says about 150 people work at that store and about 50 or 60 were inside at the time. The 4 that were hurt are expected to be okay. Fire officials say it was a structural deficiency which caused the collapse, but they are still investigating.
Nowadays, you can't do much without internet, and sometimes it can come at a high cost. But a new federal program may be able to help. The details next on the Nightbeat.
Free or more affordable internet. During the past year and a half, we have been more dependent on the internet than ever before. And for families that struggle to pay the bills, well, the internet was a necessity they couldn't afford. Now, thanks to a temporary federal program, 12 on your side's Marilyn Moritz says millions of Americans now qualify for free or reduced cost internet service.
Nowadays, the internet isn't a luxury, it's a necessity, especially true for kids thrown into remote learning. Like a lot of school superintendents across the country, Ray Sanchez said he was humbled to find out that 15% of families in his New York district didn't have broadband at home.
So that's a significant number when you have 5,100 students.
Now there is help because 64% of the families in Sanchez's district qualify for the federal free or reduced price lunch program. That also means they're eligible for the new emergency broadband benefit program.
I anticipate many families being able to benefit from what's been offered.
The program means a monthly discount of up to $50 off the internet bill. Who else is eligible? Those who lost their job or been furloughed, have an income less than or equal to 135% of the federal poverty line, use programs like SNAP, Medicaid, or Lifeline, or now receive a Pell Grant. Those who qualify can also get a one-time discount of up to $100 on a laptop, desktop, or tablet. The first stop is to check the FCC website to see if your internet provider participates. You can apply through your provider or online at getemergencybroadband.org. Marilyn Moritz, KSAT 12 News.
Another look outside with live cam for you tonight. Quiet in and around the Alamo City, just warm and muggy out there. We've got a couple of isolated showers and very weak storms up in the hill country. We'll take another look at radar in just a couple of minutes, but that's why we've got slightly cooler temperatures to the northwest, 75 in Rock Springs right now and 79 in Fredericksburg. Tomorrow offers a better chance of afternoon and evening showers and storms for more of us, so your rain chances will peak generally after lunchtime on Sunday. We'll walk through Futurecast once again, and I've also got an update on a big climate report that was released this week. All that coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be back.
One sure way to get people riled up is to talk about climate change. And this week there was a big news story that came out, a big report about climate change, and you've got some of the details on it.
Yeah, this is a little kind of weekly wrap up here in case you missed it. Some big movers and shakers in the world of weather and climate. And Tim is correct. If you didn't enjoy the comment sections on COVID related things, you can just hop over to some articles about this. A report issued by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC. They released their 6th assessment report earlier this week. This is a doozy of a report. It's over 3,500 pages, and this is climate and climate change information compiled by 230 scientists around the world. That's a lot of information, but meteorologist Sarah Spivey did all the hard work for you. She dug through this report and compiled the 5 big takeaways from this report. You can read the article that she put together along with some video components right now on KSAT.com. So I encourage you to check that out. One of the big takeaways from this report was that the increase in global temperature expected over the next couple of decades, leading to climate change, will also lead to more intense weather events, not just here in the United States, but around the world. And this kind of lays out the impacts that we'll be seeing across the country. So I want to point out specifically the central and eastern part of the U.S., that little hurricane icon there. Climate change, the increase in global temperature, is expected to produce more powerful hurricanes going forward. And on that note, we do have 2 tropical systems out in the Atlantic basin, Fred and Grace. We'll start with talking about Fred. Technically, it's so disorganized that it's just a remnant low, but it is expected to make landfall across parts of the central Gulf Coast as we get into Monday. There will be some heavy rain there, but Fred really won't have much time to strengthen, so any storm surge coastal impacts should be pretty minimal with Fred. Grace, on the other hand, is still much farther out in the Atlantic, starting to move into the Caribbean tonight. It is expected to move over Haiti, the Dominican Republic, eventually Cuba as we get to Wednesday, and then by Thursday of next week, so still several days away, Grace is expected to start to wander into the Gulf of Mexico. Beyond that, movement of this tropical storm is unknown. Unsure of whether it's going to take a curve to the east, very similar to Fred, or if it could take more of a westward turn. So this is a tropical system that we'll be monitoring closely over the next several days. And you can always find the latest on KSAT.com. We've got a dedicated hurricane page there if you want to keep track of what's going on with Grace. Meanwhile, here at home, our forecast, at least in the short term, will be focused on tomorrow's chances of storms. And I mentioned this earlier, but I want to continue to kind of hammer this home. Best chances of rain for most of us tomorrow will be in the afternoon and evening hours, where we are expecting a scattering of some showers and storms. High temperatures across the state today were actually a bit lower. Central and northern part of Texas, high of 91 in Dallas, 85 in Wichita Falls. There was actually a good amount of rain in the central and northern tier of the state today. That has tried to drop south into our part of the state tonight, but we've lost the heat of the day. So a lot of that activity that was much stronger earlier this afternoon in central and north Texas has really fizzled out. Nonetheless, we've got an outflow boundary that has moved south of Austin, now moving into San Marcos. I think this could maybe try to spark a spotty shower as we head into the overnight hours, and it is the reason why we've got a bit of lingering activity in the hill country, but even this activity from Edwards County over to Kerr County is really starting to fizzle out. Just a few rumbles of thunder left. Nonetheless, as that little outflow boundary drifts south tonight, there could be a stray shower here or there, but most of us will be rain-free and muggy through early tomorrow. But tomorrow afternoon, with that leftover outflow boundary, some upper-level energy, we will see some more storms develop, likely north of San Antonio in the hill country after lunchtime. Anything that bubbles up there will likely drop south toward the Highway 90 corridor into late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening. And then even this time tomorrow night, as activity continues to fizzle out, we could have some lingering showers and storms. So not everyone is going to see a ton of rain tomorrow, but there will be some scattered showers and storms in the afternoon. The overall severe weather threat is really low, but we will have some flashes of lightning. Some gusty winds will be possible as well. So if you hear thunder and you're out by the pool tomorrow afternoon, just make sure you take everybody inside. We want everyone to be safe. We'll hold on to a scattered rain chance Monday and then peel back rain chances by the middle of next week.
You know, Katie, I'm just impressed that she made it through 3,500 pages. That is a lot.
She knows the info she's looking for.
Whew, thank you so much, Katie.
Just like the movie Apocalypse Now taught us to never get off the boat, I've learned never read the Facebook comments.
Yes, no, for sure.
Have fun in there. All right, Andrew, a lot of drama in Houston over the offseason regarding their quarterback. They had their first preseason game tonight. How'd they look?
Yeah, speaking of avoiding Facebook comments, I'm sure they were doing that this entire offseason. So the Texans played their first preseason game today, and for as bad as the offseason was, it looked pretty darn good today. When we come back, we'll show you the highlights from their preseason opener in Lambeau. Plus, Clemens head coach Jared Johnson talks about the QB change coming up for the Buffaloes. Got that next.
Pro football government, powered by Davis Law Firm.
After a tumultuous offseason, head coach David Culley and the Houston Texans finally kick off their preseason at Lambeau Field against the Green Bay Packers tonight. Tyrod Taylor got the start at QB, and he was solid on his opening drive here. 2nd and 6 off play action. Taylor finds Chris Conley downfield for a tiptoe grab along the sidelines. 17 yards there, pulls the ball to midfield, and the drive ends with a 37-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal for a 3-0 lead. Taylor was 4 for 4 for 40 yards on his only drive of the game. Houston defense gets in on the fun on the ensuing drive right up the gut. Vincent Taylor out of Madison High School puts pressure on Jordan Love and forces the errant throw. The San Antonio native making an impact already. Head to the second quarter now. Texans now down 7-3. Davis Mills, the rookie, in at quarterback. Second goal at the 5. Handoff goes to Scotty Phillips, and he powers in for the touchdown. Houston leads 10-7. Mills had an up-and-down game. He finished 11 for 22 for 112 yards, but threw an interception in the red zone late in the second quarter. Houston wins it 26-7. Again, they will take on Dallas next Saturday at 7 p.m. This season, KSAT 12 Sports' big game coverage has teamed up with Texas Sports Production to bring you closer to the action with live broadcasts on MeTV and the BGC app, as well as more highlights for our website at biggamecoverage.com. Our friends at TSP sat down with a number of coaches from the San Antonio area, including Clemens head coach Jared Johnston. The Buffaloes are moving on from longtime starter Max DiDomenico, who graduated and is heading to Army. Instead, they'll look to Bren Pruski to fill those shoes. So what's Johnston's biggest message for Pruski as he prepares for this season?
What he's got to understand is he's not Max DiDomenico, and don't try to be Max DiDomenico. Right. Be Ben Pruski. And the same conversation I had to explain to Max, you're not Frank Harris. Don't try to be Frank Harris. And when you have such dynamic quarterbacks, and I've been blessed to have two of I consider the best that's come through the city with Max and Frank. They watch the other ones grow, and they want to be like them. And you got to be yourself.
If you want to catch the rest of the 17-minute interview, you can do so right now at biggamecoverage.com. Time for some high school volleyball. McCollum hosting a 16-team tournament this afternoon. This is the gold bracket here. Cowboys taking on Holmes in the second round. And the visiting squad is keeping pace early. India Gant spikes one right down the middle. That ties things up. But Cowboys answer right back. Ball kept alive here, and it heads right to Jessa Palmer, and she smokes one right down the line. McCollum rolls on to the championship match with a win 2-1. Earlier in the day, great matchup between Harlandale and East Central. Indians up by a set in this one, but the Hornets in control of the second set. Kylie Bennett gets up for the huge block. East Central ties the match up with a 25-19 set win. So we head to the decisive third, and that's when Harlandale pulls away. Avery Green with the push shot here, just over the block and down. Indians take the set 15-11 and the match 2-1. And finally, early round action between Stevens and Marshall. Rams battling back from a deficit in the second set here. Maya Moreno over to Pamela Lopez here for the hammer. Marshall rallies to take a 4-point lead, but the Falcons respond. Isaiah Turner blasts one off the blocker and down to the far corner. Stevens wins this match 2-1, and they go on to win the entire tournament. One more note tonight, Joshua Franco taking on Andrew Maloney as we speak. We'll have a full recap of that match coming up tomorrow. Hopefully
stay here later tonight.
Yeah. And it'll be on the website too, for sure. Daniel Villanueva's watching it. He'll have a full recap coming up as well.
24/7 news and sports.
You got it,
Andrew.
We'll be back after the break.
Finally tonight, something good.
That's right. More businesses and homeowners than ever before are investing in solar panel systems. Almost half of new electrical capacity came from solar in 2020, and the Solar Energy Industries Association says the U.S. is expected to deploy 3 times as much solar capacity over the next decade as was installed by the end of last. Now, if you're looking into solar, the U.S. Department of Energy has debuted a new online tool called Solar App. It's designed to streamline applications, standardize requirements, and in some cases provide instant permit approvals for installations.
You know, it'd be really good if they stopped calling me asking me if I want solar.
Take it, Tim.
Afternoon thunder showers will be here to keep you updated tomorrow, guys.
All right, thank you, Katie. That's all of our time for tonight. Thanks for watching.
Be sure to catch Good Morning San Antonio tomorrow morning starting at 6. Have a good night.
morning. It is 6 o'clock this Sunday, August 15th.
And we'll have Sarah Spivey in just a second. But first, we are following breaking news right now. Information is limited, but here's what we know so far. 2 people are dead and 3 more are in the hospital after a man opened fire at a bar on the city's east side.
Right now, what you're looking at is a live picture. We have a crew on the scene. This is a live video of what we are seeing right now. Now, the calls for shots fired came in around 3:30 this morning. Now, we're told there was a fight at the Boom Boom Sports Bar. This is the 1600 block of South New Braunfels Avenue. Police say after that fight, the suspect opened fire.
Police say there are 2 people dead and 2 people have been taken to BAMC. Again, this is information just coming into our studios, but we did hear from SAPD public information officer on the scene. Take a listen to what investigators say.
It appears that a fight happened inside of the location. As the fight spilled over outside, gunshots were heard. Multiple victims shot, all adults age. 2 were deceased here at scene. 3 have been transported to a local hospital in critical condition.
Again, 2 dead, 3 in critical condition. Officer Schuler added that this is an active investigation. They are still gathering more evidence, but this time they have not identified a suspect yet. Officer Schuler added that they are still working to figure out what exactly led to the fight and the subsequent gunfire. But again, no arrests have yet been made. So we are going to keep our crew out on the scene. Any information that comes out, we will relay it to you once it becomes updated.
That's right.
All right. Well, now let's check in with Sarah Spivey. Sarah Spivey, yesterday, hot.
Yeah, hot for us and humid too. We saw a high temperature of 96, and while there were a couple of pop-up showers, today we're going to have a better chance to see scattered rain around the metro area, but we have to wait until the afternoon. Outside right now, you can see that it is mostly cloudy, 78 degrees. Generally, temperatures this morning are in the upper 70s. Now, something to keep in mind is that, again, most of the morning here will be fairly quiet. Even around lunch, only a 20% chance for some showers, so isolated around lunch. But in the afternoon, scattered showers and storms from about 3 p.m. all the way into sunset. Sunset happens right at around 8:14 this evening, and even later in the evening, just a few isolated showers. It will not rain everywhere, but coming up in the forecast, I'll talk about if you do receive rain, what you can expect in just a few minutes. East-northeast winds today at 5 to 10 miles per hour. All that forecast soon. Sarah, Max.
Thank you, Sarah. New data from the Texas Department of State Health Services show that Bexar County has the 4th highest COVID-19 case count in the state. Health officials reporting over 21,000 new COVID-19 cases statewide. In total, there are 2.8 million cases since the start of the pandemic. State health officials say that number is expected to increase as the Delta variant spreads rapidly. Here in Bexar County, the positivity rate is 21.4% this week. That's up from the start of July, when the rate cited at 5.8%.
And the COVID situation in Dallas County worsening day by day. Area hospitals in Dallas reaching full capacity. The Dallas County Judge, Clay Jenkins, says currently there are no beds available for children in the ICU. The county judge Jenkins says, quote, if your child is in a car wreck, if your child has congenital heart defect or needs anything that would require an ICU bed, or more likely if they have COVID and need an ICU bed, we don't have one, end quote. The judge adds there hasn't been a bed in the ICU available for children for at least 24 hours.
And with the rise in COVID-19 cases in San Antonio, some people who have been infected with the virus in the past may be under the impression that antibodies will protect them against the Delta variant. However, University Health's director of hospital epidemiology, Dr. Jason Bowling, says antibodies from a previous infection will not protect you against the Delta variant. He says, quote, people have had prior infection, unfortunately, are not protected against this new Delta variant, which is causing the number of cases we're seeing now, end quote.
And if you want to get your COVID shot, there is a vaccine clinic starting today. It's happening at the Islamic Academy of San Antonio. That is 8638 Fairhaven. It starts at 2 p.m. and it goes to 5 p.m. This clinic will be open every day until Saturday, the 21st. The vaccines available will be the Pfizer vaccine.
In your morning headlines, according to the CDC, new hospital admissions for COVID-19 for people in their 30s have reached a record rate. The previous record high rate among people between the ages of 30 and 39 was set in early January, with 2 hospital admissions for every group of 100,000 people in their 30s. This week, the figure jumped to 2.5 hospital admissions per 100,000.
Now to the latest in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have taken numerous cities in just the last couple of weeks and now have reportedly entered the capital city of Kabul. Now, Taliban fighters entered the outskirts of the Afghan capital, said they are now awaiting a quote-unquote peaceful transfer of the city after promising not to take it by force. But panicked residents there racing to leave the city, with workers fleeing government offices, helicopters landing at the U.S. Embassy. The Taliban seizing nearly all of Afghanistan in just over a week, despite the hundreds of billions of dollars spent by the United States and NATO over nearly 20 years to build up Afghan security forces.
People with ties to the Afghanistan government gathering outside the White House, pleading to President Joe Biden to step in and help. The protests happened hours after President Biden authorized an additional 1,000 U.S. troops for deployment to Afghanistan. Protesters say, quote, "We want Mr. President to hear and to act immediately. We want him to act now because Afghanistan is in a tragedy, and we want him to stop the Taliban," end quote.
Well, a deadly and powerful earthquake that we told you about first here on GMSA yesterday, devastating Haiti, killing more than 300 people, injuring at least 1,800 more, and flattening homes and businesses there.
The disaster adding to the misery in the tiny Caribbean nation, still reeling from the assassination of the president last month. ABC's Christine Sloan has a story.
The U.S. now sending help to Haiti after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the country Saturday morning. A series of aftershocks followed. The tremors felt as far away as Cuba and Jamaica. The U.S. Geological Survey says the epicenter was 78 miles west of Port-au-Prince. Images from the town of Lecai, a coastal town in the south, showed a church badly damaged, a crack running through the center. In the town of Jeremy, not far from the epicenter, rubble covers the streets. People seen using heavy machinery to clear it. The disaster follows last month's assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. The country's new prime minister, Ariel Henry, declaring a state of emergency. Government officials, relief agencies, and representatives from the United Nations are assessing the damage. And U.S. aid is now deploying a team to Haiti to help with recovery. President Biden also naming U.S. aid administrator Samantha Power to coordinate the effort. There are concerns Haiti could be facing the same level of devastating destruction seen after an earthquake shattered the country 11 years ago, killing more than 200,000.
This earthquake is larger than that earthquake in 2010. It's about 2 times more energetic than that magnitude 7 earthquake. The impacts on both human life and infrastructure in Haiti are likely to be very devastating.
And now Haiti is facing the threat of another natural disaster as Tropical Storm Grace heads towards the island. Christine Sloan, ABC News, New York.
Well, happening today, the South Texas Blood and Tissue Center is hosting a blood drive. They say they need at least 600 donations a day to rebuild their blood supply. The blood drive is happening at Santikos Entertainment in Cibolo from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. To make an appointment, just call that number right there on your screen, 210-731-5590, or visit that website also on your screen, southtexasblood.org.
Time now, 6:08, 77 degrees out.
Well, you made it this far. Now you and your child need to survive the transition to college. Still ahead, we have the ultimate guide.
And take a look. Amazing views captured more than 250 miles above the Earth. We're going to explain next.
So beautiful. 77 degrees at 6:09 this morning. Sarah Spivey says there might be some scattered showers in our area. She'll explain when we come back. Some amazing views captured a little more than 250 miles above Earth.
A time lapse showing the southern lights, or aurora, Australia's from space. Hold on, just take a look. Here we go. All right, images of the phenomena taken over the Indian Ocean. They were shared by astronauts aboard the International Space Station.
Oh, it's beautiful. The colorful display is caused by strong solar winds hitting the Earth's magnetic shield.
Weather question.
Okay.
Pop quiz.
Okay, I'm ready.
What season is it right now in the southern hemisphere?
It is winter.
There you go.
Woo!
Nice.
Thinking of my toes this morning.
Glad you guys
Nice.
Can remember that. Okay.
I just figured the opposite.
It's straight up summer here for us in San Antonio.
It's too much summer.
Yeah, but we do have a shot at some rain today, guys. So let's take a look at the forecast for the day. Outside right now, it is mostly cloudy and 78. Winds are calm at the moment, but we're actually going to have a welcome wind from the east-northeast today, and that is because we've got some outflow boundaries to our north. We'll talk about that in a bit. 82 right now to start off the day in Del Rio, 77 in Cotulla, 73 in Kerrville, and 74 in New Braunfels. Now, the first part of the day here is going to be very similar to yesterday, hot and humid and fairly dry as well. We're not really going to see our rain chance work its way into the forecast until this afternoon. Let's go ahead and look at some of those outflow boundaries right now. You can see some rain just south of San Angelo, working its way through San Angelo, approaching parts of Kimball County. And this is going to generate outflow boundaries, and we're going to see some rain develop further on down to the south throughout the afternoon today. So let me take you through the future cast. Here's a look at the future cast. Right at about noon, a 20% chance for some isolated rain, but then as we head into the afternoon hours, a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. They will be very scattered in nature, all right? So not everyone is going to see rain today, but there is a chance for everyone to see rain today. And if you do happen to get a shower or a storm, know that it could produce some gusty winds, but not severe weather, but some gusty winds are possible. Heavy downpours are possible where the rain sets up. That could lead to some minor issues on streets. And then finally, claps of thunder, a few flashes of lightning are possible too. Again, unfortunately, not everybody is going to see rain. I can't promise rain for everyone today, but there is that chance, 40 to 50% chance. With the loss of daytime heating after the sunset at around 8:15, we'll see our rain chance come to an end for the day. But even if you do not see rain today, temperatures are going to be a couple of degrees cooler than yesterday because of rain-cooled air in the surrounding areas. So our high temperature around San Antonio actually expected to be in the low 90s today. Mid-90s up near New Braunfels, however. Upper 80s potentially for parts of the hill country like Rock Springs and Lakey. And then just shy of 100 degrees out toward Del Rio. Not as good of a chance for rain in Del Rio, more likely a 20 to 30% chance in Val Verde County today for rainfall. But again, here in San Antonio, here's what the forecast is going to look like. At noon, still only a 20% chance, 88 degrees, and then a 40% chance for scattered showers and storms. Now that's both a 40% chance, meaning 40% of our area will get rain, and a 60% will not. So again, keep in mind that that rain is going to be scattered in nature. A high temperature in the low 90s, and we'll have east-northeast winds today at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Then with the loss of daytime heating, our rain chances will temporarily come to an end for the day. But watch what happens tomorrow as well. We'll be waking up quiet, 75 degrees. But then in the afternoon as well, remaining outflow boundaries will fire off a few showers and storms. Chance for rain tomorrow also 40%. So 40% today, 40% tomorrow, and then looking ahead to the week, it'll be more isolated in nature, and it'll be hard to see any rain by the week's end. Now, we've really got to talk about the tropics. There is the remnants of Fred, which is expected to strengthen back into a tropical storm and impact the Florida Panhandle by early Tuesday morning. But Tropical Storm Grace, which is expected to move over Haiti, Puerto Rico today, Haiti at the early part of next week, moving over Cuba by the middle of next week, and back out into the Gulf of Mexico by the end of the week. Now, past that, it's unknown. It could impact any areas all the way from Mexico up into Florida. So we're going to keep an eye on Grace and give you an update as to where Grace is headed. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it could impact the Texas coast, so we'll keep you updated and informed. Just know that today the most pressing weather is that there's a chance for some scattered storms this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon as well. Max and Sarah.
All right. I also love the book and the apple for first day of school. Yeah. There's Bobby. Thank you so much. 6:17, 77 degrees out.
Are you a coffee lover? Yes.
Do you love something if you need it to survive?
Yes. Well, next on GMSA, we explain the reasons behind the high prices.
Speaking of high prices, if you've been shopping for a car, you might have noticed it's challenging. It's tough, especially if you're looking at used vehicles because of this worldwide chip shortage. But don't worry, next on GMSA, we have some suggestions on where to look if you want to buy. Good morning and welcome back. Shopping for a used car, truck, or SUV has become more and more challenging because of this worldwide shortage of essential parts.
Ursula Perry has some suggestions on where to look if you're in the market for a used vehicle.
The auto industry has had to cut production of new vehicles due to global computer chip shortage. But if you still need to get into a used car, you're first going to want to decide which models you're interested in. Then focus on which give you a good combination of features, quality, and price. Start with new car dealers. They generally have vehicles just a few years old for sale. And dealerships will often sell vehicles that still have an original or extended warranty in place. And don't forget to look at those auto superstores like CarMax and Carvana. You could do the whole process online and have your vehicle delivered right to you. There are also many independent used car dealers. Make sure you're getting the best financing deal there, though. And you can find cars for sale online from websites like Facebook, Marketplace, or Craigslist. But keep in mind, when shopping for a vehicle, prices can vary substantially. Prices can be based on anything from mileage and condition of the vehicle to the options and even the geographic location of your car. Ursula Perry, KSAT 12 News.
Time now, 6:22, 77 degrees out.
Have you ever wished your car could expand when needing more space to stretch your legs?
No, I've never even thought about
Wish
that.
it could just maybe take off. Next, we tell you about a concept car Audi is working on. In your morning consumer news, Audi is working on a concept for a new self-driving car that changes size to allow for more room to stretch when the driver wants to relax.
Okay, it's called the Skysphere, and when the all-electric concept car is in driving mode, it's a sports car. Lower to the ground, it has a 10-inch shorter base length, but when the car's computer takes over driving, the car expands in size, lets the driver stretch out, even take a nap.
It's like the Batmobile.
In
that process, the steering wheel, the brake, and gas pedals all fold away. This is just a concept and can't actually drive itself yet, so Audi engineers say they are not sure the car could actually be made to pass crash tests. Well, aerospace giant Boeing says its Starliner capsule is headed back to the factory after last week's delayed launch.
No word on when the next attempt will be, but Boeing says it told NASA it needs to do, quote, deeper level troubleshooting, end quote, on propulsion system valves that caused the delay.
They say they have to fix the valve issue before setting a new launch date. Boeing's Starliner is designed to eventually carry NASA astronauts to the International Space Station.
All right, now to the latest on coffee prices. That morning cup of coffee could cost you more. The New York Times reporting that the price of coffee beans skyrocketing.
It is up almost 44% this year. Extreme weather in Brazil, supply chain issues, and political unrest in Colombia are all to blame. As of now, it hasn't affected Starbucks or Nestle, but if prices remain high long enough, they will have to consider raising prices.
You know, I thrive off of the free coffee here at KSAT.
Bring
your own.
Oh, I bring my own.
Smart.
That's how you save money.
All right, 6:27, 77 degrees out.
Well, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is now speaking out for the first time since he announced his resignation. We have the details on what he had to say about the accusations against him.
Good morning, welcome back. Happy Sunday. 6:30 this morning, Sunday, August 15th. Thank you so much for starting your morning with us. A lot to get to, but first, did you make it outside yesterday?
I kind of hibernated again yesterday.
Smart. It's good. You stayed in the AC. You avoided the heat.
I'm really scared to see my AC bill. I've been having to crank it a lot lately, Sarah, because it's been hot.
Would you like an AC tip?
Yes.
Okay, you might not like this one, Sarah. The key is to keep the thermostat within 20 degrees of the outside temperature. If it's more than 20 degrees cooler than the outside temperature, it's going to be consistently running. And so if you have a high of 96, that means it needs to be 76.
Oh, I keep it at 76.
You keep it
during
at
the day.
All right. Well, there you go. At least 76. You could push it and make it a little warmer if you wanted. But who wants that? Okay, let's take a look outside. We're getting some beautiful color here to start the day. Nice, mostly cloudy skies at the moment, but a beautiful sunrise about to be on the horizon there. 78 degrees outside. Winds are calm at the moment. We already have a heat index. It feels like 81 outside. It's 73 at Bulverde, 72 at Bernie Stage Airfield, 72 in Tarpley, 72 in Hondo. In Uvalde this morning, it's 72 degrees, 75 in New Braunfels, and 73 in Seguin. So we do have storm chances today. In the afternoon, we'll see a 40% to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. And we're already starting to see some rain on the radar. We'll talk about that coming up in the forecast. So scattered rain this afternoon and tomorrow, back to school for a lot of kids. And so I'll have a look at your back to school forecast, and we'll take a check in the tropics. It looks like things are starting to heat up a bit, and even Tropical Storm Grace could make its way into the Gulf by the end of this upcoming week. So a lot to talk about in the tropics, your back to school forecast. But first, this afternoon's rain chance coming up in just a few minutes. Sarah and Max.
Thank you, Sarah. And we continue to follow that breaking news. 2 people are dead, 3 more in the hospital after police tell us a fight ended with a suspect opening fire at a bar on the east side.
That's right. We heard from the SAPD Public Information Officer and Chief William McManus this morning. Of the people shot, 2 are women, 3 men. We're told all between the ages of 20 and 30 years old. Now, here's what we know right now. It all happened in the 1600 block of South New Braunfels Avenue around 3:30 this morning.
Police also say they have not identified a suspect yet, and no arrests have been made. We do have a crew on the scene, and we'll bring you the latest updates as they become available. Well, a young father and street pastor was remembered during a special tribute at his Northeast Side apartment complex. 22-year-old Troy Demetrius Lee died from multiple stab wounds back in June. San Antonio police say they found his body near a bus stop in front of his complex, which is the Hilltop Oaks Apartments. During the tribute, people shared his love for God and his passion for impacting others. He and his girlfriend, Lindell Baptiste, have a 6-year-old child, and she is pregnant with another baby that is due in the near future. She says she has peace knowing he is still with them.
He's still here in our hearts, and we may not have him here physically, but he's still here spiritually.
San Antonio police put a Crime Stoppers out for the suspects still at large. If you have any information, you are urged to call Crime Stoppers 210-224-STOP.
Well, back to school event held in honor of a 6-year-old who was shot and killed on Mother's Day during a car meet. Soraya Perez's organization, Soraya Liana Blessings nonprofit, held the back to school event at the People's House Church on Hamilton Street. There, families enjoyed food, music, a bounce house, even a mechanical bull. Volunteers giving out free haircuts, and there were at least 600 backpacks filled with supplies. Also, a note made out to other children as they enter the school year.
I love each and every one of y'all. Sincerely, your guardian angel, Soraya.
And these words are words that will hit anybody. As you can tell, it always hits me, always hits me.
Soraya's grandmother hopes her organization raises awareness about gun violence against children. Andrew Elizondo, the man arrested in the case, facing a felony murder charge, facing up to 99 years to life in prison. In your morning headlines, outgoing New York Governor Andrew Cuomo now speaking out for the first time since he announced his resignation.
Cuomo, who is leaving office in just a matter of days, remaining defiant. Here's ABC's Phil Lepoff. He has the story.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo speaking out for the first time since announcing his resignation. In an interview with New York Magazine, Cuomo saying, "I'm not a martyr, and I feel like I did the right thing. I did the right thing for the state." It's a stunning fall from grace after a state attorney general's report found sexual harassment allegations against him credible. But even during his resignation announcement, Cuomo maintained that in his mind, he never crossed the line.
I have been too familiar with people. My sense of humor can be insensitive and off-putting. I do hug and kiss people casually, women and men. I have done it all my life.
And with New York lawmakers announcing they will suspend the impeachment investigation into the governor due to his resignation, Cuomo, who has just days left in office, tells the magazine he would win an impeachment case, and he would have made the state legislature look like a ship of fools. The Assembly Speaker says this evidence, we believe, could likely have resulted in articles of impeachment had he not resigned.
And that was ABC's Phil Lepoff reporting. Also, New York, more than 50 people injured when a tour bus rolled over en route from Hudson Valley to Niagara Falls. They were taken to 3 different central New York hospitals. New York state troopers say there was a mix of injuries from minor to serious. Investigators say the bus was the only vehicle involved in the accident and aren't sure yet what caused it to tip over.
Proposed San Antonio City budget is in, and it reaches $3.1 billion. This is the first time in San Antonio's history that the budget has exceeded that $3 billion mark. There are a lot of questions, like what did the planning for the budget look like? How big an impact did COVID have on that planning process? So this morning on Leading SA at 8 a.m., San Antonio City Manager Eric Walsh joins us live. We know you probably have a lot of questions, and you can submit them right now. Just head to the Leading SA section of KSAT.com. Then join us at 8 a.m. See what the city manager has to say.
Well, kids at several school districts are getting ready to go back to school this week. Here's a list of the schools that are starting classes tomorrow: Alamo Heights ISD, East Central ISD, Harlandale ISD, Judson ISD, August 16th, and then Northeast Side ISD, South Side are all starting classes tomorrow. On KSAT.com, we have a full list of the districts that are starting the rest of the week. Just visit our website. And if you have any questions about what are the COVID-19 protocols your school district is following this year, we also have an article online dedicated to that. It is all laid out by district. Just visit KSAT.com.
And shameless plug, because tomorrow morning, both of us are going to be out and about at respective school districts. You're going to be out at Northeast ISD.
At Cerna Elementary School, right off of 410.
There you go. I'll be out at Southside ISD. We're going to be breaking down everything you need to know to start the new year in the best fashion you can. There you go. All right, 6:38, 77 degrees out.
How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? We're going to be hearing from head coach Mike McCarthy. You don't like it when the quarterback goes down like that. We're going to tell you what to expect this coming season.
Taco Bell is planning on launching a new drive-through facility. We have the story next.
It's really cool.
It looks like something out of in the future.
There's so many articles about it because it really is just like that. We're going to explain what makes it so cool in just a few moments. But right now, taking a live look out at the Alamo City. 77 now. What can we expect for the rest of the day and that work week and that back to school week for so many kids? Sarah Spivey's back in just a couple minutes. Good morning and welcome back. So through this pandemic, a lot of people have turned to drive-through, mobile, obviously curbside ordering. It's an easy way to maintain that social distancing.
Well, now Taco Bell officials announcing a new drive-through only concept called Taco Bell Defy.
That's right.
So it will include 3 lanes for mobile or delivery order pickups, and a 4th lane for those wanting to place an order at the restaurant. Customers will scan their order using a QR code at one of the digital check-in screens. Then they pull up to pickup window where their food is delivered by a lift system. I feel bad for my father trying to figure this out.
And that's the thing. So the kitchen will be located above the drive-through lanes. Customers will interact with employees using a 2-way audio and video system. So there's really no human interaction. And I was reading an article about it yesterday. They're supposed to speed up each customer by about 12 seconds. And apparently that expedites process, makes it go by so much faster.
We'll see.
There you go.
Okay, well, HEB 2021 Quest for Texas Best is on with 20 finalists from all over the Lone Star State competing for the title of Texas Best.
The Quest for Texas Best contest actually began in 2014. Competitors submitting their product that they think is worthy of being the best in the state.
So over 1,200 products ranging from food and beverages to home goods and beauty items were submitted for this year's competition.
The grand prize, $25,000, and HEB will actually put your product on their store shelves.
Well, the 20 contestants will present their products for final judging on August 25th and August 26th at the San Antonio Food Bank.
I am going to submit Sarah Acosta's salsa.
Nice.
Really?
Was that good?
The Quest for the Best.
Did you try it?
I ate it yesterday.
Okay.
How much of that big jar did you eat?
A quarter of it.
I mean, you can just dump it on your food.
I made migas and just the salsa kept coming, and if I was still hungry, I had chips and salsa. So
Spice 1 to 10. How spicy?
Honestly, it's a 2.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
not
very
all that
mild.
spicy.
Okay.
That's why you can eat a lot of it.
But you said you had spicier salsa in the works.
I do.
Ooh.
That batch was not as spicy.
I'm trying to guess the secret ingredients, and Sarah is not giving me anything. So I'm going to keep on guessing. All right, we have had a cool-ish summer.
Quote,
it's
unquote.
still been hot, okay? But, you know, when you look at how many days we've had at or below average, it really is impressive. Anywhere you see a yellow or a blue square on the calendar days for July and August, that was a day at or below average. We have had 40 days at or below average, and honestly, this past week has been the hottest week for us so far this summer. Now, 40 days, that's impressive. That's about 88% of summer in July and August that has been cooler than seasonally average. And today we have a shot of doing that as well because there is some rain chances in the forecast for the day today, mainly in the afternoon, about a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms in the area this afternoon. So between the hours of about, I would say 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., scattered showers and storms will be on the radar around the San Antonio metro area, a little bit earlier than that for the hill country. And I'll show you the radar in just a second here. 72 at Bernie Stage Airfield, 72 in Hondo, 78 Stinson, and 75 in New Braunfels. So it is a warm and muggy day. It's not raining anywhere around San Antonio or the KSAT 12 viewing area just yet. It's already 82 in Del Rio. Del Rio, unfortunately, Valverde County, you have a little bit less chance for rain today, but still there, about 20 to 30%. So a wider view, let's go ahead and see where the rain is right now. It's currently working its way through San Angelo and it's just starting to push into Kimball County here, just to the north of Junction. Now, as we get some daytime heating, these are going to generate outflow boundaries, and we're going to see scattered showers and storms across the hill country, pretty much near lunch, and then around San Antonio after lunch. So let me take you through that high-res futurecast. Again, this is a look at lunchtime. You can see some isolated to scattered showers and storms. Becomes a little bit more numerous in the afternoon, 40 to 50% chance there. And then as we lose that daytime heating after the sun sets at 8:15, we'll see our chance for rain come to an end for the day. But even if you don't get any rain, we're still going to see afternoon high temperatures a few degrees cooler than the last few days. We'll be looking at high temperatures in the low 90s. But tomorrow for back to school, Alamo Heights, East Central ISD, Harlandale ISD, Judson ISD, NE ISD, and Southside ISD all starting school tomorrow. We're going to have a chance for scattered rain in the afternoon as well. So you get an A in the morning with muggy temperatures and some clouds, and then scattered showers and storms in the afternoon. All right, tracking the tropics, we've got a couple of things to talk about. The remnants of Fred, it fell apart over Cuba, but we're actually going to see it strengthen here in the Gulf of Mexico back into tropical storm strength and make landfall sometime along the panhandle of Florida early Tuesday morning before falling apart across the Appalachians. But here in San Antonio, I want us to pay attention to Tropical Storm Grace. Now, Tropical Storm Grace is going to be making landfall near Puerto Rico, where we have tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches for the Dominican Republic and Haiti. As Tropical Storm Grace moves across those areas early tomorrow and throughout the day on Tuesday, moving across Cuba on Wednesday, and then out into the open Gulf of Mexico by the end of the week. After that, it's a little bit of a mystery where it's going to go. It could end up all the way in Mexico, or it could end up in Florida. So we're going to keep an eye on Tropical Storm Grace. For now, know that we're going to have scattered showers and storms this afternoon. You could hear a few claps of lightning, see some heavy rain and some gusty winds, but no severe weather is expected. And then tomorrow, scattered showers and storms in the afternoon as well. Let's hope for some rain in August to be nice to add into the rain gauges and keep our, coolish summer going.
I'm down for the coolish.
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 You're coolish.
I'm coolish.
Yeah. All right. 648, 77.
Hard on the ish.
A little bit.
All right. Well, college is a major transition for kids and their parents. Next on GMSA, how you can prepare your high school graduate for this life change. Well, college is a major transition for teens and their parents. Many moms and dads worry about their teenagers, that they aren't ready or don't have the skills to succeed. So how can you prepare your high school graduate for those life changes? David Sears has a story.
And it's just really nice because it's small printed. And
Sherry Morgan has a daughter headed to college this fall and a son close behind. It's a transition that's triggered mixed emotions.
I'm scared, I'm sad, but I'm mostly excited.
Sherry has spent the last couple of years preparing her kids for independence. Giving them control early on was necessary.
Really letting them think through what they want versus what you think they should do.
Making sure they know how to perform basic chores like how to do their laundry. Money management is also important. Set up a bank account for your student and help them create a budget. Also, be upfront about the family's financial situation and what you can and cannot afford. Discuss ways to stay safe on campus and talk about how often you expect them to check in. Give advice, but don't overwhelm them.
Remember that you just don't represent yourself. You represent your family.
Remember, your child will more than likely make mistakes.
I think that's my biggest thing is I want my kids to live. I want them to experience things. I want them to learn. I want them to fall down. I want them to get up.
Experts say it's also important to consider your child's mental health. According to one source, 62% of all college students reported feeling overwhelming anxiety over the past year. So make sure your student knows to get help if they need it. David Sears, KSAT 12 News.
Pro football coverage powered by
We are in the middle of preseason football. Head coach Mike McCarthy, though, not really chanting because he's not really happy with the way the Cowboys have been practicing this week. And in some ways, he's not happy with how they showed up Friday night's 19-16 loss to the Arizona Cardinals. It is preseason, so the loss really doesn't mean much except for what you see between the lines. Now, Dallas's 3 quarterbacks combined to complete only 20 passes, only 215 yards between the 3 of them. While the defense allowed Arizona to rack up 168 rushing yards. To make matters worse, the injury bug hitting hard, starting defensive tackle Neville Gallimore leaving the game. We now know is a dislocated elbow. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, but even with all of that in mind, there were positive signs. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day, and to be honest, this new-look defense certainly won't be either.
So far, it's going well. We're starting to get a feel for everything, get a feel for the defense, the scheme. We call it system expertise, and we're working on it, and we're building on that.
We're maturing, I think I would say. We have a lot of new faces in there, so, I mean, this is what we need. We need training camp. We need just to continue to work. This wasn't our best week, leading into this game, so we need to come out of this. We just got to rally, get healthy, and we need to have a better week of practice going into Houston.
Been watching some of the practices with Hard Knocks. They're the team we spotlight.
Have you seen Hard Knocks?
It's fantastic.
It's so
Love my guy Micah Parsons. Shout out Penn State. So Cowboys next up hosting the Texans Saturday, 7 p.m. Another preseason. Speaking of the Texans and preseason, they taken on the Packers last night, and I got to tell you, they won in a huge fashion, 26-7. A lot of questions with the team. We're going to break it down in the next hour. But we can break down right now. San Antonio Spurs Summer League. That's right. We're in the summer. We're still playing. They're taking on the Nets today at 5 p.m. A big shout out to Trey Jones of the Spurs. He is, I believe, it's second right now in all Summer League players in scoring. So
Go Spurs, go.
Go Spurs, go. Bright future. 6:55, 77 degrees out.
We'll be right back.
In the news you need to know before you go, 2 people dead, 3 more in the hospital after police tell us a fight ended with a suspect opening fire at a bar on the city's east side. We heard from SAPD Public Information Officer and Chief McManus this morning, and we know this all happened around 3:30 this morning. 5 people shot, 2 are women, 3 men, all between the ages of 20 and 30 years old. We know that this happened at a bar in the 1600 block of South New Braunfels Avenue. Police also not yet identifying a suspect. No arrests have been made yet.
Today will not be a washout, but we do have a good chance for rain, especially in the afternoon. About a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. When I tell people it's going to rain in the summer, I don't really hear very many people complaining. So
I'm here for
I know that it's on the last day of summer for a lot of kids. So if you want to have outdoor activities, I'd say get them in this morning or shortly after sunset, as long as it's before bedtime, of course. Now tomorrow we'll have a 40% chance for scattered showers and storms as well. A lot of folks heading back to school tomorrow. Just know that when you drop them off, should be nice and dry, but when you pick them up, there will be some scattered showers and storms in the area. Isolated on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then most of next week will simply be hot, humid, and seasonable with high temperatures in the mid to upper 90s.
That rain is also a great way to, if you need to go to bed, to settle down. It calms you down.
There you go. That's a good way to look at it.
All right, Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. We're going to take an hour-long break for Good Morning America. We have a lot to talk about. At 8 a.m., we have Leading SA, the city manager, breaking down the budget, talking about how the pandemic has affected our local economy. And, of course, we're going to have the latest on that shooting at the bar on the east side. We have a crew en route. They're going to have a live presence there. We'll see you back here, 8 a.m.
See you at 8.
Live from KSAT 12. Good Morning San Antonio starts right now.
We are at Westfall and South New Braunfels on the city's east side, where 5 people were shot overnight, 2 fatally, 3 in critical condition, as the search for a suspect is now 4 hours underway.
Plus, San Antonio's $3.1 billion proposed budget is out, and the city manager joins us live for a leading essay to break down what went into planning and the changes we could all see.
And taking a live look out at San Antonio, 77 degrees to start your Sunday morning. What will the rest of the day, what will the work week look like? We're going to check in with Sarah Spivey in just a few moments. Until then, good morning. 8 o'clock this Sunday, August 15th. Thank you so much for joining us. Just moments ago, you gave me the nice compliment. You asked me, did I get some sun?
Yeah, you look a little tan.
A little bit. I did walk around the complex yesterday, had to soak in the sun, but I only did one lap because it was so hot.
Okay, so you got tan in one lap.
It was that hot, that much sun out there, Sarah
It was,
Spivey.
and you know, I wore the big hat yesterday. I was outside for just a hot second, and it was
Literally
too hot.
hot.
It was too hot.
Literally a hot second. Yeah, it was very warm yesterday. In fact, though, high temperatures was a degree cooler than what is average. We saw a high temperature of 96 yesterday. Average high this time of year is 97, but it's the humidity that gets you. That heat index value is anywhere from 100 to 105 yesterday. Now, outside right now, a beautiful start to the day, 79 degrees, a little muggy. It already feels like it's 82. And temperatures generally are in the 70s. It's 73 in Seguin, 75 in Hondo, 74 in Bandera, 72 in Kerrville, and 78 in Canyon Lake. But I'm watching very carefully. We've got some showers and storms to the north of us and near San Angelo. There's actually some flash flood warnings for Tom Green County area there. But here in San Antonio, this is going to be our rain chance for the day today. It's slowly pushing to the south, almost into Kimball County. We won't really see a significant chance for rain in the metro area until this afternoon, a little bit earlier in the hill country. But here's a look at today's forecast. Most of the morning will be quiet into the afternoon, a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. Now, it will not rain everywhere. I wish I could say today was a day that everyone would get rain, but where it does rain, there will be some heavy downpours, perhaps even some gusty winds and some claps of thunder, but no severe weather is anticipated today. Of course, we'll be keeping you up to date here. I'll show you the future cast in just a few minutes, but high temperatures today as a result of some rain cool day are going to be a couple degrees cooler than yesterday. Still a warm day with highs in the low 90s. A lot to unpack in the forecast, including a check of the tropics. Our eyes are going to be on Tropical Storm Grace by the end of this upcoming week. I'll have a look ahead coming up in just a bit. Sarah?
Thank you, Sarah. Well, 2 people are dead. 3 are in critical condition after a shooting early this morning at an East Side sports bar.
That's right. This happening at South New Braunfels in Westfall, right next to I-10, just before 3:30 this morning. Our Dylan Collier joining us live from the scene with what we've learned so far. Dylan?
Good morning. San Antonio police described this as a fight that started inside the bar and then spilled out into the parking lot with deadly consequences. Bags of evidence still being brought out of this establishment and have been brought out over the last few hours. We have a large crowd of people also gathered about a block away from the scene, and we've heard, unfortunately, loud sobs off and on over the past hour and a half or so. The body of one of the victims, who was found in a grassy area outside the bar, was removed by the medical examiner's office less than an hour ago. Police are looking for a suspect, but he is so far not in custody.
And like I said, we're still gathering witnesses, gathering information just to try to see what may have led to this very, very tragic evening today.
And we will provide an update on any suspect that is taken into custody, as well as a condition of those 3 remaining victims who are all in critical condition, just as soon as we get that information. Reporting live on the east side, Dylan Collier, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Dylan. Well, a man trying to change his tire at a gas station on the city's south side last night was carjacked and then killed. All this according to SAPD. Now, police saying the 65-year-old man was changing his tire in the parking lot of a Texaco on Poteet-Jordanton Freeway and Villaret just before 11 p.m. That's when investigators say 36-year-old Jose Gonzalez walked up to him and stole his truck. Then the suspect ran over the victim and the truck and killed him. The suspect then lost control of the truck that he stole, crashed into the store. Police also tell us the man began to pull money out of the register. That's when 2 responding police officers confronted the suspect. Now, that suspect actually attacked both responding officers. They were finally able to apprehend him, taking him into custody. Those officers treated on the scene. They didn't have to go to the hospital. As for the suspect, Jose Gonzalez, taken to downtown Baptist for minor injuries. He now faces charges of murder and 2 counts of assault on a peace officer. The identity of the victim, that 65-year-old man who was hit and killed, has not yet been released.
Now the latest involving the coronavirus. New data from the Texas Department of State Health Services shows that Bexar County has the 4th highest COVID-19 case count in the state. Health officials reporting over 21,000 new cases statewide. In total, there are 2.8 million cases since the start of the pandemic. State health officials say that number is expected to increase as the Delta variant spreads rapidly. Here in Bexar County, the positivity rate stands at 21.4%.
And there are a number of COVID vaccine clinics popping up in and around San Antonio. Today, you can get vaccinated at the Islamic Academy of San Antonio. That is at 8638 Fairhaven. The clinic will be administering the Pfizer shot starting at 2 p.m. going until 5 p.m. And if you can't make it today, don't worry. There are several other vaccine clinics happening all week until Saturday, August 21st. You can find a full list of those locations and times right now. Just head to KSAT.com.
For some students in San Antonio and the surrounding areas, tomorrow will be their first time in a physical classroom since the spring of 2020. Specifically, students attending Alamo Heights ISD, East Central ISD, Harlandale ISD, Judson ISD, Northeast ISD, and Southside ISD. We want to remind parents that most of the schools are returning for in-person learning. As for mask guidelines, that has been left up to the districts to decide. You can find out the most up-to-date information available about yours right now on KSAT.com.
And speaking about headed back to the classroom, both city and statewide local colleges and universities, they are ready for those students to return for the school year. But with this Delta variant continuing to surge, a lot of schools mandating masks, some requiring COVID tests, among other main health guidelines. Right now, KSAT.com, we have the current plans listed for several universities and colleges. We are going to be continuously updating that list as more information becomes available. And parents, families out there, if you haven't taken the kid out for a new haircut for the first day of school, the 619 Barbershop doing it for free. A community event happening today, 10 a.m. to noon. It is 1429 West Hildebrand, Suite 103. In addition to haircuts, they're also going to be giving away backpacks and free barbecue plates while supplies last. So all those families, all those kiddos out there, if you haven't gotten back to the classroom, good first day.
Yeah. And a fresh haircut gives you a lot of confidence on that first day.
Always. All right, time now, 8:08, 78 degrees out.
Well, just ahead on GMSA, a fictional video game that is the backdrop for the movie Free Guy. We're hearing from the gamer influencers among its cast.
Plus, 2 Tejano leaders banned from Mexico for treason. We'll tell you why in the latest part of today's Tejano Moment series.
And a man makes a dangerous climb to bring attention to climate change. We'll have a look at the nerve-wracking video. That's next.
And taking a live look out at the Alamo City. 78 degrees out there right now. This morning, we are talking the city's $3.1 billion budget. City manager is going to be joining us live for today's Leading SA in just a few minutes. Good morning, welcome back, and happy Sunday. Are you afraid of heights?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I've done live shots in the air, and I regret them instantly.
Seen you on that roller coaster. All right. Well, one solo free climber, George King Thompson, not afraid of heights.
The 21-year-old has scaled another London tower a few months after being arrested for reaching the top of London's iconic Shard. And this week, he climbed the 23-story Unex Tower in Stratford, East London, without ropes. Check it out. So his feature came days after doing the neighboring Stratosphere Tower, but he admitted it was fraught with danger. He said, quote, "I can train all I like, but there's always that little bit of percentage of a chance that I could die," end quote. King Thompson said he wants to highlight awareness of climate change through his climbs.
Sarah Spivey, are you afraid of heights?
Yes.
I wouldn't do that.
Are those actual ladders on the building?
I think that's just part of the building. I don't think you're supposed to climb those.
I don't really recommend it.
There's a Nat Geo documentary, Free Solo, you know, where he's climbing El Capitan without any kind of ropes or anything, my hands literally start sweating.
No, mine aren't right now.
That movie. Okay, let's take a look outside with live cam. A beautiful start to the day. Wonderful look at the sunshine there. It is mostly cloudy. We've got a good amount of low-level clouds and high-level clouds out there. The high-level clouds are from some storms to our north. We'll talk about that in just a bit. For now, it's 79 degrees, and we've got generally calm wind conditions out there. 77 in New Braunfels, 75 in Hondo, 81 in Del Rio, 72 in Rock Springs, 78 in Cotulla, and 78 in LaGrange. But as you can see, just to our north, there are some showers and storms affecting areas of San Angelo right now. In fact, areas south of San Angelo are under a flash flood warning from some heavy rain that has fallen in those areas. And as you can see, this broken line of thunderstorms is pushing to the south. Now, it's pushing to the south pretty slowly, and we're really not going to see effects in San Antonio from this until this afternoon. But the hill country, probably any time between about after 10 in the morning, that's when there's a chance for some scattered showers and storms for Fredericksburg, Kerrville, and Rock Springs. But around San Antonio, again, it should be isolated at noon and becoming more scattered in nature in the afternoon. Chance for rain in your backyard today, 40 to 50% chance. And again, it will not rain everywhere, unfortunately, but where it does rain, there could be some gusty winds, all right, but not severe, maybe gusty winds of up to 35 to 40 miles per hour, as well as a few claps of lightning and some heavy rainfall in spots. So we'll keep you updated there. Now, once we lose the daytime heating, sun sets at 8:15 tonight, we'll see our rain chance for the day come to an end. Well, we're probably going to see some more rain in the area tomorrow afternoon. And even if you do not get rain, we are going to see rain cooled air in the metro area today. Now, it is still going to be a hot day, high temperatures in the low 90s, but a few degrees cooler than yesterday, and if you do get a shower, temperatures could drop down into the 70s and 80s. High temperatures likely in the 80s, though, up in Rock Springs and Lakey today. All right, here's a look at today's forecast, just to reiterate everything I just said. Around noon, 20% chance. In the afternoon, 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. We are actually going to have an east-northeast wind today at 5 to 10 miles per hour. A northeast wind is fairly rare in the summertime for us here in San Antonio. And then again, the sun will set at 8:14. And we're going to see our rain chances come to an end for the day. We'll start tomorrow at 75 degrees, but watch as the high-res futurecast is also showing more scattered activity tomorrow afternoon along some outflow boundaries from any storms that develop today. So again, tomorrow in the afternoon, another shot at rain, although the chance for rain is just not quite as high as it is today. Rain chances, as I mentioned, 50% today, 40% tomorrow, only isolated on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then as we close out the week, we're just going to be hot and humid, not really a significant chance for rain. I want to talk about the tropics for a bit. First of all, Fred has re-strengthened into a tropical storm with winds sustained at 40 miles per hour. It's expected to make landfall somewhere along the Florida Panhandle, and those areas are under a tropical storm watch at the moment. And it'll make landfall overnight Monday into Tuesday morning before falling apart across the Appalachian Mountains. However, here in San Antonio and across the state of Texas, I really want us to pay attention to Tropical Storm Grace. It is currently experiencing winds of 40 miles per hour as well. Puerto Rico and parts of the Dominican Republic are under tropical storm warnings. It's expected to move across Hispaniola sometime tomorrow and into Tuesday. Hopefully missing that area of Haiti that received that 7.2 magnitude earthquake, then moving over parts of Cuba by the middle of the week, and then re-entering into the Gulf of Mexico. It'll enter actually into the Gulf of Mexico by the end of this upcoming work week. Then we have to watch it carefully because it could either fall apart or it could re-strengthen and move anywhere from Mexico, making landfall anywhere from Mexico all the way up to Florida. So a lot of uncertainty with Tropical Storm Fred by the end of this upcoming weekend. So Tropical Storm Grace by the end of this upcoming weekend. But we'll keep you updated. For now, the most immediate cause for attention is the chance for scattered showers and storms this afternoon. We'll keep you updated on air, online, and on our KSAT Weather Authority app. Max and Sarah.
Patiently waiting for that rain.
Sarah Spivey, thank you so much. 8:17, 78 degrees out.
Well, Dr. Anthony Fauci says the Delta variant is putting more children in the hospital. Still ahead, a look at the activities your family can avoid to lower the risk of your young child contracting COVID-19.
And coming up after the break, we are hearing from the cast of Ryan Reynolds' latest movie, Free Guy.
Take a look at these lotto numbers. Pick 3, 5, 6, 9, Fireball 0, Daily 4, 2, 5, 7, 9, Fireball 9.
And do you already do Cash 5?
No.
Okay,
You're up.
we'll do Cash 5. 6, 11, 12, 13, 16, Lotto Texas, 7, 11, 21, 36, 52, 54. And Powerball 6, 21, 49, 65, 67, Powerball 18, Power Play 2. Did you win?
No.
Did you even play?
Yes, I did.
All right, before we head to the break, special birthday to my dad, David. Happy birthday, Dad. You're my hero. Those are pics of him driving with me to, you see Union Pacific in the background on the right, or I guess on the left of your screen. That is North Platte, Nebraska, and then he drove from Nebraska all the way here to San Antonio, Texas. That is the first bite of San Antonio barbecue I ever had. So thanks, Dad. Always being by my side. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mr. Massey. Good morning, welcome back. Ryan Reynolds' new movie takes place in a fictional video game world, but counts some very real gamer influences among its cast.
CNN's Rick Damigella reports.
Guy, I have to tell you something. There is no easy way to say this. This world, it's a video game.
I really want to kiss you. Is that weird?
Listen to me. You're not real.
Welcome to Free City, a fictional video game that is the backdrop for the movie Free Guy.
There were very much two bullseyes that I worked very hard to hit. And one was for the gaming viewer, and the other, equally important, was for the non-gamer audience member feeling that it was a movie for them as well.
Director Sean Levy increased his difficulty level by having actual gamers cast in the movie.
I think it all comes back to the director actually caring. He was very respectful, asked opinions, listened to those opinions, and incorporated those opinions.
I didn't expect it to hit as much as it was going to. I mean, like, I knew it was gonna be great, right? But then to see the final product and to literally be like, oh my God, it's a perfect translation.
This whole good guy routine is ruining the game.
Terminator.
I think making a game specifically for the movie and then building all your rules around that, obviously taking influence from games in real life and kind of putting little Easter eggs here and there is great, but the fact that they made their own game, they just have whatever limits they want then. They don't have to cater to a fan base of a game that doesn't exist.
I know this world is just a game, but this place, these people, that's all I have. So I'm not going to be the good guy.
Thanks, guy.
I'm going to be the great guy.
Leveling up in Hollywood, I'm Rick Damigella.
Thoughts?
Nah.
No, I'm so excited.
All right. I'll probably see it.
I don't think so.
Okay. 824, 78 degrees out.
Well, still ahead on GMSA, a San Antonio man is sent to the hospital with severe burns to his body overnight. What we know about the incident and the victim's condition.
Plus, we're following up with that deadly bar shooting over on the east side. Our Dylan Collier joining us live with the latest details. That's next. Good morning and happy Sunday. I'm Max Massey.
I'm Sarah Costa. It is Sunday, August 15th. Some of our viewers, their children's the last day of summer before a lot of school districts start tomorrow. Sarah, and I know that if they wanted to do some like maybe pool time or outdoor activity, do it earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's great advice there, Sarah, because this afternoon we are expecting there to be some scattered showers and thunderstorms around San Antonio in the metro area. Scattered being the key word there. Unfortunately, it's not going to rain everywhere today, but there's a chance for rain today. And in fact, we can see that rain right now working its way across northern parts of the hill country. But it is a weakening complex. Earlier, it produced some severe thunderstorm warnings up just near San Angelo. But as you can see right now, there still is a flash flood warning in place for Tom Green County. But this broken line of thunderstorms, this complex is heading south. It'll be near Sonora and in Kimball County here very shortly. So again, throughout the day today, this is going to generate outflow boundaries, which in turn is going to fire off a few showers and storms in the hill country and in the metro area, mainly this afternoon. So looking at storm chances for today, again, over the next few hours, rain is not going to be around San Antonio. Again, it's the afternoon that will have a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms. And so coming up in the forecast, we're going to talk about what you can expect as far as rainfall goes today. Now, Outside, it is mostly cloudy. We've got a good mix of low level and high level clouds, 79 degrees, and it's humid. Dew points are in the mid 70s, and so we already have a heat index this morning. It feels like it's in the low 80s, and it is actually in the low 80s. It's Stinson, 81 degrees at Stinson this morning, 74 in Kerrville. In New Braunfels, it's 77, it's 74 in Seguin, 76 at Port SA, 78 in Gonzales, and 78 down in Pleasanton. So as I mentioned today in the forecast, we're going to talk about our scattered rain chance this afternoon. Sarah was just talking about how a lot of school districts are headed back to school tomorrow. I'll tell you what you can expect for the drop-off and the pickup, and we'll take a check in the tropics. We're going to want to be paying attention to Tropical Storm Grace, which is currently near Puerto Rico for its track later on in the later part of this week. So a lot to unpack in the forecast coming up in a few minutes. Max and Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. A fight inside an East Side bar around 3:30 this morning leads to 5 people being shot. 2 of those victims we now know have died, 3 others in critical condition.
Our Dylan Collier live at the scene as investigators wrap up their initial investigation. Good morning, Dylan.
Good morning. We are outside the Boom Boom Sports Bar on South New Braunfels in Westfall, about a block from Interstate 10. San Antonio police who responded here early this morning found evidence both inside and outside the bar in its parking lot. Police officials have described this as a fight inside that escalated into a deadly situation. At least one of the victims who died was found just outside this establishment in a grassy area.
This is still a little early on in the investigation. I don't know if they were already outside or he was, the gunman started shooting them as they came out. It's still early on.
At last check, the 3 other victims were taken to Brooke Army Medical Center, all of them in critical condition. The search for a suspect or suspects potentially continues this morning. We are live on the east side. Dylan Collier, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Dylan. Also new this morning, a man is sent to the hospital with burns to his body following an overnight house fire just west of downtown. San Antonio fire crews say it happened at a home in the 100 block of Jean Street around 1:45 this morning. They say the homeowner tried to extinguish a small fire in the living room, but it quickly got out of control and he was burned. He was taken to BAMC in critical condition. Firefighters were able to get control of the fire quickly. Damages are estimated to be around $2,000. The cause remains under investigation.
A young father and street pastor remembered during a special tribute at his Northeast Side apartment complex. That man, 22-year-old Troy Demetrius Lee, died after being stabbed multiple times back in June. San Antonio police found his body near a bus stop in front of his apartment complex, which is the Hilltop Oaks Apartments. During the tribute, people shared his love for God, his passion for impacting others. He and his girlfriend, Lindell, have a 6-year-old. She's pregnant with another baby that is due any day now. She says she has peace knowing he is still with them.
He's still here in our hearts, and we may not have him here physically, but he's still here spiritually.
San Antonio police put a Crime Stoppers alert out for the suspect, who is still at large. So if you have any information that can help in the case, you're asked to call 210-224-STOP.
In your morning headlines, over 300 people are dead and at least 1,800 are injured in Haiti following a powerful magnitude 7.2 earthquake. Yesterday's quake sent people of the Caribbean island rushing to the streets to seek safety and to help rescue those trapped in the rubble. The earthquake struck the country's southwestern area. There are now fears the widespread damage will worsen over the next week, with Tropical Storm Grace predicted to reach the area.
And a warehouse where fuel was illegally stored has exploded in northern Lebanon, killing 20 people, wounding dozens more with severe burns. And not exactly clear what caused the explosion near the border with Syria. Smuggling operations has been going on for months along that border amid severe fuel shortages in the crisis-hit nation. A Lebanese military official says there was about 60,000 liters of gas being stored there.
Now to the view from Washington on the chaotic situation in Afghanistan, with the Taliban seizing more cities and just on the doorstep of Kabul, and more American troops heading to the country.
Since this report, we know that they have entered Kabul. They're actually talking to the head of the country, negotiating, trying to take over the country as a whole. ABC's Alex Perchet at the White House with more.
This weekend, we've seen President Biden continuing to defend the drawdown, writing in a statement, 1 more year or 5 more years of U.S. military presence would not have made a difference if the Afghan military cannot or will not hold its own country. Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke with Afghan President Ghani yesterday, offering support. But in advance of the Taliban reaching the presidential palace, Blinken also spoke with Ghani's chief political rival, who's led negotiations with the Taliban. Now, here at home, Republicans continue to criticize the drawdown. Mike Rogers, the ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, writing, "Unfortunately, I believe the worst is yet to come." Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urged Biden to consider using airstrikes to stop the Taliban advance towards Kabul. Biden firing back, saying he inherited a deal cut by his predecessor. And as this drawdown continues, Biden's also out with a warning to the Taliban, saying that any action against U.S. personnel during this mission will be met with a swift and strong response.
It's important to mention, though, the Taliban have reached Kabul, and there are much more up-to-date stories right now on KSAT.com. In your health headlines, smoke from western wildfires could be making COVID worse in California, Oregon, and Washington state. According to a new report in the journal Science Advances, researchers say the wildfire smoke and soot in 2020 led to a surge in COVID cases and deaths. Experts say that's because the fine particulate matter found in smoke and air pollution can spread the virus even faster. They hope their research will help prove how climate change in the form of a wildfire is creating a growing emergency for human health.
In your health headlines, new research also suggests a COVID-19 vaccine might not adequately protect cancer patients against the coronavirus. 2 studies published in the journal JAMA Oncology found cancer patients were less likely to develop COVID-19 antibodies. In another study, 160 patients with blood cancers who received the vaccine, 3 ended up getting infected with the virus. 1 person died. A separate study from Israel resulted in similar findings. Researchers there found COVID-19 antibodies were significantly lower among cancer patients 5.5 weeks after their second dose of a COVID-19 vaccine compared to non-cancer patients.
Now, there's no clear-cut evidence that the Delta variant is causing more severe disease in children, but Dr. Anthony Fauci says it's putting more kids in the hospital. So what activities should your family avoid to lower the risk of your young child getting COVID? CNN's Mandy Gaither has more in today's Health Minute.
The Delta variant continues to quickly spread across the U.S., but right now the youngest Americans can't get the best protection there is, a vaccine.
The only thing we know for sure is that more infections mean more children will be in the hospital.
For those under 12 not yet eligible for vaccination, top U.S. health officials continue to say masking and physical distancing are key. What you do beyond that depends on your child's risk factors.
I would probably not have any of my kids who are still too young to be vaccinated go to one of those big sleepovers where you have multiple, 5, 6 kids.
But Dr. Perry Wilson with the Yale School of Medicine says a one-on-one slumber party may be more manageable, just mixing 2 households. And the biggest COVID risk for kids under 12 who aren't vaccinated, the same as it is for unvaccinated adults.
Those are indoor, crowded activities where people aren't wearing masks.
Wilson says outdoor activities are relatively safe, but
if you're packing indoors because you want that air conditioning, or when the weather gets colder, if you're packing indoors to get the heat, that's when the risk of transmission is going to be high.
And if you feel any COVID-19 symptoms, regardless of vaccination status, Wilson says to get tested.
Especially if you're living with unvaccinated people, because you'll be fine, but you might be putting them at risk.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
Each year, silver roses in honor of Our Lady of Guadalupe are stewarded by the Knights of Columbus Council among routes from Canada to the U.S. to Mexico. And this year, a silver rose made the pilgrimage through San Antonio. It arrived at San Juan de los Lagos Catholic Church yesterday. Now parishioners will be able to view the silver rose during Mass today. The next Masses are scheduled for 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and noon. Again, that is at San Juan de los Lagos Catholic Church. It's on 3231 El Paso Street. We have all this information available right now on KSAT.com.
Well, big news into the newsroom, some upsetting news. We now know that the city manager, Eric Walsh, will not be able to join us this morning. So if you do have any questions about the budget, I know RJ Marquez did a phenomenal breakdown, a great explanation of everything that goes into it, some of the reasoning behind it. Just head to KSAT.com. All we can say is We hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Time now, just about 8:40, 79 degrees out.
Well, Tejano is facing difficult choices for Texas independence. After the break, we are wrapping up our latest Tejano Moments series.
And taking a live look out at the Alamo City, 79 degrees now, but we are really in the thick of the summer heat. We're going to check in with Sarah Spivey in just a few minutes. Well, this week in our Tejano Moment series, we've been learning about Colonel Francisco Ruiz and how he helped lead Texas to independence.
But the path to independence came with some difficult choices that the colonel was forced to make. It also put him on an execution list by the Mexican government.
GMSA producer Rosalind Jimenez has the details.
In 1828, about 7 years after returning from Louisiana, Lieutenant Colonel Francisco Ruiz took on a new military role. He commanded the San Carlos de las Parras light cavalry in San Antonio, fighting off natives and outlaws. Later, he established a new military post on the upper Brazos River.
In a military career for him at that time period, it was one of the highest, it was certainly as a lieutenant colonel, and then that command. I think it was desirable.
The attacks were overwhelming, and a lack of reinforcements forced him and his troops to come back to Bexar County. Ruiz commanded until 1835 when his age and health caught up to him. But he still led in other ways.
The other part of what he's able to provide is his presence and representing the men and women from the Bexar County area, if you will, Bexar, at the Revolutionary Congress, the Washington on the Brazos.
He and other Tejano leaders wrote a Bill of Rights demanding equitable representation, taxation, and military protection. However, their demands went unanswered by President Santa Anna, forcing Tejanos to make the difficult decision of fighting or remaining loyal to Mexico. So they fought, Ruiz doing his part by signing the Texas Declaration of Independence at the Convention of 1836.
He and his nephew, Don Jose Antonio Navarro, are chosen to go and represent the people from literally South Texas.
As a result, they both became part of an execution list for treason to Mexico. Ultimately, Santa Anna's army was defeated on March 6, 1836, at the Battle of San Jacinto. Colonel Ruiz passed away a few years later in 1840. He is buried at San Fernando Cemetery No. 1, and his gravesite bears a 1936 Texas Centennial Tombstone awarded by the state of Texas. Rosalind Jimenez, KSAT 12 News.
If you didn't catch the first two parts, you can catch them right now on KSAT.com.
All right, time now, 8:46, 79 degrees out. Sarah Spivey, we know a lot of kids starting the first day of class tomorrow. What can they expect?
Well, I've got a back to school forecast coming up for tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of districts starting school tomorrow. First, though, I want to talk about our, quote, cool-ish summer. No summer in San Antonio is cool, but we have seen so many days that are either at or below average. In fact, anywhere you see a blue square or a yellow square, that is a day that is at or below average. We have had 40 days at or below average. That's about 88% of all of the days so far have been cooler or right at average. And in fact, the warmest part of this year has been this past week when we were a couple of degrees above the average temperature for a few days. Now, the reason why, of course, we have seen the cooler than average July and August is because of the rain we've seen. And we've got a chance for rain today. Now, it doesn't come until the afternoon, and it's only a 40 to 50% chance, but the chance is there to see scattered showers and a few thunder showers as well. This afternoon, there could be wind gusts of up to 35 to 40 miles per hour, a few flashes of lightning and heavy downpours at times, but severe weather is not anticipated today. 77 degrees in New Braunfels, it's 75 in Hondo, 75 at Bernie Stage Airfield, 74 in Comfort, 81 already at Stinson, and 76 at JBSA Randolph. Already 81 in Del Rio as well. and it's 78 in Cotulla. But just to our north, we're seeing a complex of thunderstorms that has been slowly moving to the south. And it'll get a little bit of a pace throughout the rest of the day here. But we're expecting the outflow boundary from these showers and storms to reach us here in San Antonio in the afternoon. And that's why we have a chance for scattered showers and storms. So let me take you through the futurecast. This is right at about noon. You can see we'll have isolated to widely scattered showers in the area, about a 20 to 30% chance, and then in the afternoon a 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. Now, even if you don't get rain, and there's a possibility that you will not get rain today, we're going to have some rain-cooled air in the area. So high temperatures should be in the low 90s, a few degrees cooler than the last couple of days. But unfortunately for areas like Cotulla, Carrizo Springs, Eagle Pass, chance for rain a lot less, and their temperatures should be in the upper 90s today for the high. Here's that back-to-school forecast. Alamo Heights, East Central, Harlandale, Judson, NEISD, and Southside ISD all going to start school tomorrow. In the morning, it'll be muggy with some clouds. And then again, tomorrow afternoon, we have a chance for scattered showers and storms. A little bit less of a chance, but a 40% chance for scattered showers and storms. Now, normally, I'd give a rain chance in the summer an A+ for the afternoon forecast, but because we're going to have some kids trying to get home, it's down to a B. Again, it's good to have a chance for rain in the summer. Now let's talk about the tropics. We've got two systems out there right now in the Atlantic. First, Tropical Storm Fred in the Gulf of Mexico. It is expected to make landfall along the Florida Panhandle overnight Monday into Tuesday. That green area there, that is a tropical storm watch. Now, we will not see any direct effects from Tropical Storm Fred. However, Tropical Storm Grace remains a bit of a mystery until late next week. Now, what we do know with Tropical Storm Grace is that it's impacting Puerto Rico right now, Dominican Republic under a tropical storm warning, and parts of Haiti are under a tropical storm watch at the moment. Now, it's going to be moving across Hispaniola Monday into Tuesday. Thankfully, likely missing the area of Haiti that was hit by that very large earthquake yesterday, but it's going to be moving over Cuba, perhaps falling apart, but then some forecast models also have it strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico by late this week, and there is a large amount of uncertainty. If Grace can maintain its strength, it could land anywhere from Mexico all the way up to Florida. That is a lot of uncertainty, and so we'll continue to keep you updated as we get more of an information for that. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at our forecast, though. The most immediate thing to think about is the 50% chance for scattered showers and storms this afternoon, scattered rain tomorrow as well, and we'll be looking at highs in the mid to upper 90s for most of this week.
Well, I was going to ask you guys, first day of school, did you like it when your parents took those pictures, or were you like, no, I'm not playing, I'm going to frown?
I always loved when people took pictures. I'm just kidding. I'm making a joke. But yeah, I still haven't gotten the pollen count in yet, by the way, so we'll have an update on that as well on KSAT.com.
But did you like taking the picture?
Yeah, I did.
How about you?
So I used to hate taking the pictures, but now I realize in retrospect, kids, I know it's frustrating in the moment, but they're good memories and you get to see the progression. What about you?
No, I've never liked pictures.
No, I still, to this day. 8:51, 79 degrees out.
Well, cryptocurrency, not knowing exactly what it is costing amateur investors a lot of money. That's tomorrow on GMSA Cryptocurrency Cons.
More gun violence overnight, this time at an East Side bar. 5 people shot, 2 of them killed after a fight inside the Boom Boom Sports Bar spilled into the parking lot. This happened just before 3:30 at the corner of South New Braunfels and Westfall on the east side. At last check, no suspect in custody. We are also told those 3 other victims are all in critical condition at an area hospital. Reporting on the east side, Dylan Collier, KSAT 12 News.
Here you can see our rain chance in parts of the northern hill country right now. A good complex of thunder showers pushing to the south. Now, this will be moving into the hill country within the next about 2 hours or so. And here in San Antonio, our chance for rain is this afternoon. 40 to 50% chance for scattered showers and storms. We'll be monitoring for the potential for some minor flooding issues from some of the heavier bands that set up. But again, not everyone will see rain today, unfortunately. But if you do get rain, that's some good news. It's August after all.
Thank you, Sarah.
Have a great rest of your weekend.
Have a great Sunday.